What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Izuku was a Youkai Nekomata. Ashamed and seeking atonement, Izuku hated himself for what he failed to do for his younger sister Shirone when she needed him the most and wishes to do right. Izuku seeks to become a hero to seek some form of peace of mind and to become the hero that he should have been many years ago. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations, and support the amazing author Stillwell03 for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 1. Izuku POV. I open my eyes to absolute darkness with the sound of crying beside me. I look over to see a small girl with white hair and cat features. Shirone. I rush over before she speaks to me. You left me. You left me to die and never looked back. You should have died instead of our master. Now atone with your life. I feel a cold presence behind me and notice Shirone looking at me with those cold bloodthirsty eyes as she did that day. No. She lunges at me with her claws out about to kill me. I close my eyes and prepare for the inevitable. No. I wake up in my room in a cold sweat after my nightmare. Izuku sweetie, are you alright? I heard screaming. Jay just fine mom. It was just a bad dream. I hold my knees to my chest and start crying to myself. Shirone, please forgive me. You have no idea how much it hurts knowing I did that to you. After a few minutes of this, I compose myself together enough to get ready for school. Once I make it downstairs, I grab an apple and walk out the door. I'll be heading out mom. Okay, tell Ochako and Katsumi I said hello. Will do. I start walking out and take a bite of my apple before I hear someone behind me. Diki Kuwu. I'm suddenly tackled into a hug by Kachin who's shoving her boobs into my face. What's up nerd? Did you think I'd let you walk to school alone without your favorite future #1 hero and sexy gravity girl? Katsumi, don't give me such weird names. I look back and see Ochako holding a huge blush. Kachin. Not saying I don't like the feel, but can you let go of me so I can walk? Fine, but I'm getting you back when I find your heat cycle medicine. I start to blush at this with my tail for standing up. Once I get over this, I start walking with both girls on both sides of me. So how are you both this morning? Fan-fucking-tastic as always. I'm doing well too, thank you for asking Deku. Ever since I was adopted by Inko at 5, Katsumi or as I call her Kachin has been my best friend. Due to a heat cycle of mine though, we kinda crossed a boundary and we're in a with benefits position that probably is the best example of our relationship as of now. You're a little pale this morning. Did something happen? Just a bad dream? She starts rummaging into her bag to grab something. I know what'll cheer you up. A nice helping of tuna fresh out of the can. She offers it to me with a smile with me happy for the act. Maybe later, I'm not that hungry right now. It was about that time again, wasn't it? How do you? You always deny tuna when it's right after that dream. After the whole ordeal with my cycle, she learned that I'm not actually human and found out about my sisters. She feels bad for me and wants me to be happy, but her methods are a little odd. What are you guys talking about? What dream? The dream where he plows you to oblivion and makes you the mother of 8 of his kittens. Kachin starts to smile with me and Ochako going red. Why would you have such a dream? It's not, I swear. Kachin made that up. Ha 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 ha. Ochako is a transfer student that came about a year ago. She also knows of my sisters a little, but not as much. She only knows something bad happened with Kuroka and made me get adopted by my Inko. She's a nice girl that I really like. Though after hearing that we both liked each other, Kachin decided to help me make a harem and tries to make us do perverse things together to have us cross the line of friends. Anyway, the hag and old man are gonna be out of town this weekend. Wanna hang out to see about popping Ochako's cherry? I am fine with hanging out, but I won't do something like that without Ochako's consent first. Why yeah, don't do what you did last time Katsumi. Fine, number 30 minutes in heaven in your underwear. The last time we were alone in her house, she tried keeping us in a closet for 30 minutes in nothing but our underwear until we would do something. She let us out after her mom came home and smacked her for a stupid attempt, but we were a little worried she may actually make us do the deed one day. Not saying I'd hate it, but I would wish it to be at our own pace. In the classroom. Okay everyone, settle down. Now you're all in your 3rd year, so I have some career aptitude papers to give out to you. Our teacher walks in with a stack of papers in his arms and heads to the podium. But who am I kidding, you all want to become heroes. He throws them in the air with everyone but me, Kachin, and Ochako using their quirks with excitement. Yes, you all have amazing quirks, but it's illegal to use them on school property. Teach, don't lump us in with these losers. Kachin states this with everyone glaring at her clearly mad. Oh yeah, Bakugo is going for UA. Everyone stopped when they heard this with Kachin jumping on her desk. That's right, me and my band of badasses here are going to the most prestigious school for heroes ever. When we're done with UA, we'll be the greatest trio of heroes that have ever come on the scene. Not even All Might would be able to stand up to our greatness. Oh yeah, Midoriya and Uraraka are going for UA as well? I start to hear everyone get angered at my name being said. Of course they'd get in, I just hope they have spray bottles so Midoriya doesn't claw at the furniture. That one time in our first year, and I'm still getting crap for it, he clawed a podium when someone gave him catnip. Duh. You all think you're better than Deku? I dare you all to try to fight him again if you think that. Lucky bastard, having two of the hottest girls in the school around him. I bet they've already done it. Kacchan starts laughing at them and blatantly shouts out her answer. His virginity tasted delicious. Why are you saying it with pride? I slam my head down on the desk with my tail going a mile a minute. She keeps this up, I'm gonna lose my mind and go into mating mode, a time during the spring when Izuku acts blindingly on his instinct to mate. If he didn't have heat cycle medicine for it, he would be in this for several weeks at a time. He can also get put into this state on it or in another season if too flustered. End of the day. As I started packing my things, Kacchan and Ochako came up to me and started scratching my ears and petting my tail. Ready to go? Yeah, just right there a little harder. Ah, that's the spot. Both smile at me before two guys came up to me and started looking for a fight. Today's the day you get your ass beat, Izuku Midoriya? Yeah, we're tired of you walking around like you own the place. In what way do I do this? I just walk around like a normal person. Look, I don't know what I did but I'm sore. You think you're all that with a loudmouth cunt and a chubby skank by you? What did you call me? I hold my hand out to keep Kacchan from getting involved. You wanna fight? Let's fight? 30 seconds later. I pat my hands after giving one hard punch at the two guys who wanted a fight with me. Next time bring more people and don't call Kacchan and Ochako names. I don't respect anyone who mocks women in such a manner. I grab my things and lead Kacchan and Ochako out of the classroom. We took the longer way home to try and clear our heads a bit. I could tell Ochako was a little hurt by the comment and felt horrible for her. Ochako, don't let what they said bother you. They're just words. They only have power over you if you give them power. She smiles a bit and hugs me. Thanks, Deku. Oh, gag me with a spoon. Just fuck each other's brains out already. This cutesy shit is giving me cavities from the sweetness. Not everyone likes to be viscous all the time, says the cat that had me on all fours my first time gasping for air. We start to laugh at this with some embarrassment until I smelled something. Gross, the sewers are backing up. Again, that's the fourth time in 2 weeks. Because of my enhanced smell, I could normally tell when the town needs to do underground maintenance. But this smell was a little different. I immediately heard something swishing around behind us and felt my fur go on edge. Ah, 3 little meat sacks all in a row. Now I can hide from that bastard All Might. A giant wad of sludge came barreling at us with the intent to harm. On instinct, I used as much strength to punch the thing into wads of slime that exploded everywhere. Now my damn uniform's soaked with villain goo. God, this thing stinks. I hold my nose trying to prevent myself from puking when the manhole cover opens to show a giant bulky man. Have no fear, for I am her. Excuse me you three, you wouldn't happen to know where a villain made of sludge is, would you? I point at the remnants of the thing with All Might holding a surprised look. The thing tried to attack us, sir. Please don't arrest Deku for this. Ochako started pleading with All Might before he started laughing. Arrest him? I want to thank him for his action. It's because of him that I don't have to worry about this villain harming someone. Nicely done, young man. TTT, thank you, sir. I started bowing uncontrollably before helping him collect what was left of the villain. Once he was in a bottle, All Might signed something for all of us before leaving. We watched as the man jumped into the air at breaking speeds with all of us impressed. You gotta admit, he knows how to make a fucking exit. No kidding, me and Ochako answer this in unison. We start heading back to our homes with this in mind until I started to smell something. Asterisk sniff. Asterisk sniff. I smell smoke. We immediately run to the source of the smoke to see the same villain from before. Wait, didn't All Might take this guy away? You don't think he escaped, did he? I don't know, but why aren't the pros doing anything? I look at the scene and notice a black-haired girl in the sludge monster. She looked as if she was struggling to breathe. In that moment, I felt my mind go back 10 years ago. The thought of my past mistake haunting me yet again. No, not this time. This time I'll do something. I feel myself grit my teeth before action on my own. POV. How embarrassing this is. I had strolled through this alley as a shortcut to get some things at the store to only be hit in the head by a bottle. Upon examining it, I realized too late that the bottle had a villain of sludge inside it. Because of the people, I can't even use my devil powers on it without attracting attention. Just hold out, Sona. This thing is nothing but a weakling, be patient. Kid, what are you doing? I open my eyes to see a boy with cat ears and a tail come charging at the villain. Why, you little? The sludge villain attacked the boy for him to only jump to a wall before jumping on the sludge villain. He immediately pulls the sludge away from my mouth to breathe before I ask him, what are you doing? This is dangerous and stupid to do. I know, but I couldn't stand by anymore. I chose to do nothing for someone I cared for years ago and now have to hold that on my conscience. I don't want that to happen again if I can do something. He looked at me and started to smile. And besides, you looked like you needed help? I looked into his green eyes and could see the kindness inside them. Look out! I shout at him as a wave of sludge comes at him. He doesn't even look at it before punching it into oblivion. Now, time to put the ow back in meow. He punches the sludge villain with it going everywhere. As I was freed, the boy held me in his arms and smiled at me. Are you okay? I immediately look away and nod with my glasses starting to steam up a bit. See, can you put me down please? Oh right, sorry, how embarrassing. After he puts my feet back on the ground, the pro heroes circle him and scold him on his actions. I felt disgusted that people that did nothing were the ones lecturing the boy who did everything in his power to help me. He started to walk away with 2 other girls at his side who were trying to console him. Why did he help me? He could have just left me and I'd be fine, so why? I walk away from the scene thinking on this before muttering something. I need to find him again to ask why. Izuku POV. Common Deku, don't worry what those shitty heroes said. You were badass. Katsumi's right, you were amazing out there. Especially with your little time to put the ow back in meow speech. I smiled at both Ochako and Kachin, but still felt bad knowing I could have just made things worse. Young Midoriya, I found you. I look up to see All Might come to me and smile. All Might, what are you doing here? I came to talk to you, my boy. But before that, I must ask you to be prepared for what you are about to see. I wait patiently as All Might deflates in a puff of steam to reveal a small skeleton man with blonde hair. All Might? Yeah, I'm All Might. To make a long story short, I got hit in the stomach and lost a lot of my organs to a point my body can only hold that muscle form you see for a total of 3 hours a day. The rest of it, I'm like this. Our eyes go wide at seeing All Might in his state and hearing this. So why did you want to talk to Deku? I have something I needed to ask him. When you jumped in to save the girl, what was going through your mind? I hold my head down before answering. I started to remember something bad I did some years back when I didn't act. I abandoned my little sister possibly for dead when I was 5. I hated myself for that and wanted to help her to at least atone for my wronging almost 10 years ago. I don't know why I ran in, but I did. I see. Though your guilt is understandable, you were 5 as you said. You need to let that go. As for the second part, it seems your heart is in the right place. I look at him confused for a second. Young Izuku Midoriya, I say this with experience. You have the makings to become a great hero, possibly greater than me. I felt tears in my eyes before knelling. I started shouting at him. Why? Why do I deserve that? I've hurt someone close to me. I don't deserve these words. I can never be a hero for turning my back on Shirone. It's my fault she's probably dead. Mine and nobody else's. I began to cry as All Might knelt down in front of me. We all have burdens we carry, young man. Some are heavier than others. But you have made a decision to push past that as I've seen before and make that burden a shining light. So I ask this as someone that see you're worthy. Will you inherit my quirk? I didn't understand what he meant by that, but nodded saying I accepted it. Good, then I would like to train you starting tomorrow. Meet me at Dagoba Municipal Beach tomorrow at 6 a.m. sharp. He looks up at Ochako and Kachin before saying the next part. All 3 of you. All Might gets up and walks away with all of us surprised. Did he just say he was going to give me his quirk? Did he just say he was going to train all of us? Did he just say Dagoba Municipal Beach? We all look at each other surprised before I get up. No use dealing with it now. Might as well go home and rest up. Kachin stopped before turning to me. One more thing, Deku. She puts her lips on mine to make me jump 1,000 feet. Keep your head up. You're literally one of the most amazing guys I know. So try and live a little more. She smiles at me before heading out. Ochako joins her by kissing my cheek and smiling in a similar fashion with her face beet red. Katsumi's right, Deku. You're amazing no matter what. That's kinda why I like you. They walk away with me touching my lips and cheek with my hand. I don't know what my future holds, but so long as I have Kachin and Ochako in my life, I can take anything. Izuku POV. We arrived at Dagoba Municipal Beach a few minutes early and saw what it had become over the years. It smells like warm garbage, it fucking reeks here. At least you don't have enhanced senses of smell. The smell was so bad, I had to put a clothespin on my nose to not puke. Good to see you all made it. We turn to All Might behind us in his smaller form and start questioning him. So why are we at this fucking dump? To train? Come again? He looks out to the beach and begins explaining. This beach was once a beautiful area for families and young couples such as yourselves to visit. But due to the ocean's current, it has become an illegal dumping site. I remember back when me and Kachin were little how this place used to look. It really was beautiful before it became this. 2. Young Midoriya, you see that fridge? All Might points to an old fridge that someone put here. I nodded at him before he continued. Try picking it up and please lose the pin. I can't take you seriously with it on. I do as he says and shiver at the scent before getting to the fridge. Once there, I lift it with one hand and turn to an amazed All Might. Just how strong are you? Dunno. Never stop to see what the max amount of weight I can manage is. Heaviest I lifted was a school bus when I was 8. I walked to the curb and put the fridge gently on the curb. I am at a loss for words. You may actually be more than ready to inherit my quirk right now. I start to smile a bit before I remember what I neglected to ask yesterday. I probably should ask this before we go any farther, but what is your quirk and how can I obtain it? Allow me to explain. My quirk is called One for All. It is comprised of a stockpile and a quirk that allows me to pass it to others and gain more power as it is passed down. Not counting you, this quirk has touched 8 different people. Once you obtain it, you will achieve strength far greater than myself. I go a little pale at this, remembering what raw power's done for my life. All Might, I'm a little scared. Why are you scared, my boy? I start to hesitate to answer. Before anything, I should probably say that I'm not human. Both All Might and Ochako look at me confused. You sure you want to go down this path, Deku? When they find out, everything can change. All Might's entrusting me with his secret, it's only fair I entrust him with mine. It's also getting harder and harder for me to keep it from Ochako. Fair enough. Your secret, your call? I start to take a breath before saying my tale to them. I explain about my life before and after Kuroka did what she did and why I hold a lot of guilt in me. Ochako and All Might looked at me amazed, with Kacchan having concern for me. I'm holding off on telling Izuku's full story until later for plot reasons. And that's how I'm where I am. I looked down and started tearing up, remembering what I did to Shirone. Now I see why you're scared, young Midoriya. Ochako runs up and hugs me with her arms wrapped around my head. I'm sorry, Deku. If I'd known, I would have helped you more. I should have been a better friend. There's no way you could have known, Ochako. I kept this a secret because I didn't want to drag you into my issues. Believe me when I say his life hasn't been easy, Ochako. Inko said that he always keeps a low profile just to avoid being found by devils. The only reason I know is because I walked in on him during a bad time and found out everything after. We all stayed there silent until All Might speaks. Are there others like you? As far as I know, my sisters and me were the only Nekomata left. I don't believe Kuroka kicked the bucket yet, she's way too strong for that. But I can't guarantee Shirone is still alive. I don't want to believe it, but she may have been found and killed already. Ochako hugs me tighter, knowing how much I'd hate to admit it. Young man, I do not wish to give you this power because I feel guilty or want to make you an ultimate being. I want to give you it to help people. Yes, it is raw, unrefined power, but it is what you choose to do with it that defines what happens after. And if I go power crazy like my sister, what then? You won't, Deku, because you're stronger than her in heart and will. Kacchan smiles at me with me holding a bit of a blush. I'm not going to guarantee that I won't go drunk with power, but I'll do my best not to. I stare at All Might with my nerves on edge, with my resolve to accept his power. Nicely done, my boy. He turns into his buff form and grabs a piece of his hair. Now, eat this. What? We all look at him like he's crazy until he speaks. To obtain my power, you need some of my DNA. Now eat. Eat. I shove the hair in my mouth and force myself to swallow it. It tasted like I was literally eating the garbage on the beach. This literally is the weirdest thing I've ever done. 5 months later. Ever since I obtained OFA, All Might had us clean the beach as physical training. Thanks to my strength, Kacchan's explosions, and Ochako's gravity control, we got the seemingly impossible job done in 3 months, with All Might impressed beyond efforts. After we finished, we began one-on-one sparring lessons and 3-on-1 matches with All Might. We're improving, but we're still a long way from being at his level. All Might also offered me a free ride to UA as something he wanted to show his appreciation with, but I declined it. Instead, I asked him to give it to Ochako since her quirk isn't the greatest suit for the exam. She wasn't as thrilled, but she accepted knowing me and Kacchan would pass without an issue. Sorry to keep you waiting, Deku. Yeah, had to persuade her to wear some sexy underwear today. Wanna see? I go completely red when Kacchan tries to pull Ochako's skirt up to show a dark pink T-string she was wearing. Katsumi, stop it. Today we were given the day off of training and decided to go out. Kacchan decided to wear a skull shirt with a pair of skin-tight jeans, with Ochako wearing a Pro Hero 13 shirt and a simple black skirt. Oh okay, let's find somewhere to go. We started walking with Ochako starting a conversation. Why are you so intent on me doing it with Deku, Katsumi? I've been wondering that too. And not that I wouldn't mind doing with you, Ochako, but it is weird. She smirks and points at me. To make you a harem? Come again? We both look at her completely lost. Nekomata aren't human, that means their laws of marriage and children are different. You're one of the last Nekomata with no form of possibility to pass on your lineage outside of me. So as a way to fix that, I'm allowing you to fuck as many women as long as me and Ochako are your top 2. Let's call this plan Operation Deku Harem. We both look amazed at her before I speak. I didn't know you looked at me like that. You'd think I'd let you fuck the shit out of me and leave you in the friend zone. Get real, you're stuck with me till the day you die. She starts laughing with me, worried about the future a bit. While paying attention to Kacchan, I accidentally bump into someone and knock them down. Sorry, I wasn't looking where I was. Sniff. Sniff, oh shit. It's fine, I should have looked up. I look down and realize it's the girl from the sludge villain incident. Aren't you the kid that saved me? You, yeah. How are you holding up? Fine. She looks over to Kacchan and Ochako and holds a distant look. Am I interrupting something? Nah, we were just talking about some stuff. Name's Katsumi Bakugo. The round face over there is Ochako Uraraka. Stop calling me weird names, Katsumi. And this guy is Izuku Midoriya. You're Prince Charming from the incident. I go completely red at this with my tail going a mile a minute. Sorry about her, she says some odd things sometimes. I couldn't hold my embarrassment back as Kacchan only laughed at me. It is nice to meet you, my name is Sona Sidori, her alias last name in the story. Thank you for what you did before. She bows and motions to a cafe. Allow me to offer you all something to drink as gratitude. She holds absolutely no emotion at all with me, scared beyond belief. Ochako and Kacchan take my arms and brings me with them into the cafe, unaware of what she is. Once inside, we get a booth in the corner of the nearly empty shop with Sidori sitting across from us. Am I to assume you three are dating? You can say that. Kacchan smirks at me and Oka with us blushing a bit. Very well, then may I ask you something, Midoriya? Sure, what is it? When you entered in to save me, what were your motives? Excuse me, nobody in this world does things for free, so what did you want to gain from saving me? Money? Fame? I don't know who you have been around, but I just did it because I wanted to help. She looks at me a little confused before continuing. Very well then. As a token of my gratitude, you may ask me of one request. I shake my head no at her offer before answering. I'm sorry, but I didn't save you for a reward. I wanted to help you because you needed help. If I were to take advantage of your position, I would be no better than the sludge villain that attacked you. Her eyes widen in surprise as I refuse her offer before cleaning her glasses. Never have I found someone who wishes only to do good in quite some time. You're truly an odd one, Izuku Midoriya. Thanks, I think. She rummages into her pocket and brings out 2 rook pieces. If I may, I would like to give you an offer. If you accept, you will be given power unparalleled in this world. In exchange, I would like you to assist me in my own endeavors. Will you take it? I decline. I hold my arms in a cross before continuing. I know what you are and what you're offering, Sidori, and am flattered. But I do not wish to be part of your devil house. She looked at me amazed that I knew about what she was offering. How do you know, Abu? Best not to meow up that tree. The point is, I'm honored but do not want to accept it. My family has a bad history with raw power and I want nothing to do with that. I get up and motion the girls to get up. Thank you for the drink. She hands me a slip of paper with a phone number on it. If you change your mind, feel free to call. I would also like to speak to you a bit more on your logic of selflessness. It intrigues me. She cracks a bit of a smile before I slowly take the paper. Thanks, hold it, Deku. Kacchan takes out a marker and grabs a napkin to write my phone number down on it before giving it to Sidori. Just to make it fair, Sidori smiles at it before speaking. Thank you. Also, whether it makes a difference, my actual last name is Sona Sidori. I go pale at this before bowing and leaving with the girls, almost pushing them out of the cafe. Deku, what the fuck? You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost? That was the next head of the Sidori house. A top-tier devil house with the eldest sister being one of the 4 great devils that have some of the most power in the devil's faction. If she finds out what I am, we're all dead before we realize what happened. When I say that Sidori was a top-tier devil, they all freeze and go pale. Let's try and avoid her as best we can to not have the Sidori house in our business. I don't want to cause waves with Leviathan at all costs. They nod as we all head back home. Meanwhile, Sona POV. I look down at the piece of paper and smile a bit. Izuku Midoriya, you remind me so much of my close friend, it's remarkable. I giggle a bit before questioning why I'm so excited. Perhaps if I interact with him more, I can learn why I'm so happy to be acquainted with him. I open my phone and start dialing in his number before calling a friend for advice. Perhaps Rias will know about what I am feeling more. Later that evening at the Midoriya's Izuku POV. After the incident with the Sidori girl, we decided to head home and spend the day at my place. Deku, get your ass in here. I get up off the couch and start heading to my room where Kacchan took Ochako a few minutes ago. So are you gonna tell me why you're both in my RO? I stop mid-sentence when I open the door to see Kacchan fingering Ochako on my bed while both naked. Tonight's the night you show Ochako what she's been missing out on. I shut the door behind me and start to get entranced by the smell. Damn my instincts. This is gonna be a long night. Izuku POV. As me and Ochako laid on the bed, I felt as if I had just conquered the world with the feeling of happiness welling up inside me. Hey Deku, how long until I can take your penis out of me? Ochako felt awkward talking about my thing with me scratching my cheek. It's probably gonna be a while. It normally doesn't return to normal until my erection goes down. She smiles a bit at me before answering. So I'm stuck in this position for a while. I'm okay with that. I start to purr a bit with my tail wagging across her butt. She's so cute. Oh yeah, I'm surprised you didn't want in Kacchan. Yeah, I kinda would've figured you would come in at the last minute and take Deku for yourself. She starts to smirk at us before answering. Who said that I'm not getting a turn? She holds up a box that says Heat Enhancer on it and smiles. Once Deku gets out of you, I'm going next and taking him at his most primal form. As I guessed, this is gonna be a long night. Izuku POV. I start to wake up to a feeling of a nice softness enveloping me. In my half-asleep state, I subconsciously start needing what's next to me. Such a soft pillow, MMN? Once I hear a moan, my eyes shoot open to notice Kachan's thighs are wrapped around my head with Ochako pressed against my body with her leg around mine. I look where my hands are and notice that they're latched onto Kachan's thigh and Ochako's breast. In an effort to pull myself out of the awkward position, I started to slowly move my hands away to keep Mom from walking in and seeing something strange. Once my hands were free, I slowly moved myself from the bed while being mindful not to wake either up. More cuddles. Ochako started to move from my body again, but grabbed the wrong part of me. Muro. I started to freak out as Ochako pulled my tail with all of us waking up and in a frantic state. Once she let go, I found myself directly on top of Kachan with our noses pressed against each other. You know, if you wanted a good morning kiss, you could have asked for it. TTT, that's not what happened. I started going red with her laughing before giving a peck on my lips. Relax, I'm only teasing. Also, you want to stop copping a feel until after the exam today? What are you? I look down and see my left hand on Kachan's chest and my right on Ochako's with her going a darker shade of red. I'm sorry. I frantically pulled myself away with all of us regaining our composure. That was an accident. I swear to you. It's fine Deku, but you still have the entrance exams today. So let's save the celebrations until after we all pass. As I heard this, a thought of how we would celebrate found its way into my head. I'm not like that. I start to bang my head on the floor with the door opening. Izuku, is everything okay? Mom comes in and sees me and Ochako rather flushed and Kachan wearing only underwear before closing the door. I hope you kids use protection. It's not like that, Mom. After feeling a little embarrassed and ashamed in myself, I found my way downstairs with the girls. So how did you three sleep last night? Damn awesome, Aunt Inko. Katsumi, watch your language in front of Deku's mom like that. It's fine, Ochako, I'm used to it from her and her mother. They start to laugh a bit with me going into the kitchen to grab some eggs and pancake mix for breakfast. I started to make everything with Ochako looking in amazement. Deku, how good are you at using your tail? I look down at my tail flipping a pancake with a spatula and shrugging. Pretty good. I've written notes and stuff with it while doing another project with my dominant hand. Did you remember to clean your tail before, sweetie? Yeah, hope you like the smell of wet cat with the food though. When I finished, I brought the food out for everyone and started to hear my phone buzz. I looked down and saw Citri sent me and Kachan a good luck test. I overheard the entrance exams were today from a friend. I wish you all the best of luck that you pass. Wash Texinya? Kachan asks this with a mouthful of food. Citri, she said that she wishes us good luck on the exam and that she hopes all of us pass. That's nice of her. Me and Mom shiver at this thought and look the other way. Ever since we met Citri after the sludge incident, we've been staying in contact just enough to avoid having the devil on our cases. She isn't a bad person, but I'm still scared I may slip up and accidentally do something that will make her arise suspicion that I'm one of the Nekomata on the run. For the most part though, she just asks about our opinions on heroes and how life is with all of us. Even though it doesn't seem like she's doing anything suspicious, I can't let my guard down with her. Not even for a second. Time skipped to the entrance exams. Once we got to the gates of UA, we stared at the scene with anticipation. Today's the day, huh? Yeah. Time to show the world what we're made of. Ochako looked at me and Kachan and giggled. You two are so tense, it's kinda funny. Just remember, I'll be watching from the sidelines and cheering you both on. We started to smile before I felt someone fall on me with both of us on the ground. Sorry, I'm a little clumsy at times when I'm nervous. I look over to see a girl with long blue hair and eyes to match them that also gave a curious and innocent look. She started looking at me confused with it making me feel a little uncomfortable. Don't worry about falling on me. Also, why are you staring at me? Those ears, my ears. She starts moving her hands to my ears and starts rubbing them. Oh my god, they're so fluffy. The girl smiles from ear to ear with her mouth going a mile a minute now. Is this a cat quirk? How good is your hearing? Do you have claws, and if you do, how sharp are they? Can you land on all fours like a cat? Also, what else can you do with your quirk that is cat related? I start to feel a little uneasy until she notices what she was doing. Sorry about that, I get a little too excited sometimes and go into these mindless question rants. She starts to stand up and offers me her hand. I'm Nijire Hato, by the way. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Pretty Kitty. Did I just get called a pretty kitty? I take her hand to get on my feet before brushing the dust off me. Izuku Midoriya, and I take no offense on the rambling. I thought it was kinda cute that you're that curious. I smile at her with her face going red. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought a healthy curiosity is nice and everything. Also, you smelled like a good person when I was able to smell your scent just now. Wait, you can tell if someone is a good person just by their scent? I nod at her with her eyes growing wide with more questions expected to come. Deku, get your ass in gear. Let her suck you off later so we can pass the exams. Coming. I'm sorry, we'll have to continue this later, Hato. I started to run over to catch up with Kachan and Ochako while waving back at Hato. Good luck. Why yeah, you too. Once I catch up to them, Kachin puts her arm around my neck and smiles at me. Look at you getting a sexy girl like that on your own. How long is it gonna take to put this one under the sheets? Me and Ochako begin to go red at this with her laughing. KK Kachin, that's not funny. Ha 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 ha. Relax man, I'm only teasing. But she would be an interesting one to see crawl on the floor with you on top of her. I try and keep the image out of my head before we reach the dividing road for us and Ochako. Guess this is where we part. I'll see you two later. Later, we wave goodbye before heading into the auditorium. Once inside, we take our seats and wait a few minutes before Present Mike comes out to give us the practical guideline. What's up folks, welcome to the UA entrance exams. Can I get a yeah? Everyone remained silent enough for you to hear a pin drop. Wow, tough crowd. Anyway, let's get on with the practical guideline. Oh my god, it's Present Mike. I love his weekly radio show. It's so inspiring. I start fanboying as Kachin starts to laugh a bit at me. Asterisk snort, you're such a nerd. It's too adorable, ha ha ha. As Mike was explaining about the point robots, a boy with blue hair and glasses shot up with a question. Excuse me, but the information we were given told us of 4 robots instead of 3. If this is an error, it is unbecoming of a top-tier school. He then turned to me and gave me a distant glare. And you in the back? You have been talking up there for the entire time. It is annoying to everyone, please stop it. Kachin started to get up to fight back. I'm sorry, but why are you the one saying this? Out of everyone here, the boy down near the front is the only one speaking up about some guy he doesn't even know in the nosebleed section being too annoying. If you really wanted to be a hero, then shut the fuck up and ignore the people that are annoying like everyone else here. Kachin sat down and put her feet up after this tick to no end. Once we were explained that the 4th robot is a 0-pointer to avoid, we began heading down to the buses to take us to our training sites. As I was preparing, I noticed Hato again and tried to go say hi. She is trying to focus. If you are here to distract your fellow examins, then leave now. I was just about ready to turn to the glasses boy from before until I smelled someone familiar from him. Ingenium, excuse me, sorry, my quirk gives me a strong sense of smell and you smell like the pro hero Ingenium. So I was kinda wondering if he was related to you. Actually, he's my older brother. Also, what else does your quirk inquire? I have never heard of a cat quirk that lets one smell someone's lineage. It's kinda a little hard to and go. The second I heard go, I bolted into the city on all fours, leaving a trail of green lightning in my wake. What? There's no ready set in the real world. Follow that cat boy. Once I got some distance in the city, I began to see some robots charge at me. I began to charge 15% of OFA in my fist before slamming it into a few 3-pointers. The force was so powerful, it created wind pressure and hit a few 2-pointers. Guess dialing it back more is gonna be important to avoid damage. I jump over another 3-pointer about to hit me before kicking its head off. 16. Meanwhile in the control room Ochako POV. I began to watch the monitors and see Deku and Katsumi destroy robot after robot with amazement. What are these two? Apparently, they come from the same school. The boy has a cat quirk that allows some unique features aside from the norm. Seems they both may have trained together to get stronger. All Might smiles at a man with unruly hair's comment. Seems we have a few aspiring examins this year, perhaps, but let's see what they do when they're faced with a real threat. At that point, the mouse person presses a big red button that has me a little worried. Something tells me this won't end well. Izuku POV. Okay, that's 100. That should be more than enough to pass. I start to feel the ground shake with my instincts telling me to bolt the other way. What was that? In the corner of my eye, I see a giant robot with a 0 on it. Guess that explains the whole should avoid it thing. I start moving the other way before I heard a shout. Help! I look over and see Hato on the ground with her legs stuck in the rubble of the 0-pointer. Above her, I see the robot about to step on her. I watched and panicked at what was gonna happen. No, it won't happen. Not on my watch. On reflex, I began running on all fours at 10% full cowl and quickly broke the boulders trapping Hato. Get to safety. I shout this as I run up the robot. Suddenly, an image of Kuroka on that day pops into my head to send shivers down my core. Her bloodthirsty eyes glaring at me. No, I'm not like that anymore. I'm not the scared little kitten I was when I was 5. I started to charge ki in me when I got to the head. I jumped into the hair and looked down at the robot. I won't let that happen to anyone else, nor will I lose control of myself. Never. Nekomata level 1. As I say this, I slam my ki-charged fist that had green flames cover it into the head while shouting. Kasha smash. The robot's head becomes nothing but cinders as it falls back. I land on the ground and glare at the broken robot before making a kung fu pose. Meow. Everyone around me was speechless at what they had witnessed as I go over to Hato to make sure she was okay. Hato, are you alright? Yeah, I think my leg is hurt though. Without thinking, I started to use senjutsu to help heal her let with a green light flowing out of me. Once it stopped, I quickly suppressed all my ki to avoid any unwanted attention if possible. That was quite a spectacle, Sonny. I look up to see recovery girl come over. So what did you do there to the girl? Oh, I just used a trick I know to help her heal. Nothing major. Look up Kuroka or Kaniko's skills if you want to learn what these are. I started to scratch my head and hold a bit of a blush. Hato started to get up to notice her leg was completely healed. Midoriya, thank you, thank you, thank you. She started to hug me into her chest with me slightly panicked by this. What did I just do? Now I might have to deal with some devils later. But you know what, at least I did some good with my powers. Would you have approved of this, Shirone? Once we were done and changed, I headed over to the place me and Kacchan separated from Ochako to meet up with them. There you are. Kacchan and Ochako looked over and waited for me with some smiles. I heard you were the one who took down the zero-pointer. Total badassness right there, Deku. Kacchan started to wrap around my neck with me a little embarrassed. It was amazing, Katsumi. He was all like, wabum. And the robot's head went, FWOOSH. Literally, all the teachers in there were on their seat's edge as they saw you incinerate its head like it was nothing. We kept talking about the exam until we got to the gate. There, we were met by Citri in jeans and a button-down shirt with a blazer, picture up above. Hey you three, how did the test go? She looked at us emotionless with a chill going down my spine. Fine. I think me and Kacchan have a good chance of passing with Ochako already in on recommendation. She doesn't show any emotion before motioning to an area out of wandering ear listening. As we follow her, I began to shake violently with her showing even less emotion than she did when we first talked to her. Did she find out? Once she stopped, she began to speak to me. You know, I felt some abnormal magic power being used right around one of the testing areas. Why you did? Maybe a rogue devil or something came into the area. No, this was key-based. Only natural entities that can commute with nature can use this. Citri started to look over at me with cold dead eyes. You told me not to question about your family problems with power, you know about devils and evil pieces, and you have an abnormal cat quirk. In my mind, that's proof enough to ask this. You're one of the Nekomata that are at large in the devil's realm, aren't you? I completely freeze there when she mentions this. The silence proves I'm on the mark. Kacchan and Ochako immediately got in front of me prepared for a fight. If you want to take Deku, you're gonna have to go through us to do it. Deku's not going anywhere if we have a say in it. All four of us stare at each other for a minute before Citri speaks again. I may bring him in, but I forgot my phone and have no other way to contact other devils before I forget. You see, I have this problem with remembering important things for long periods of time. She starts walking away calmly with me completely confused. Wait, why won't you say anything? I'm wanted in the devil's realm and you could gain a lot with it. So why? Citri stops and speaks without looking at me. You aren't causing problems that make you a threat at the moment. Bringing you in will only prove that I'm no better than those disgusting heroes that yelled at you. Also, I wouldn't be able to meet with you all again if I did. She glances over with a small smile on her face. Be mindful of what you use in regards to power and when you use it. Not many devils will be as easygoing as me. She walks away with me in a full-on sweat before falling to my knees. Deku, I'm fine. Just a little shaky. Hee, that could have gone differently. If it wasn't Citri, I might have died with you both not far behind. Should we go after her? I shake my head at Kacchan. She said it herself, she has no reason to take us in other than what people believe of me. Also, I don't think we'll win in a fight against her. Without causing a scene, I get up to start walking back home. For now, let's just pretend this never happened to avoid any similar problems in the future with her. Both of them nod at me with us heading home. Meanwhile, Sona POV. So he was a Nekomata the entire time? I begin to smile at the thought of Midoriya being a lap cat for me. Wait, what are you thinking, Sona? Of course he's cute and cuddly looking, but he is also a wanted criminal of the devil realm. I take out my phone and look down my contacts for my older sister's number. Is he though? I can't believe I'm calling her. I start calling my sister with frustration already growing having to deal with her. Maybe I can help him if I can prove he's not evil. Izuku POV. It's been about 2 weeks since we took the entrance exam with no word yet on how we did. Today, Kacchan and Ochako decided to pair up for accomplishing a similar goal. Deku, stop squirming. This'll be easier if you don't. Giving me a weekly bath. Ochako, suds him. On it. Once a week, Kacchan had taken it upon herself to give me a bath. I personally don't understand why since Nekomata never take baths, but she said it was important. Cold, cold, cold. Well, this wouldn't be as cold if you would just bathe like a normal damn person. I'm a cat. We don't take baths. Once the half-hour fight was over, we laid in the floor of the bathroom out of breath. Damn it, Deku, why do you gotta be so stubborn when it comes to a bath? Not my fault. Water is a cat's natural enemy. Wait, I thought that was a dog. No, cats just hate dogs cause they're dicks. We start to laugh at this before Kacchan gets up. So how are things with Citri? I go pale at this before answering. She's not giving any danger for now, but she knows who I am, which kinda scares me. I don't think she's that bad. She seems more happy to speak to you than anything. We look over to Ochako before I realize something. So why are you both naked? We're in the bath, genius, why the fuck wouldn't we be naked? We stayed there silent until Ochako spoke up. Katsumi, I've been wondering this since you told us about the harem idea. Why do you want to make Deku a harem? What made you wake up and decide to give him a harem instead of keeping him for yourself? Kacchan looks down before answering. I've known Deku for years, to a point I may know him better than himself. But the day I found out about why he was adopted by Inko and what he'd been through, I felt like I didn't know my friend at all that day. He was dealing with grief that I could barely understand and was all alone in this world. I want to give him a life of happiness that he should have had. I remained quiet as she went on. I'm not having him mainly make a harem because I want him to, I'm doing it to give him some happiness to balance the loneliness and pain inside him. Kacchan started to hold some tears in her eyes as she said this. It hurt. It hurt realizing he had this happen to him and I could do nothing over the years. So I want to at least fill his life with people that love him unconditionally and will never hurt him. I get up and walk over to Kacchan to wrap her in a hug. Thank you, but your friendship over the years did help me more than you know. I love you so much because of it. So if it makes you happy, I'll try the harem thing you want. Kacchan leans her head into my chest and hugs me back before Ochako joins in. Your dick is hard, Deku. I immediately back away and turn my body away from both of them. Sorry about that. Kacchan starts to laugh a little at my reaction. For a person, you really are way too fucking shy to have two chicks in a bath naked with you. She starts to walk over and press herself against me. But that doesn't mean I'm letting this go without my attention. Ochako, grab the condoms and lube outside. We're gonna be playing with our favorite kitty, right? Ochako goes out of the bath for a few seconds with Kacchan's hand somewhere I don't think I should say. Goddamn animal instincts. Izuku POV. I'm gonna need to ask Citri for a person who sells this. This shit worked wonders. I guess, how are you feeling? My loins hurt, but it doesn't feel that much different with your dick in me after. I start to blush at this. Hey Deku, can we change positions? You're a little heavy. Sorry Ochako. I turn to my back for Ochako to relax on my chest. So you're still in for the whole harem thing? Sigh. I guess that'll be the best way for our relationship to work. Kacchan smiles at me before putting her head on my shoulder. Just remember, me and Ochako are the number 1 and 2 spot. Anyone tries to take it, I'll kick their fucking ass. Good to know. We laugh a bit before exchanging a few kisses between the three of us. Izuku, do you know where Katsumi and Ochako are? Mom walks into our scene with Mrs. Bakugo and Mrs. Uraraka behind her. Oh shit, your son fucked our daughter's Inko? Me and Ochako immediately went pale with Kacchan wrapping around us. Fuck yeah he did, hag. Why is your mouth always so fucking rude? And here I thought it would be better when you get laid. I don't think I want to ask. Ochako, are you okay? Yeah mom, Deku and I are just kinda stuck like this for a little bit. Ochako smiles at her mother who glances over at me. I hope you take good care of my daughter. Cause if you don't, her father is going to kill you for taking her innocence. Why yes ma'am. 20 minutes later. After we got ourselves in a position where we could move around more freely and cleaned the floor where we had ahem. Did what we did, we changed into comfy clothing and went to the living room. Our mothers had been waiting in there talking a bit with a bit of a smirk on them. So when did this whole threesome relationship start? Mrs. Bakugo says this with a little bit of a smirk. Almost 6 months ago. They start snickering a bit at us until mom speaks up. Also, your results are in for UA. Mom hands us out letters with all of us moving to the couch. So who wants to go first? Felines first. Kacchan starts laughing at this with me holding a deadpan look at her. Sometimes she makes these gags just cause she can. I open the letter to see a small metal object fall out and activate. I am here, on a hologram. All Might, young Midoriya, young Uraraka, and young Bakugo, I am expecting all three of you to be watching this together, so I shall give both of your scores together. Now first, I'm sure you're wondering why I am on a video from UA. Well, to make it simple, I shall be teaching there in the spring. Now on to the scores. For young Bakugo, you have obtained a total of 77 villain points, which puts you at second with young Midoriya above you with 100 villain points. So you're not just above me in the bedroom, huh? Kacchan starts laughing a bit with my face going a deep shade of red. Now the 100 alone would be enough to pass, but there was a second point system you all were not told of. There was a small group of judges handing out points for heroism. Young Midoriya, you had risked your life to save a girl from almost certain death. The image shows the footage of me running up the robot and destroying the head with my cat pose after. With heroics like that, how can we not reward you on it? With that in mind, you have been given a total of 60 additional points to make it 160 total to allow me to say this to you all. Welcome young heroes, to your hero academia. The hologram shut off with the three of us silent until Ochako shouted. We're in. Everyone shouted in happiness at this with tears just rolling down my eyes. Deku, you good? Why yeah, sniffle. I just was happy that we were all able to enter into UA together. I wiped the tears from my eyes with mom going into the kitchen saying she'll make a celebration meal. So where are we in the hero course? We all check our letters to see we're in class together. We also found a small bit that we will be boarding in UA starting the first day. Sweet, we're gonna live together. Don't we already kinda do that, Katsumi? Yeah, but this'll be easier to get Deku some more chicks in his harem. Kacchan holds a triumphant smile before a small note comes out. What's this? We pick up the note to see it was from All Might. Kids, I was able to get all 3 of you a dorm room for yourselves as a paired room. Make sure to take actions against teen pregnancies, however. I don't want to be the one telling your parents they're expecting grandchildren anytime soon. See you at UA. All Might. Once we finish, we look at each other surprised at this before Kacchan speaks up. Guess we're tasting married life. Something tells me this will be more difficult than we think. 1 week later. After saying goodbye to our parents and heading to the train station, we found ourselves at UA's gates. We follow signs to our dorms to drop off the last of our things before heading to our class. So this is 1A? We look at the giant door with Kacchan making a rather humorous comment. This thing is fucking huge. AC/DC be damned. We open the door to head in before taking our seats. After a few minutes, some people start to come in, with one of them being the little brother of Ingenium. Get your feet off that desk this instant? He comes over to yell at Kacchan, who is only ignoring him. It is an insult to our upperclassmen and the people who made that desk on how you are sitting. Yo buddy, did your school put that stick up your ass, or were you just born that way? Kacchan starts fighting with the guy to make some entertainment. Pretty kitty. I turn my head to get Hado's chest in my face. We're in the same class. I have so many questions to ask you, like how far does your fur spread over your body? What was that move you did to destroy the robot? How did you heal me? What does someone smell like to indicate their character to you? Yo. Easy Hado, you keep asking me and I'll never give you an answer to any. Sorry. She lets go of me while I think on the questions before I answer. My fur only really is over the parts where my cat features are more prominent, like my tail and ears. The thing to heal you and destroy the robot was something I do to manipulate life energy or ki. I can't use it often, so don't ask me to demonstrate. As for the smell of people's character, it's more like certain scents go with some characteristics. Hado starts to pull a girl with black hair and a ponytail over for me to smell. What type of person is she? What are you? Asterisk sniff. Asterisk sniff. Lavender and refined herbs, soothing and dignified with some sweetness in the mix to say she's kind. Okay, what about her? She takes a girl with bicolored hair over. Fresh mint, very cool-headed, but a bit of a bruised scent to show some pain. The girl looks at me a bit angered before being pushed out of the way by Hado. Now her. I sniff a frog girl with the aroma of frog's legs and a bit of coffee beans to show she is occasionally bitterly blunt. I suddenly want frog's legs now. Asterisk ribbit asterisk. The girl backs away from me a little freaked out by this. Okay, what about him? Hado holds a kid the size of a child up. I didn't even sniff him to know what he was. Asterisk ching asterisk aahhhhh. I start clawing the perv's eyes out with my claws to show him who's the boss. So, why did you do that? Hado points to the guy on the ground crying in pain while I answer. I hate perverts. The door starts opening to show a black-haired woman in a skin-tight suit. Hello children, my name is Namuri Kayama, or Midnight as you all know, and I am your homeroom teacher. If you would all come with me and put these gym uniforms on, we can get a little test over with. Once we put on out uniforms, we find our way outside with 20 other students from another class. Oh my god, it's a cat person. A girl with red hair and green eyes starts running up to me and hugging me. Asterisk in a cutesy voice. Ah, aren't you adorable? Are you a cute kitty? Do you have a soft belly? Do you have a soft dash asterisk normal voice? You have a very toned six-pack from hell. She looks amazed while rubbing her hands over my stomach. Kendo, leave the kid from class A alone. Sorry Mr. Aizawa. The girl called Kendo immediately heads back to her class while her teacher explains what's going on. Today you all will be doing quirk apprehension tests to gauge how strong you are with them in 8 different exercises. And before any of you ask, we're skipping orientation since there is no need for it in the real world and we can teach our classes however we want. The man known as Mr. Aizawa glances over at me before throwing me a ball. Midoriya, you scored highest in the exams. What was your score for the ball throw in middle school? 91 meters even? Use your quirk this time? I get into the throwing circle and charge up OFA in my body. For personal reasons, sir, I can't use the same power in the exams. I'm kinda not able to. Asterisk sigh. If you can't, that's one thing, but if you won't then that's another. Just throw the ball. I pull my arm back before throwing the ball as far as I could. I ended up producing a lot of wind pressure with the ground cracking under me a bit. After a few seconds, Mr. Aizawa looks at his phone before showing us all a number. 5 kilometers? Holding back quirk growth is illogical in the school system. We have 3 years to mold you all into pro heroes, so training for that begins now with seeing how much potential you have in these tests. He turns to me and nods to head over to the others before he continues. At the end of this exam, the lowest ranked students in all the classes will be expelled. You're gonna expel someone on the first day? No way. I worked hard to get here, that's not fair. Me, Ochako, and Kachin look over to the small guy with a deadpan look before answering. Life isn't fair, perv. We all get ready to take our next test with some being scared for the outcome. Time skip to the end of the test. Katsumi POV. After we all finished, Mr. Aizawa and Midnight stay in front of us turning on a projector. Saying your scores in all the tests would be pointless now, so up above are your scores. He shows that Deku got second in our class after some chick called Momo Yaoyorozu. I look over to the girl to see she's got a pretty rockin' body. May ask her if she wants to play with mine and Ochako's kitty one of these days. She means Izuku, folks. No lesbian stuff, sorry. Duh. I glance over to Deku to see him worried for the blue-haired chick. Heido, you okay? Asterisk pant. Yeah, just a asterisk pant. Drawback of my asterisk pant. Quirk. She laid on the ground with Izuku kneeling by her, concerned for her well-being. No, I can't leave yet. I didn't even get to lose my virginity to a girl here. Me and Ochako hear this and are scared for whoever may get with this loser. If someone does. Okay, Mineta and Monoma from Class A and B. You are hereby expelled. Ahahahaha, guess Class 1A is full of losers that gets expelled after the first day. You're one of the losers, asshole. He starts laughing with the little perv knocking them both behind Deku. Mru. We immediately stop to look at Deku with his tail under the two. This won't end well, will it, Katsumi? Define, end well when someone falls on Deku's tail he doesn't like. I start to remember the last person that Deku didn't like that stepped on his tail. It was not a pretty sight. Asterisk low growl asterisk. The two start looking at Deku with anger in his eyes as the egoist one speaks. It seems that Class A has a cat as a student. I hope that they have spray bot. Mro. Deku starts to brutally beat on the two with everyone scared and unsure what to do. Is that normal for him? Midnight comes over with Mr. Aizawa unsure if they should do anything. Is it safe to get involved? I wouldn't if I was you. I answer her back while video recording the entire thing for anyone that wants to piss Deku off or try something like this that I would like not having this happen to. He finally finishes beating on the two with them both being a mangled up mess of claw marks and bruised skin. Deku starts kicking up some dirt with his leg on them before flipping them off. Meow bitches. He takes Blue Head on his back to help her walk around with some cleanup robots taking the remains of the two off campus. Okay, there's syllabuses in the classrooms for everyone. Make sure to check them over before anything. Class is dismissed. The teachers walk away with Blue Head and Deku walking up to us. That was something? Me and Ochako were uneasy on what we saw before Blue Head speaks up. So serious question to you two, are you dating Midoriya? I start to smirk at this. Actually, we're in a harem for him. Oh, can I join? What? Welcome aboard, future pole sister. What was your name again? Katsumi. Can't you remember anyone's name here? I remember the names of those that care to Ochako. Like yours and Deku's. It's Nijai or Heido? She smiles at us before we start heading to the locker rooms to change. Welcome to the Deku harem, Nijai. Meanwhile, Sona POV. Okay, Mustafar is officially under Citri protection. Thank you, Sarah. Once the paperwork was done, I asked my sister a serious question. Sarah, about the whole Nekomata incident some years back. What happened to the youngest of them? Zex Lucifer had taken it in for his sister if I remember correctly. Apparently, that white-haired girl in Rias's house is the youngest of the siblings. She's alive? Why do you ask? I try and think of the best course of action before saying anything. Let's say hypothetically I may know some info on the male Nekomata. What would happen to him? Sarah looks out up before sighing. Devils want him dead and he would probably be put to death on the spot unless something significant happens. I grow a bit pale at this. You found him, didn't you? I don't say anything before she puts her hand on my shoulder. I'll see what I can do to avoid a death sentence, but I can't guarantee anything. Asterisk sigh. Thank you, Midoriya. I'm going to try and help you. I know you don't trust devils, but please don't think of me as just another devil. You're a good person, so I want to help. Izuku POV. My dream started rather nicely. I began to see the girls hanging out with a picnic, enjoying their time. We all were laughing, smiling, and having content with the moment. How long will it be until you abandon them, Izuku? I look behind me to see Shirone with her head down pointing at the direction of everyone. I glance over to see the girls laying dead in a puddle of their own blood with Kuroka there. No. Kuroka looks at me with the eyes she had before with a sickening smile. No. I jolt myself up to see I'm in mine, Ochako's, and Kachin's dorm room. I began to breath a little heavy before I felt two hands on me. Deku, what's wrong? Kachin asks me this in a tired voice with Ochako trying to wrap around my waist. It's nothing. Just a bad dream. I started to make my way out of the covers before glancing over at the two. I'm gonna go get a warm drink to calm my nerves. You two go back to sleep. Both nodded and went back to sleep while I went to the kitchen. As I walked down, I saw the light to the kitchen on to indicate someone else was up. As I walk in, I see Yaoyorozu making a cup of tea. Couldn't sleep. Eep. She silently shouts this while holding her hand over her heart. Somebody should put a bell on you if you're gonna do that. Note taken. Now why are you up? She looked at her tea with a little sadness. I kinda miss home. I thought a little tea would help calm my nerves to get some sleep. What about you? I go into the fridge to grab some milk to put in a cup to warm. A nightmare? What was it about? My family. She looked at me confused for a second before I took the cup out of the microwave. The only biological family I have, or had, are my older and younger twin sisters. Why would they be in a nightmare? I did something unforgivable some time ago to a point I don't deserve to be here. The nightmare was about that. Yaoyorozu looked at me amazed before I continued. A long time ago, I left my little sister for dead. Since that day, I've had nothing but nightmares to the point I wake up in a cold sweat and bawling my eyes out normally. I'm sorry I touched a painful topic for you. Not your fault. I take a sip of the hot milk before smiling at her. You didn't know. This also isn't your burden to bear, it's mine. Because of that, I'll find my way to get some closure with this. I gulp down my drink before putting the dish in the sink. Good night. I'll see you in the morning, Yaoyorozu. Good night. Meanwhile? POV. Izuku. I start to wake up from my nightmare seeing the inside of my apartment. I immediately start silently sobbing to myself, having old wounds open. To try and help, I went into my kitchen to warm up some milk. While waiting for it to get heated, tears kept running down my face with my only regret haunting me again. I should have stopped him. I should have done more than freeze. It's my fault Izuku's dead. I shouldn't be in Rias's house living a comfy life with what happened. I should be the one that ran, not Izuku. I began to cry again with the microwave finished for me to sit on my bed watching the steam come off my milk. I'm sorry Izuku. I'm so sorry. Time skip to the morning Izuku POV. Once the alarm rang for us to wake up, me and the girls slowly made our way out of bed to get changed. While doing this, I began to notice the strangeness of our room. On one side, we had 13 merchandise that Ochako owned. On the other, All Might merch that Kachin had. And in the center, we had some Wild Pussycats merch from me. Do I need to explain why he has a Cat Hero group merch? When we were ready, we went down from our room with us stretching to the same sides in unison. Once we were on the ground floor, we were immediately swarmed by Ida, Midoriya. Coming down from the girls' side is an indecent way to show yourself to your classmates. If you have a relationship with a fellow classmate, provide some decency and do not do indecent acts on school grounds. Can it 4 eyes? We share a bedroom? Kachin goes into the kitchen with everyone in the common space hearing this and freezing. Wait, did Bakugo just say her, Uraraka, and Midoriya share a bedroom? A guy with a lightning bolt on his hair called Kaminari stated this with a little jealousy. I didn't know they were that close ribbit. Yeah, me, Deku, and Ochako spent nights at each other's houses all the time. We even bathed together. Worst time is when that happened. I shake at this thinking on how it feels being washed. You weren't complaining when we had a threesome in your bathroom? Kachin states this blankly with everyone amazed at how relaxed we were with that comment. Says the woman who submits to me easily when she's being pounded. Okay, can we not make an image of you three doing it while we eat? A girl with AUX cords on her ears stated with us agreeing and sitting down to eat. That afternoon, classes were relatively normal before lunch. The normal curriculum for schools were taught during the morning. However, during the afternoon was where the heroics classes really took place. All of us are currently sitting in the classroom with us making small talk until the teacher came in. During this time, I was rather intent on playing with a ball of yarn Kachin passed me. I was having a blast sending it back and forth with quite a crowd watching me. I'm gonna beat my high score of how many times I can knock it back and forth in a minute today. I can feel it. While I'm doing this, the door opens with a booming voice coming from it. I am coming through the door like a hero. Yeah, heroics with All Might. He's also in his Silver Age costume. So cool. Yo Deku, you excited for this? I look up to Kachin who is leaning back smirking at me. You kidding? This is awesome having All Might be our teacher. Hero basic training. This class will put you to the test to make you into heroes of the future. Now for our first test, we have. All Might grabs a large flashcard to show us what it is. Battle training. And for that, you need these. All Might hits a button to show 19 suitcases come out for us. Change into your costumes and meet me outside in ground beta. I could barely contain myself as I went to grab my costume and practically sprinted on all fours to the changing room. After we put our costumes on, we began to head out to the field with All Might waiting for us. This is your first real step into the hero world you all. I must say, you all look super cool. Yo Deku. I look over to see Ochako and Kachin walk over. Oh, hey Kachin, Ochako. You both look really cool. I smile at them with Ochako being a bit uneasy with hers. You think? I kinda messed up the jumpsuit size. It's a little skin tight. She starts awkwardly laughing while I realize how right she was. Holy crap. So Deku, whatcha think of mine? WWL I mean, it suits you really nicely. Both of yours do. He. Just what I'd expect from you. Ha ha ha. Kachin starts laughing at me a bit before she starts glaring me up and down. I gotta admit though, yours is pretty interesting. She starts staring at the opening where some of my chest is shown to get a bit of a nosebleed. Is it weird? I look over to Ochako who was red as a tomato while her and Kachin both give me a thumbs up. Maybe I should ask for the yukata to be tightened a bit to allow me to keep my chest a little less visible. I come out of this when All Might gets our attention. Now, today shall be a 2-man training session. But there's 19 of us, how is that gonna work? Is somebody going to be expelled in this one? How shall we pick the teams? Do I look fabulous in this? How badly can we kill the enemy? Me and Ochako look over to Kachin with a deadpan look. Really, Katsumi? Kachin. To answer all your questions, teams will be in lots with no expulsions in this. There will be a solo team in this due to the lack, but I will ask if anyone wishes to go alone this round. I raise my hand for everyone to look at me. Can I be that solo team? I kinda want to see how far I can get alone right now with my base strength if that's okay. Very well, now for the situation. The villains have taken a bomb and hidden it in this hideout. Heroes have 15 minutes to secure the bomb by just touching it or binding the villains in this tape to indicate capture to win. Villains can win by capturing the heroes or letting a timer set on you run out. Now that that's said, let's draw lots. Team A, Midoriya. Team B, Uraraka and Hato. Team C, Yaoyorozu and Ida. Team D, Bakugo and Todoroki. Team E, Aoyama and Ishido. Team F, Sato and Koda. Team G, Kaminari and Jiro. Team H, Azui and Tokoyami. Team I, Ojiro and Hagakure. Team J, Shiro and Kirishima. Now that lots are cast, the first team to go up will be All Might grabs 2 separate balls with letters on them. Team E that will be the heroes and Team A that will be the villain. Villain team has 5 minutes to prepare before the hero team enters. Good luck. I begin heading into the building to find the bomb. Asterisk sniff. Asterisk sniff. Paper mache. Kinda figured. I grab the bomb to put it in a top area before running down to shut off the lights. Now let's see how you girls like playing with a kitty with the lights off. After the 5 minutes Katsumi POV. 5 minutes are up, hero team can enter. All Might gives us the go with the 2 of us walking in. Right when we do, Icy Hot freezes the whole building with me just barely able to avoid getting my feet frozen to the ground. You could give a little warning next time. You almost froze my feet to the ground, Icy Hot bitch. My apologies, but now we should be able to find the weapon without the threat of Midoriya. Asterisk snort. You don't know Deku like I know him. He'll break through your ice and make it a disadvantage for us. Shit, it's cold. We start to walk around before hearing a pitter-patter of feet around us. What was that? Deku. But how did he manage to avoid having his feet frozen? I don't know, maybe he broke the ice. We keep walking until Icy Hot looks over to a corner. What's a cat doing here? Cat. I look over to see her petting a green cat before it hit me. Get back, that's not a cat. She looks over to me before the cat latches on her face and starts clawing her. Get it off. Get it off. The cat jumps down to begin to laugh. Mrahahaha. You thought I was just a cat, but I'm actually Izuku in my lovable cat form. Deku starts standing on 2 legs with us looking at him confused. So you could change into a cat? That's right, Todoroki. She immediately sends off a barrage of ice for Deku to dodge and get into her costume. Can we count this as we're close now? I try to sock him with only hitting Icy Hot instead. Deku jumps over to me and starts wiggling his way into my costume now. Knock knock. Deku starts coming out of the back of my shirt before going down to pop up by my stomach. You're definitely more toned than before. Before grabbing him, he gets into my costume again to pop out of the opening in my chest to look me in the face. How about a little kiss? I punch myself in the face trying to get him before popping up again in the back of my pants. How did I get here? I punch him again to only hit myself and for him to pop up in the front part of my pants. You should really reconsider your choice of underwear when at school. Once again, I fail to punch him and get myself. Now it's time to say what the witch doctor said to me. He immediately starts going down and popping up everywhere he was while singing. Oh-ee-I-oh-ah ting-tang, walla walla bing bang. Oh-ee-I-oh-ah ting-tang walla walla bing bang. He finishes with headbutting me in the face to have me fall to the ground. How are we losing to a cat? It's Deku genius. He's smart enough to kick ass like it's nothing. Enough with the games, Deku. Fight me like a man instead of the little pussy that you're acting like. You want me to fight you like a man, huh? Very well. He starts transforming into his human form before we both see one thing to make us both get knocked out by a nosebleed. Izuku POV. That was easier than I thought. I don't think they're getting up anytime soon, All Might. Villain team wins. Also, you may want to put some pants on young Midoriya. Your classmates here aren't faring well with what they see. I look down to realize my clothes are off my body with me practically streaking. Hee hee, whoops. Guess that explains the knockout by nosebleed. I start to laugh a bit before going to the corner to find my costume. Once in the viewing room, I notice most of the girls have their noses clogged with some traces of blood on them. Did I really cause that much of a scene? Midoriya, I didn't know you could shapeshift. That's so cool. Hato runs up to me with a smile from ear to ear. Ah, thanks, but it isn't anything special. I can only turn into a cat. An adorable cat though. Kachin states this while regaining consciousness with Todoroki, who watches me with a red blush. That was a shock when you were in the nude though. Guess I need a little more work on that. We continued on tie the matches with everyone doing rather well. After class. Good, no major injuries for the first lesson. That's always a good sign. Now if you'll excuse me, I must be off. All Might leaves us with everyone confused at what just happened. Well, guess that's all for our lesson. Kachin, Ochako, you wanna hit up the town to see what they've got for a nice home-cooked meal? Oh fuck yeah, definitely, can I come too? I look over to see Hato wrap her arms around me with my head placed in her chest. Sure, the more the merrier. We head to the changing room before making our way to the dorms to change into some normal clothes. The rest of the day consisted of a pleasant walk in town with a nice home-cooked meal after. It kinda made me feel like I had a family again. Meanwhile in a bar third-person POV. So he's a teacher now? It would appear so. Two people look at a newsletter saying All Might was teaching with a third smirking knowing what will come in the near future. Just remember Shigaraki Naya. If we find my brother, I get the liberty to do whatever I please to him Naya. Yeah. What's your brother's name anyway? The third person who had appeared as a woman with cat ears and tail smirks at the man called Shigaraki. Right now, he goes by the name of Izuku Midoriya Naya, Izuku POV. Today started off rather normal for me, Ochako, and Kachin for a Saturday. Meow track. We began with a normal weekend run with it being around the campus early this morning. The only difference this round was that Nijire wanted to join us. As I neared the entrance of 1A's dorms, I stopped at the front to chant in my victory. Meow. Following behind me was Kachin, Ochako, and Nijire in that order with them out of breath. Geez Deku, how the fuck do you have this much energy so early in the morning? Kachin starts asking this while panting with Ochako and Nijire falling to the ground. Guess I'm just that energetic? Deku, give me some of that excess energy you have. It isn't fair. Ochako starts shouting this in frustration while on the ground. Is this a norm for you three? Pretty much. We all answer with me grabbing Ochako and Nijire to sling them on my back. As we entered the common space, we were met by Ashido drinking some orange juice. You three look like you just fought a war, more like fought to keep up with a cat. I smile at this while Ashido snorts laughing before taking a sip of her juice. So any plans for you four? We're going out on the town today. I wanted to check out a few stores and Deku owes us a complimentary prize for today's run. Complimentary prize? They were getting more and more frustrated when they could barely keep up with me. So I offered Kachin and Ochako some time back that whenever we would do a run like this one, the winner would treat the others to a date. Her eyes widened at this remark and nearly jumped out of her seat. Can I come too? I looked over to Kachin and then up to Ochako and Nijire who nodded. Sure, we were gonna change and head out in an hour or so. Awesome, this'll be so much fun. Just remember to clean yourself before we leave Deku. What do you think I'm doing right now? Kachin and Ashido look over to Nijire and Ochako getting off the couch with me in my cat form licking myself. Tomorrow you're getting a bath furball. I dare you to try it Explosion Woman. About an hour and a half later. Once we were all ready, we began heading into town. So where do you all want to go first? Nijire looks over to a store to point in happiness. Let's look in here. As we head in, we see a bunch of women's clothes and things with me feeling a little out of place. Oh, I like this one. Ashido starts holding up a black shirt that says pink on it in pink glitter. The shirt really suited her style with there being holes where the shoulders would be in it. Not bad raccoon eyes. Does suit you? Katsumi, why don't you call Ashido by her real name instead of some weird nickname? I'll call her by her name when Deku starts railing her, which I may do soon if today goes well. I begin to go red with Kachin smirking. You know what, I like you Pinky. Ashido right? You can call me Mina if you want. The two began to shake each other's hands with me feeling a little scared for what will happen in the near future with me. As a few minutes pass I feel a tap on my shoulder. PST, Deku. I come out of my daze when Ochako pulls me over to the changing room. What's up? I need your help. She pulls me into a room with Nijire a little down on herself sitting down. What's the matter? Nijire looks at me with a bit of red on her face. I kneel down to eye level with her. Nijire, are you okay? Why yeah, it's just, I can't wear most of these clothes. And why's that? She starts lifting her shirt up with me immediately turning away. Sorry. It's okay, look, I do as she says and see scars covering her torso. I have more on my back. What happened? I had a rather abusive father. When my mom died at the age of 6, he kinda took his anger out on me. I've had that happen for about 6 years until two guys that were doing an internship found me. They're third years in UA now and support me a lot. They've done so much for me and I'm grateful for that. But I'm always haunted by these scars no matter how well off I'm doing. To be honest, most of the clothes here show off skin where the scars are, so wearing them is kinda out of the question. She started to hold tears in her eyes as she smiled at me. Sorry if you're a little grossed out by these. In that moment, I hold Nijire's head to my chest with my chin resting on the top. Midori, call me Izuku. We stay in that position for a minute before I answer. We all have something we want to leave in the past Nijire, but we can't fully keep it behind us sometimes. I know the pain of carrying a burden like yours through personal experience. but our scars prove to us that what happened to us happened. We may never be rid of the nightmares they leave behind, but we can look at how we are now and back then to say we had this happen to us, but we're better than we were now. Nijire hears these words to silently sob in my chest. Thank you for accepting me as who I am. I begin to pet her head until reality hits me. See, can you put your shirt back on though? I feel weird being in a room with a shirtless pretty girl in front of me. She realizes this and immediately turns red. Sorry. Nijire puts her shirt back on for us to go pick out something nice for her that covers most of her torso. How about this one? I hold up a white dress with blue lines near the hem that has a small opening near the center of her chest. It may not cover everything, but your natural look should distract people with no issue. He's right, Nijire, you'd look beautiful in this. Ochako agrees with me for Nijire to accept this to go try it on. While inside, Kacchan and Ashido walk over with a few clothes they wanted to buy. So what did Nijire get? A dress Deku picked out for her. Heh, lucky girl. Kacchan starts smirking with Nijire coming out to show the dress off. Does it look okay? I could only stare and hold a red tint on my face as my tail goes a mile a minute. Mro? Nijire and Ashido looked at me confused with Ochako and Kacchan smirking. He likes it. That meow says it. I cover my mouth with everyone laughing at my act. After we paid for our clothes, we decided to get some lunch at a cafe. While inside, we began to talk about some funny stories, with it going to the one about the one guy in middle school bringing catnip in for me. So when Deku took a deep breath of it in, he began to act like a fucking crackhead and roll around on the ground in ecstasy. He even made a comment about making lots of babies with me and Katsumi. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I hold my head down in shame, not wanting to hear anymore. The funniest part of that though would be him clawing the podium up front and threatening to kick the crap out of all the extras who wanted to fuck me and Ochako. They kept laughing until I felt a poke from someone. Been a while, hasn't it, Midoriya? I look up to notice Sona with 3 girls by her. One with red hair, one with black in a ponytail, and another with black but wearing glasses. Sona, how are things? They've been well. She starts to smile at me before Ashido starts grabbing my head. So is she your girlfriend as well, Mito? Both mine and Sona's faces go red when she says this. It's not like that. We're just good friends. Why yes, I didn't know you had a boyfriend, Sona. She starts to produce steam out of her head as the redhead says this. So who is she, Izuku? Sorry for the late introductions, you two. This is Sona Sidori, a friend of ours. Sona, this is Mina Ashido and Nijire Hado of our class. It's nice to meet you both. Sona bows with her face still rather red. So who are your friends here? My apologies. This is Rias Gremory and her friend Akino Himejima, along with the vice president of Kuo Academy Tsubaki Shinra. Gremory, where have I heard that name before? Oh crap. So you're the infamous Izuku Midoriya my childhood friend can't stop talking about. It's very nice to finally meet you. Gremory starts to smile at me while all I can do is shake in fear. Oh crap. She's the next head of the Gremory house in the demon realm. I'm dead. Nobody is more dead than me right now. I'm so dead. I'm so SOO to dash. This was a coincidence. Don't worry about my friend and our queens. We're not here to hurt you, so relax. Sona whispers this in my ear to keep me from panicking that 2 next heads of devil houses are in the same area. Would you like to sit with us? Thank you. Sona and everyone start sitting with the tension still very thick. So how did you two meet? I kinda saved Sona from a villain attack. I began to laugh awkwardly as I answer Nijire's question. Oh yeah, I remember that incident. You beat a villain of sludge while shouting time to put the ow back in Miauta. Ashido starts laughing at this with the tension still intense. Attention everyone. We'll now be doing open mic for anyone that wants to sing. Do we have any volunteers? Kacchan immediately puts my hand up as a way to answer. He wants to. Kacchan, relax, you can sing like crazy furball. Also, you can earn some good points with Sona and maybe one of her friends. She says this with Sona looking at me intrigued. I actually would enjoy hearing this. I take a sigh before getting out of the booth to make my way to the stage. I ask the guy if I can borrow a guitar with him agreeing. So, this song kinda makes me look at my life a bit. Hope you like it. I began to strum as I imagined my life in my head. As I was singing, some people started to sing along with me. My rage for what Kuroka did to me and Shirone boiled in this with the hope that one day I can make right for my little sister to stop her myself even at the cost of my life. But when I looked at the girls at the table, I realized that I can't do that. If I do, I'll hurt some of the people that make me happy to no end. As I finished, I glanced at everyone to see their eyes wide at my singing. I only bowed as I returned to my seat with everyone in the cafe clapping. Flame Fist Ace. I'm actually a huge fan of One Piece myself, Midoriya. The girl with the ponytail that was called Himejima smiled as I laughed at it. Thanks, I'm a fan myself. Nijire was the next to break the silence as she understood the confines of what I was singing. I guess scars can be more than just an external thing. She puts her hand on her chest feeling where her scars are to understand a bit. Mito, what was that song supposed to mean? I looked down a little before answering. Sometimes, you do things you regret that are irreversible. No matter how much good you do, that one bad thing will still haunt you for the rest of your life. The table was silent until Kachin hugged me. That doesn't mean the good you do doesn't exist though, Deku. I'm alive today because of that good. Everyone looks at her confused until she starts. It happened almost 10 years ago. Flashback 10 years ago, Katsumi POV. Alright class, today we have a new student. We all looked up front to see a small green-haired boy with cat ears and a tail looking down. Would you like to introduce yourself? He stayed quiet while the teacher knelt down to him. Sweetie, why don't you speak a little about yourself? He stayed quiet even then. The teacher finally gave up and got up to speak. This is Izuku Midoriya, everyone. He's a little shy, so please don't crowd him so much. Why don't you sit over there next to Katsumi? He spoke nothing, but walked over to me. Hey, my name's Katsumi Bakugo. I smiled at him to get nothing. So, you're Aunt Inko's kid? I heard from my mom that she adopted someone. He still didn't speak. I gave up and went back to focusing on the teacher. Okay, this kid is weird as hell. Once recess came, we all rushed out with Midoriya staying in his seat. Hey, let's go. We don't get recess for long. He didn't respond to me and just walked out of the room. What the hell is this kid's problem? Once I was outside, I began to play with a few kids to only noticing Midoriya sitting in a corner curled up in a ball. Yo, you wanna play Midoriya? He didn't answer me with one of the kids coming up to me. Forget him, Bakugo, he isn't budging. I blew it off and went back to playing with some of the kids. Once we were called in to have our parents pick us up, I noticed Mom was there with both mine and Midoriya's stuff. Hey Katsumi, did you see a kid with green hair and cat ears and a tail anywhere? Inko asked me to pick him up since she's running a little late. I headed to the playground to see some kids kicking Midoriya. What's your issue? Say something. What's wrong? Does one of your own kind have your tongue? I bet he can't speak. They kept kicking him with Midoriya just staying there accepting the beating. Oi, knock it off you punks. I come charging in with explosions going off in my hands. They start panicking and running away like wimps. That'll learn em. I look over to see Midoriya bloodied with still no emotion. Why didn't you defend yourself? He didn't speak up with me getting more annoyed now. In my rage, I grab his shirt collar to shout at him. Why did you let them do that to you? You gotta stand up for yourself. I deserve it. These words confused me since they were the first words all day that came out of his mouth. What are you, a Deku or something? I deserve to be called that too. He began to cry with it completely confusing me. Before I could speak, my mom punches me in the head to make me drop him. What the hell do you think you're doing? It wasn't me, it was these three punks that did this. I don't care, we're going home now. We began to walk out of the school with Mom holding both our hands. While walking through a crosswalk, we heard a car coming down the road fast. It was only when we were in the middle that we see the car charge down the road at us. My mom pulled us as fast as she could out of the way for me to fall midway. Katsumi. In that moment, everything went slow. I saw the car right in front of me moving to hit me with tears coming down my face. I'm gonna die right now, aren't I? I closed my eyes ready for what will happen next. I instantly heard a crash, but felt no pain. Am I dead? I opened my eyes to see Midoriya in front of me punching the car hard enough to destroy the front half. No way. My eyes widened as my mother came running to me. She was panicking and hugging me in fear, saying how sorry she was. I only saw Midoriya's face though in some kind of pain as tears fell down him. I'm sorry. These were words he said under his breath as this moment played out. Once the cops came to question and make sure we were okay, we went to drop Midoriya off with the walk being silent. Thank you for picking him up, Mitsuki. No worries. We may not all be here if it wasn't for him, to be honest. Mom talked to Aunt Inko for a few minutes with Midoriya walking inside to sit on the couch. I followed him to see him in his emotionless state again. I began to speak to him calmly, knowing something is up with him. Thanks for the save. I might be a pancake right now if it wasn't for you. He stayed quiet with no intention of saying something. Sigh. I don't know what happened to you to make you think you deserve to be beaten or believe you're a Deku, but you're the reason that car didn't hurt me today, so maybe you're the Deku that's my guardian angel or something? No, I'm no guardian angel. I'm no better than a monster. Then a monster saved me today. I began to kiss his cheek to get his attention finally. If you want to be called Deku, then you're the Deku that saved me, and I'm not letting you live that down. He kept his head down to only smile a little under for me to kinda see it. There we go, back to present. And well, we kinda became good friends after that. Everyone looked at me amazed. So Midoriya helped you when you two were kids? I nodded at Nijire with Mina smiling from ear to ear. You two are so adorable. It's like a real case of knight in shining armor. Yeah, I guess it is. Kachin helped me out of something I was dealing with back then. To me, she's the one that saved me instead of the other way around. Deku smiled at me with that goofy smile he always wears when he's happy. It's also because of her that I can live a happy life with you all. TCH, I didn't anything. I was trying to play it cool, but on the inside I was happy for Deku. So Katsumi told me about your little harem thing, Izuku. Anyway, I can join the fun? Sure. Mina starts hugging Deku with kissing his lips in excitement. The act makes Deku go completely red with her laughing at his innocence. Oh my, you're such a ladies' man, Midoriya. Kinda makes me want to join their fun as well. The weird chick with the ponytail starts saying this with me starting to get some ideas rolling with her. I can give you his number if you want. Kachin. What? It's just a suggestion. Sona POV. Once the 5 of them leave, I glance over to Rias to explain to her the real reason I wanted to talk to her. That was your Rook's older brother? You're serious? Very. There was a silence before I continued. Midoriya did nothing wrong that day. It isn't right that he is hunted for something his older sister did. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. We think on this a second before Himejima speaks up. What if we put him as a protector of a territory? The problem of him being hunted wouldn't be an issue, and we can keep him watched over in technicality. At that moment, an idea comes into my head. If we have him working under one of our houses, we may be able to save him. That could work. I will say this though, Kaneko feels absolutely guilty thinking she was responsible for her brother to run and die to her mind. I think on this as I reply. I think Midoriya feels the same. President, why go so far for this man? It is unlike you to put such unnecessary effort forth. I think on Tsubaki's question before replying. I don't know. I feel as if I want to make him something more to me. Whether this is just respect or something else is still uncertain. Rias begins to smile at me before answering. You might be in love, Sona. I immediately have my glasses fog up before denying it. But in my mind, this thought was something special. Is this love? I can't say I felt such an emotion to tell the difference. Mina POV. I start to wake up to the sound of people yelling and what sounded like things breaking downstairs. Common people, it's Sunday. Why can't I just be lazy? I look at my clock to see it's 11:30 and start to laugh a little. Guess I did almost sleep half the day away. I began to get up since I was already up and wasn't going back to sleep anytime soon. Once I opened the door though, Mito ran in and hid under my bed. The heck is going on? You gotta hide me, Ashido. The class is trying to bathe me. Why is he that a problem? I began to scratch the inside of my shirt before Ochako and Katsumi came to my door. Mina, you wouldn't have seen Deku around here by any chance? Sorry, but no. What's going on by the way? We're trying time bathe Deku and he keeps fucking running. Why is she shouting in my ear? So why are you both trying to? Cause Deku won't do it himself. Me and Katsumi kinda made it our goal to do it ourselves when we were in our 3rd year of middle school after we kinda saw each other naked already and, you know, I wanted to tease Ochako about having a lust-filled night with a cat, but I knew Mito would come out at that. Well then, I'll leave you both to that. I'm gonna get some more sleep. Thank you and sorry for waking you, Mina. You can run, but you can't hide, you fur ball of cuteness. They run up the stairs for me to shut the door behind me. They're gone now. That's a relief. Mito starts walking out in his cat form with me getting a nosebleed from the cuteness. Oh my god, you are so adorable. Thanks, I get that a lot. He starts changing back into his human form with me looking away to avoid seeing something that may make me lose my reasoning. Avoid staring. Avoid staring. Avoid staring. Once he finishes changing back into his clothes, I glance over to see him smiling at me. Thank you. No problem. He began to open the window before I grabbed him. Do you mind if we just hang out together for a little? He begins to smile at me again before replying. Sure, I would like that. 1 hour later, Izuku POV. For about an hour after I came running into her room, me and Ashido have just been talking about random things. We initially began with who our favorite heroes were, then found our way to talking about our classmates. Eventually, we got to some funny stories about me, Ochako, and Kachin that made both of us laugh our butts off. So how did you and Katsumi meet, Ochako? Now that's a nice story. You see, Ochako came into the class due to her parents moving into the town for work. Right off the bat she was nervous. Things didn't become easier when nobody would open up to her. At the end of school, I went up with Kachin to talk to her and noticed these 3 guys cornering her trying to get her number, with Kachin getting angry that they ganged up on a girl. Oh, bad move with her there, very. Things got worse when they tried to throw a punch at her when I was walking over. I began to smile like a demon while remembering it. Those fools thought it was funny to lay a hand on one of my women. I figured a few broken bones out of the skin would prove enough of a point for first-time offenders. Kihihi. Mito. Dial it back please. I come out of my evil state with Ashido a little scared. So, what happened after? I came over to her and said for her to hang out with me and Kachin. Nobody really messed with us unless they had a death wish or something, so she'd be fine. While walking home, we realized we lived within walking distance of each other and began to hang out together more often. It was a nice coincidence that turned into a lovely relationship after. Ashido smiled at me before hugging me. You are one of the nicest people I could ever meet, Mito. Thanks, but maybe you can call me Izuku instead? I say this with a blush for her to smile at me. Okay, but you gotta call me Mina. Sure. As we sat there, Mina started to look at her skin a bit. You know, maybe I would be happy like Katsumi and Ochako if I was with you three back then. She began to frown at this to make me worried for her. Did something happen in your past, Mina? Yeah, some jerks just made fun of me because of my body being weird. I normally shrug it off when it's said, but that doesn't make the words completely go away. I begin to reach for the hand to hold onto it before she looks at me. I know the feeling of being different, so I can understand that. But your difference makes you cute as a button. What makes my difference and yours the same? Let's just say, without going into depth, I know the feeling of being an outcast for something I had nothing to do with myself. I've plastered the name of Deku on me for a reason of what happened when I was 5. You mean the car incident? I shake my head no. Something else. Mina starts to get agitated before nibbling on my ear. Nya, what are you doing? Getting you out of your slump, Mr. Emo Kitty. What type of cheering up speech turns into the person who is trying to make someone chipper turn into a sad stump? I look at her in the eyes to know she's a little worried about me. I don't know what happened with you, but it's okay now. You have people that love you. Katsumi, Ochako, Nijire, that Sidori girl from what I can tell, and me. She begins to move her lips to mine to press them together. We start to share a tender kiss for a few seconds before she releases us. Why, you know, Katsumi told me about your little relationship with her and Ochako. I might kinda want to try that. She starts saying this with a blush before grabbing my pants. Hey, are you sure? Yeah. I might be a little happier if you do. Izuku POV. As we laid in Mina's bed, I felt peace wash over me with the feel of her hugging me tightly. Hey Izuku. Yeah. I wanted to ask you, but why did you choose that song yesterday? I start to look up to the ceiling before answering. I have 2 sisters. One is an older by 10 years, and a younger twin. My older sister did something terrible when I was 5 to make me do something inexcusable to my little sister. Now, I'm trying to become the hero I should have been as a way to repent for what I should have done years ago. She looked at me with worrisome eyes before answering. You were 5 though, there's no way you could have done anything. I know, but that doesn't mean my sin isn't there. Asterisk sniffle. The sin I bear will follow me to the day I die. And no matter how much right I do, it'll never change the wrong I did. I began to feel Mina pull my head into her chest at this moment. I don't know about your younger sister enough to tell if this is true or not, but I know I would be happy if whatever you did made you want to become a great hero to better yourself if I was her. I hold her a little tightly as tears ran down my face. If only you knew, Mina. Once a minute passed, Mina began to reach for her phone to text someone. So how long are we gonna stay like this? A little while. Why? In that moment, Kachin and Ochako come busting through the door with rope. We got you now, you little bastard. I glance at Mina to see her smiling at me. You little weasel, we both gotta bathe now, so it shouldn't be that bad. Ochako comes over to tap both of us to have us weightless with Kachin grabbing us and bringing us to the bath with the rope. Nice work, Mina. Now after the bath, we can have some tasty foursome action. Geez, Kachin. I feel like you're dying of thirst when you get into your moods. Meanwhile, Sona POV. Once everyone was together in my house, I began our meeting. Tomorrow we will head to UA to meet with someone along with my sister after school. Wait, you mean the most prestigious hero school UA? Saji asks this amazed while I reply. Correct? Everyone began to be a bit confused before I answer. All will be revealed when we meet who we are. I promise, Midoriya, I will help you. So please accept my help. A few hours later, Izuku POV. After the dreaded bath and a vicious round of sex with everyone that happened after, Ms. Midnight had asked us all to come downstairs into the common room. While together, we meet a girl with fawn-colored hair smiling. Everyone, this is Kami Atsushimi. She will be your new classmate taking my Netta's spot moving forward. What's up? Totes awesome to be rockin' it with you all. She immediately sees me to run over to have me get a good look at her asterisk ahem. Assets. OMG, you're a cat. That's totes adorable, fam. Thanks. I guess. She starts leaning over to feel down my torso a bit. Okay, red flag. Red flag. She finds her way to my tail to make me shiver up and down. Whoa, you're like so sensitive on your tail. Kinda cute. She starts going back over to Ms. Midnight, who is looking at me rather seductively. In an effort to avoid any more unwanted attention, I hide behind Kachin and Todoroki, with the latter being rather flushed with embarrassment. I'm so looking forward to being your classmate. Like, treat me well. She smiled with the smell of a sex demon coming off of her. And I thought Kachin was thirsty. This chick may be more lewd than her. Izuku POV. Today started as any normal day before class. Everyone was getting ready with Atsushimi taking her seat behind me. So, you and like 4 of the girls in this class are in a relationship? Totes boo magnet man! Exclamation point. I was not really paying attention due to some weird feeling I've been having all morning. I couldn't tell what it was, but it felt like every fiber of my being was telling me to run. I probably shouldn't have eaten that old tuna can like Nijire said. I thought it was still good. That's the last time I eat stuff that expires the next day. Oi, Deku, can you answer the slang bitch so she stops rambling about our dirty secrets and hitting the mark? Wait, what? I come out of my thoughts to Kachin chopping my head and Utsushimi next to us. What's wrong? You're normally not this to yourself. It's nothing, Kachin. Just me overthinking something. Okay, just know I'm here if you want to talk about it. Same with Ochako, Nijire, and Mina if it means anything. I smile and shrug off the feeling to reassure Kachin. She doesn't really drop it, but accepts that it's not best to dive into it. Okay everyone, today we need to do a few important things before class. Everyone stops dead in their tracks when Ms. Midnight says this. Calm down, it's nothing like the first day. We just have to pick out a class rep and vice rep, thank goodness, it's just normal school stuff. Everyone answers with this before they start shouting with cheer to be class rep. I want to be class rep. Me, pick me. What we need is someone manly like me. Everyone kept doing this until Ida spoke up. I suggest that we need a vote system to which we choose out of majority. That actually sounds like it could work. I speak up to this with everyone looking at me. Think of it this way, we don't really know each other much to make any solid impressions other than what we basically know. If we do a voting election, anyone that has the majority votes will have stood out enough to lead our class. First will be rep, and second will be vice rep. Sound fair enough? The room stayed silent until Kirishima spoke up. When you put it that way, that sounds awesome, man. Everyone agreed with Ms. Midnight passing around small sheets of paper for us to write who should be class rep on it. Once the tallies were done, I was the class rep with 7 votes with Yaoyorozu being vice rep tie 2. How did I get 7 votes? I didn't even vote for myself. I start to see Ochako, Nijire, Mina, and Kachin look away with a whistle like they were ignorant. Figures, I look to my side to see Yaoyorozu whistling as well. The hell? Now that we have our rep and vice rep picked, let's begin class. At lunch, I began to sit at a table consisting of everyone that voted for me with a few extra. Okay, so you 4 count for most, Yaoyorozu counts for the 5th, who else voted for me? To make matters clear, Midoriya, I was one of the 7. Ida speaks up with a bit of a smile at me. You have fought and risked your life several times without hesitation since the incident at the entrance exams. You were also able to hold your own against 2 of the strongest students in our class. How could I not? Yeah man, the way you were able to take out both Bakugo and Todoroki in a cat form was so manly. Kirishima started to wrap me in a chokehold with a smile. I looked around to see everyone smiling back at me to feel happy. It made me feel like I belonged with them. After lunch, we all headed back to the class with something catching my eye. Oh, a red dot. I try to catch it for it to always evade me. Get back here, you little thing. Is it this easy to beat this guy, or is this weird? I look over to see Utsushimi with a pen that's making a light. Oh, that's what that was. Sorry. Everyone started to laugh at the fact I could get so distracted by just a red dot on the floor before we sit down for Ms. Midnight to come in. Today for hero training, we will be going to the USJ. I won't force you to wear your costumes, but you can if you wish. She presses a button for our costumes to come out. Once you're changed, meet me outside for a joint training session with Class BU Greenhorns. She says the last part in a disturbingly sexual way to a point I was a little scared. Once we changed and were by the buses, Kendo of Class B came over to start hugging me. Ah, I get to see my favorite kitty again. Yes I do. She keeps snuggling me until a woman with silver hair comes over. And who do we have here? My, what an adorable little cat boy we have. Oh, hello. My name is Izuku Midoriya, the class rep of 1A Miss Psycho Intelli. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Midoriya. She seemed rather calm and collective compared to the former Class B student with a rather refined air around her with confidence as it smelled. She seems like a nice girl. Oh yeah, any chance I can ask you both to hand these out to your class? I open my robe a bit to pull out 40 small bottles to hand 20 to them. What are these? Let's just say, something's weighing my mind down to hold these just in case. They didn't bother to ask any farther and did as I asked, knowing it was just to calm my mind. We began to board the bus with all of us sitting down for Kirishima and Azui to be beside me. Kirishima, can you take one of these and pass them down so everyone has one? Sure buddy, but what is it? He opens it to smell nothing from it. Water. It's holy water. Just humor me. He shrugs it off and does what I tell him, thinking I have a screw loose or something. Midoriya, why do you have holy water on you? You don't seem the religious type. Well, Azui, call me Tsu. I start to correct myself before answering. Well, Tsu, it kinda has something to do with my power. You mean your quirk? Oh yeah, what exactly is it, Midoribro? Gotta have something to do with cats, right? I try and think of something believable besides I'm a Nekomata and I have powers to rival angel and devil factions to answer Kirishima. It's called Nico. I have powers similar to Legends of the Yokai called a Nekomata. So I have cat features, immense power to use long and short distance, and can heal people. But due to some complications, I can't use the healing or long distance things because of something personal. Dude, that is so cool. I smile a bit before holding my face down in embarrassment. Kinda. The bus stops for Ms. Midnight to get up. We're here everyone, time to get off. Once we get off the bus, both our class and Class B merge to the front of the giant building for 13 to greet us. Welcome UA students to the unforeseen simulation joint. Or as I like to call it, the USJ. We were silent until Ochako started shrieking in excitement. Woohoo! 13 is one of my all-time favorite heroes. She was so excited that I could almost see it coming off of Ochako from her joy. As this goes on, 13 explains to us that this place is to train us how to use our quirks in a helpful manner to which we can learn how to put them to rescue maneuvers. As an example, my quirk Black Hole has the ability to save lives. However, it can easily be used to take them just as well. That is why we train to avoid this. That is more true than anyone wants to believe. As they keep talking about today's class, something foul crept into the air to make my first stand on end. Cool, they even have fake villains here. Kirishima points at the center to show a bunch of people coming out of a portal with it turning into a man made of black mist after. Those aren't fake villains. They're the real deal. Hello UA, we are the League of Villains. We have come to kill All Might. In an instant, Mr. Aizawa jumps down to show a pair of goggles to indicate he was the underground hero Eraserhead. 13, Midnight, protect the kids. Knowing the situation is looking good, I turn to Ida. Ida, run to UA and tell them what's happening now. But what of all of you? We'll be fine, but we need backup right away. He understood enough to run to the door for the Mist Man to stand in front of us. Hello, we are the League of Villains. We have come to kill All Might, but it seems our information was wrong. Can you please tell us where he I jump him to grab a hold of a metal neck plate with my teeth. Ida uses my opening to run out. Wove, I bwitch shown, you move, I bite down. He complies before I feel something grab my robe to throw me into the students. Who the? I stop in my tracks when I see who it was. Been a long time Izuku Naya. I go pale when I see the one person I feared to ever see again. Kei Kuroka. In an instant, we were all separated by the man of black mist. I found myself falling down into water with Intelli and Kendo from Class B beside me. I immediately used 20% of OFA to grab them and maneuver them over to a boat to land on it back first with some force. TCH, everyone alright? They come out of their shock to nod before Tsu and Utsushimi come over to the boat. Where are we? My guess, still in the USJ. I can still smell that bitch Kuroka not that far away. I say the last part with some anger before Tsu pats my shoulder. Midoriya, who is that person and how do you know her? I clench my fist before answering. Kuroka, my older sister. She's also half the reason I haven't had a decent night's sleep in over 10 years. I walk over to start grabbing everyone to pick up. Excuse me for the sudden act, but we don't have time to waste here. I get a small running start before jumping over and making a small shockwave against the villains in the water to trap them. It's Judgment Day Kuroka. Now we're both gonna pay for what we did to Shirone one way or the other. Meanwhile Ochako POV. You idiot Naya. I was supposed to get my brother, not those wannabe villains Naya. I watch as the woman that we now know as Deku's sister Kuroka beats on the mist villain with anger. NNNGH. My apologies, but it just happened like that lady Kuroka. Asterisk kiss. You're lucky we need you to leave here, or I would just kill you right now Naya. She looks over to me and Mina with a look of death in her eyes. Whoever you are, stop now or... Kuroka doesn't even give 13 time to finish his warning before slashing through his back like it was nothing. 13. We try to run to him, but me and Mina are stopped with our necks grabbed by Kuroka. You both reek of my little brother. Tell me, have the both of you violated his purity? We could barely answer to make her angrier. Did either of you screw my little brother Izuku? I glare at her in anger before remembering the glass bottle. And what if we did? No matter what happens today, I'm not gonna stop till I carry Deku's adorable kittens to make a happy family with him. I quickly throw the bottle of holy water in her face to make her drop us from the pain. Mina, run. She does so while I try to do the same to only have it end with getting grabbed by the neck again. Congratulations whore, you just pissed off a Nekomata. She held me with anger to now make it so I couldn't breathe. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die here and now. Before I could pass out from lack of air though, she stopped for some reason. Izuku, you found your way back. She throws me to the ground to walk down the stairs. Congratulations slut, you just won yourself another day to live. But if I ever catch you again, I'll kill you. She leaves with the feel of her hands around my neck still there. Deku, I don't know where you are, but run. Izuku POV. Once we got to the shore, we noticed Mr. Aizawa being beaten to a bloody pulp by some monstrous beast. What is that thing? It's got Mr. Aizawa, we gotta help him. I don't think we'd be much help even if we intervened ribbit. I began to smell it to realize this thing was a mutation of several humans and some other races. I'm taking this thing down. Everyone looked at me while I started to walk over to it. Are you insane? That thing will rip you in two. Not if I do it first. The blue-haired guy covered in ceramic hands noticed me walk up to begin smiling. Well, isn't this adorable? A little brat trying to save a teacher. Nomu, kill the kid. The beast known as Nomu came at me as I charged my fists to 50% OFA. Come and get some. I began to charge at it to have both of us prepare to punch each other. But before we could, Kuroka comes out of nowhere to stop my fist and to place her nails to the center of the Nomu's neck. It truly has been too long, little brother Naya. In one strike, Kuroka attacks with Kasha to obliterate the Nomu's head. The rest of the body goes limp on the floor with all of us amazed at what we witnessed. Kuroka, we had a deal. And that deal meant that my brother was mine, Naya? Shigaraki sir, we need to leave now. The Black Mist villain states this to the hand villain with him violently scratching his neck. Fine. He's yours, but don't expect us to stick around for you. Kurojairi, let's go. The two leave with Kuroka not fazed by the act. Well, that was a little anticlimax. Smash. I send Kuroka sliding back a bit to have her attention on me. TCH. She feels her cheek to notice that it's burning. Rouge Devil or Normal Devil, Holy Silver works on you the same way. She starts to get mad before moving too fast for me to see and slamming me into the stairs. Too bad it won't work if you can't hit me, Naya. Oh, it'll hit you. I begin to look up to see Mina, Ochako, and Nijire and turn to see Kachin with Kirishima and Todoroki before taking a deep breath in. If I lose control, please forgive me. Nekomata level 2. I felt my second tail grow out with the feeling of anger swelling inside me. Third person POV. Izuku began to charge at Kuroka with his speed now parallel to hers. To avoid the damage from his holy bracers, Kuroka kept all her attention on Izuku and began to channel Tuki in herself to increase the gap between them. This did little as Izuku began to increase his speed with OFA. Once a fist landed, Kuroka was sent flying into the ground to create a massive burst of smoke and air pressure. In a fit of anger, Kuroka grabbed Izuku's neck to throw him into the ceiling to have him fall. Not bad, Izuku, but not good enough to beat your big sister Naya. Izuku regains his self to have Kuroka charge at him with her claws ready to pierce him. To avoid this, he produced wind pressure with OFA and created a few wheels of Kasha for them to be easily evaded. Once back on the ground, Izuku and Kuroka began a brutal fist-to-claw brawl. While this went on, everyone watched in amazement as the normally timid and kind-hearted Midoriya was in a fight to the death with someone that some knew were his own sister. Only two people knew, however, why they were fighting and knew the feelings inside their furry friend. As the brawl continued, cuts were showing up all over Izuku with blood coming off of him to show he was not evading all of the hits. However, Kuroka was not coming out unscathed either. The holy silver in Izuku's gloves were landing on her to make burns happen on her face. Once she attempted to strike him, she noticed Izuku created an after image of himself to be blindsided by him about to punch her with everything. This hit, if landed, would without a doubt kill her. But before Izuku could strike, visions of days before the incident were flooding his mind. He hesitated, and because of that, Kuroka punctured his rib cage with her hand for it to come out the other side. Izuku, everyone began to run to him as Kuroka just pulls her hand out of her brother's chest. He began to convulse on the floor with Katsumi being the first to arrive. Hang in there, buddy. We're gonna get you fixed up. She began to panic as blood was just pouring out of him. I can't stop the bleeding. Somebody do something. Her voice began to show panic as she started to lose him. Ochako and the others came running with whatever they could to close the wound. Seems we entered at a good time. Everyone looked over to see a magic circle come with a band of people. Midoriya. Sona began to run to her friend to see him starting to lose consciousness. Sigh. I hate seeing this scene, Naya. Kuroka walks over with many of Class A and be prepared to fight with tears in their eyes. Relax, I'm giving him this, Naya. She brings out a small bottle to show people. She passes it to Sona, in which she immediately opens and pours the confines in Izuku's mouth. Like magic, all his injuries vanished with Kuroka leaving. My work here is done, Naya. Kuroka. She turns to see Izuku clearly enraged. You think this is over? I'm gonna bring you down, you bitch. Shirone is dead. She's dead because of both of us. You betrayed your master and killed him in cold blood, making our lives a living hell. I abandoned her because I was too much of a coward to face you back then. I'm not gonna stop hunting you down until I kill you. Only then will Shirone's soul finally rest in peace. Izuku began to cry during this, letting all his anger out at Kuroka. She only chuckles at this before entering a small portal with these words said to Izuku. Shirone isn't dead, she's alive, Naya. In that moment, Kuroka leaves with Izuku losing consciousness with these words in his head. She's alive? Shirone's alive. Flashback age 4 Izuku POV. Izune, what's up, Shirone? Shirone looks at me with some unease before saying what she wants to. We'll always be together, right? Of course. You're my sister after all. It's my job to protect you until you don't need me anymore. She extends her pinky to me with determined eyes. Pinky promise? I extend mine to wrap around hers. Pinky promise, back to present. I begin to wake up with a splitting headache to the ceiling of the infirmary. Where? What happened? Good to see you're finally up. I look to my side to see a woman that looked just like Citri, but with longer hair and slightly older. How did I end up here? I think for a second before I shoot out of the bed. Kuroka, where is? She left after giving you a phoenix tear. She's gone again? I start to feel frustrated at myself for not being able to do what I needed when it mattered. Here, one of your friends said this would calm your nerves. The woman passes me a cup of warm milk. Thank you. Late introductions, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I take a sip of the milk before the woman tells me her name. I'm Seraphal Leviathan, PFFFFTTT. I spit the milk out of my mouth when she says this. And here I thought Nekomata liked milk? LLLLL Leviathan. That's right. She smiles at me with fear welling inside me. Well, it was nice meeting you, but I gotta go. No, you don't. She stares at me with a smile that emanated a death aura. I'm so dead. Izuku, second born of the Nekomata trio. Your sister Kuroka truly did a bit of damage on both the demon realm's reputation and you in general. I start to shake in fear at this before answering. Are you gonna kill me? Gee, I haven't thought that far ahead. She puts a finger to her cheek while making a pondering face. Technically speaking, this territory is now owned by my little sister Sona. The call should be hers, but I could bring you down to the demon realm to sit you in front of the devil monarchy and get the authorization to do it myself. My small shake turned into a large violent one before she sighs. But you did nothing. Worst thing that they can say is that you'll become like your sister. Though you and I both know you don't want and will not let yourself be like her. So now comes the thought of what to do with you. I look down at my hands before asking questions. Where's the rest of my class and Class B? In a room being told by Sona what might happen to you. If need be, they'll have their memories wiped of you to make it easier to pull you out of existence. Did anyone get hurt? The worst was the teachers who were healed thanks to me. Now, why don't we talk about your past and see if there's any chance we can avoid your death? I look at Leviathan before saying anything. Can I please tell them who I am? If I die, I want them to know who I really was so they don't think it's just murder or something worse. It seems fair enough. We begin to get up to head to the room everyone is in. Once we're at the door, Leviathan opens it to show the teachers at the USJ and others with the students look at us. Sona, Izuku would like to tell us his life story. Would you kindly pull a chair up? She does so to sit next to Ochako and Kachin who have heard this story to know how it goes. Asterisk inhales. It all started almost 12 years ago. Flashback to 12 years ago. I'm only going to be gone for a few hours Inko. I'll be back as soon as I can to pick up Izuku and Shirone. That's fine Kuroka, take your time, bye-bye Shirone. For as long as I could remember, it's always been me and my sisters. How about we go inside and watch some heroes that are on the TV? Yeah. Some time before we could remember, Kuroka had made a pact with the devil to become their bishop in exchange for a home with me and Shirone. During a contract, Kuroka met my adopted mother Inko. She was the wife of an office worker overseas that rarely came home. Due to that, she spent most of her time alone with no real children due to her husband not being around that often. I honestly thought she was like a mother to us since we never knew our real parents. Izune, look, it's all might. I am here. Asterisk laughter asterisk those days were probably the best of my life. The only things we had to worry about were the laughter and happiness of each other. I would never give up that happiness for anything. I was willing to give my everything for my family, even if it wasn't a complete one. Me and Shirone even made a promise that we'd always be together. Though this was a pact we made ourselves when we were 4, it meant something to me. It meant I had to keep Shirone safe with my life. At least, that's what I should have done. One night, we both woke up to the sound of something loud in our home. Shirone, we began to walk out of our room we shared with our sister to find her. When we did, I wish we didn't. Shirone, is that you? We found my sister over her master with blood dripping off her. He was dead under her in the most brutal way anyone could imagine. Kuroka began to look at us with those eyes. Eyes of blood, lust and death emanating from them. Both me and Shirone saw them and were fearful of our lives. Both of us were shaking with Kuroka holding 2 tails when she originally had 1. She began to stand up to look over to us. The fear crept inside my very being with me doing the most horrific thing I could do. Back to present. I came out of my story to hold back tears. What happened? Mina looked at me worried before I shouted in tears what I did. I ran and left Shirone alone. I left the person I swore to protect alone when we were both scared for our lives. Oh my god, how could I do that? I could barely hold it together as I just cried at the act. Once I regained some composure, Tsu was the next to speak. How did you get here though ribbit? Asterisk sniffle. I ran for days on end until I was in the human world alone. Reality sank in with what I did now to have me nearly lose it. The rain that day fell with it feeling like nature was trying to mask my tears. Having nowhere else to go, I went to the only place I could for help. Flashback 10 years ago. Asterisk knock. Knock. Who could that be? The door opened to the person that knew who I was and would be willing to help me. Inko. I practically ran into Inko's arms to cry into her. Izuku, what's wrong? Where's Kuroka and Shirone? I could barely talk to her. I kept saying that it's all my fault while crying with her confused as anything. Once she got me inside and dried off, I told her everything that happened, including the fact I left Shirone to fend for herself. Izuku, it isn't your fault. Yes it is. I am supposed to be her big brother, and I abandoned her when I should have stayed or helped her. What kind of monster am I? She began to hug me with tears down her face. It isn't your fault, Izuku. You didn't know or could do anything. You just reacted the best way you could. I could only remember crying all throughout that night with her holding me in sadness. Once I calmed down enough, I stopped crying to fall asleep. When a few days passed where I could understand the situation better, I came to a realization. I failed to be the person Shirone needed. Her blood's on my hands now. I began to clench my fist in anger at the scene. There's no turning back now. I need to make things right. Kuroka needs to be taken down and pay for what she did to us. And if I have to be the one to do it, then so be it. I'll take this sin I hold and bring her to a grave, even if I have to take myself with her, back to present. And well, the rest you know already. I hid for 10 years training to fight Kuroka and be a hero I should have been for Shirone. Now I've been found, and I may have to atone for Kuroka's crimes myself before her. Everyone looked at me with tears running down their eyes. Even the pros were saddened by this. Sniffle. I'm sorry, Izuku Midoriya. If there was another way, I would choose it for you. Everyone heard this and was about ready to fight Leviathan. She held her hand up to prevent them while speaking. I can't let you run around unsupervised after the whole Kuroka incident, but you shouldn't have to die. Which is why, Sona gets the last call in this for what we should do. Mustafar is her territory to begin with. Citri walks up to stare at me. Silence is known throughout the room before she speaks. As of this day, Midoriya, I will have you guard this area in my place. Any devil, angel, fallen angel, or otherwise that wishes to claim this area is yours to do with as you please. Of course I would wait, what did you say? Mustafar is under your protection. I can't protect all the territory by myself, so you are taking some of it while staying under my house's protection. She smiled at me with my mind going wild. Why help me? I care. Is that enough of a reason? I couldn't believe it. I was saved by the fact the head of the Citri family wanted to help me. Not a bad proposal, Sona, but I don't think higher-ups are gonna like the Nekomata holding territory just cause you say so. Then what do you suggest? Leviathan thinks on this with a light bulb in her brain going off. What if he's your fiancé? What? Both me and Citri answer in unison. Well, you seem to really like him and he seems to have many girlfriends as it is. So why don't we try and avoid human problems where he marries you and can have a harem life with everyone else without worry? Everyone was silent until I spoke up. I know I'm probably the last to say something, but isn't this a little too much? I mean, I respect Citri for what she's doing for me, but I think marriage is a little. I'm fine with it. We all turn to her who has the biggest red blush on her face. If it's Midoriya, I don't have an issue. We were silent until some guy in her devil house started shouting. "No, my dream is gone." He began crying tears with all of us confused as to why. Saji, please control yourself. Sniffle. Yes, President. Then it's settled. Sona will be engaged to Izuku with you both marrying when he turns 18. Now that that's settled, I'm off. Take care of my little sister now, Izuku, and make sure to make lots of happy memories with her. She stops right before leaving to look me square in the eye. And if you hurt her at all, I will end you myself if I have to, you little bastard. The aura she was giving off was strong enough to almost make me pee myself from fear. Bye. Silence filled the room with Mr. Aizawa speaking first. So devils and angels aren't bullshit? Me and Citri nod. And you're a high-class devil with him being a yokai called a Nekomata? We nod again with silence in the room. I am not sure what has happened, but I am relieved to know all the students are alright. Nizu walks over to the both of us to smile. Ms. Saito, or should I say Citri, I would like to ask you to live in the UA dorms as an assistant dorm keeper. This is obviously a cover-up, so you may live with your ahem. Fiancé with little problems? That would solve several problems with keeping track of Izuku. I guess it wouldn't hurt to try. Very well. Mr. Midoriya, I apologize for the uneasiness around you. It seems we learned much today, that the world is far larger than even we imagined. Nizu began to turn his head to everyone else. Now, as for living arrangements, Midoriya, Uraraka, and Bakugo will gain a larger room to accommodate Ms. Citri. I hope you all treat her well. You all are dismissed to return to the dorms. We all left with Citri grabbing me, Kachin, and Ochako to help her grab some of her belongings. Later that night, we all sat in the common room silent with Citri sitting next to me. The room was so quiet that a pin could drop on the top floor for us to hear. So many questions were on my mind right now, but one took priority over all. Citri, is Shirone alive? Everyone looked at me with worried expressions. I want to believe with all my heart that she is, but I don't know if I can trust Kuroka. She is. Your younger sister is a reborn rook in a devil house of high nobility. What house? The Gremory? I take a deep breath in before putting my head back. That's a relief. Wait, why is that a relief? Kaminari asks this confused before I explain. The Gremory house treats their servants like their own family. If she's with them, I have no worry for her safety. Asterisk silent laughter. All these years, she was alive. I thought my abandoning her gave her a death sentence. But in the end, I was the worse off of us. My laugh went silent before reality struck me. She probably despises me now. I begin to get up to head to the roof. Izuku, you owe. Mina tries to stop me, but is stopped by Kacchan and Ochako. Let him deal with this himself. This is something he needs to do alone. They all leave me to head up to the roof. Once there, I look at the moon and begin to do the one thing I could at a time like this. I sang. I began to think of everything that's happened to just keep singing. The fact all I believed was wrong was one thing. But when I was singing and asking for forgiveness, I saw Shirone looking at me with judgmental eyes. At that point, I just started crying and asking for her forgiveness. If only I would have known you were alive, I would have looked for you. Asterisk hic. I'm sorry, Shirone. Please forgive me. I spent the next hour up there sobbing into my knees with no end in sight. Momo POV. Me and some of the girls heard Midoriya sing after following him enough to make sure he was okay. This has to hurt for him, I know. I don't think I could live with myself if I did what he did to my sibling's ribbit. Deku. I wish we could do more. You aren't the only Ochako. To think, he's been holding this much guilt in him. Guess that smile was to hide pain. Maybe I can help some way. Perhaps I can help him get his mind off tomorrow. We have the day off, so maybe he wouldn't mind some time alone with me. I think about my thought before correcting myself. It's to help a classmate. It isn't for anything else. Right. Momo POV. I began to walk down to the common room to see a few of our classmates awake. Has anyone seen Midoriya this morning? He left a little while ago to train. Apparently, Citri said he doesn't have to worry about using his Nekomata powers anymore and can go all out with training. Kirishima states this while smiling in excitement. The guy was holding off his older sister with barely any understanding of his full strength and actually almost won. That's frickin' manly as hell. Thank you for the help. I began to exit to see bright flashes near the forest. I'm going to assume that he's over there, seeing what Midoriya is up to ribbit? Aha. I looked directly behind me to see Tsu with her straight face. Sorry about that. I didn't see you there. She stares at me with a face I couldn't get a read on before asking something. Did you want to help Midoriya by chance? Who told you? Just a hunch. You looked like you wanted to yesterday. I hold my head down in shame as she pats my head. Midoriya was holding so much guilt over his little sister's death that he never thought of the possibility she could be alive. I just thought I might be able to get his mind off of this. If not entirely, at least for a little bit to make him feel better. Tsu looks at me for a minute before answering. Guess we're in the same boat. I can understand his frustration being an older sibling myself, so I kinda want to help him. She smiles with me feeling a little better. Then why don't we head over there together to try and help him? I'd like that. We began walking over to where the bright flashes and the sound of trees falling was. Izuku POV. Kasha smash. Not bad Deku. That one went a distance? Thanks. Kacchan started to look at me a little worried with Ochako walking over to us. Do you want to talk about it? I'll manage. I kept my head down while Kacchan pats my shoulder. Why don't we take a break? You haven't used this much power for a long time. You're probably a little worn out. I stayed silent while Kacchan started to put my head in her chest. I know it's hard Deku, but being mopey doesn't help at all. I know. It's just. For years I believed Shirone was dead with no hope she survived. Now that I know she's alive, do I even have the right to be a hero? She turns my head to have my ear to her. Hear this heartbeat? This is the heartbeat of a girl you saved. If you didn't deserve to be a hero, this heartbeat would not exist anymore. I start to smile a bit before hugging Kacchan back. Thank you. Even Katsumi can be sweet when she wants to be. Ochako started to laugh before Kacchan made a retort. I'm just doing this cause Deku's all mopey. Don't think this will happen often. Also, not a word of me being soft to anyone. If it gets out, you're getting fucked in front of the entire class. Both of you, and just like that, the explosion thought is back. You know it, furball? We began to laugh before we started to hear people walking towards us. So this is where you three are hiding? Tsu states this while walking out of the woods with Yaoyorozu. What are you two doing here? Well, you see, we were wondering if you would like to join us for today out into town since we have no classes. I think on this before Kacchan answers for me. Fuck yeah, he wants to. She starts to push me over to them. Kacchan. Don't be a pussy Deku. Think about it, a day on the town with two sexy babes with the chance of getting to plow them. What? Katsumi POV. Have fun you three? I began to wave them off with each one of them beat red. Once they left, Ochako walked up to ask me while watching where they left from. This was your plan, wasn't it? Not exactly, but I did want him to spend the day with some people other than us. Originally planned for Nijire and Mina, but Frog Girl and Ponytail beat them to the punch. She began to smile at me. You really do care for him. I may want his bod, but that doesn't mean I don't care for the guy who owns it. Get your ass in gear, we've got some work to do. I began to walk away with Ochako following. What kind of work? Hey, wait up. In the city Izuku POV. After we got into the city, me, Yaoyorozu, and Tsu started looking around. So, what do you two want to do first? Asterisk grumble asterisk both their stomachs started to growl with their faces turning completely red at it. Asterisk snort. Okay, let's get some breakfast first. Oh okay. We head into a little diner to get something to eat. We all order something close to our normal food with the smells making me go a little wild. Here's your orders. Once it got to the table, I nearly went head first in before grabbing my chopsticks. Vish tashtis SWO gwud. I began to smile from ear to ear at the flavor with both the girls smiling at my reaction. How adorable. Asterisk ribbit. Ribbit. I come out of my state to see them staring at me. Sorry, I kinda didn't eat today and was a little hungry. Don't worry about it Midoriya, we were the ones that asked you out. So if anything, we should be sorry to bring you here without knowing you didn't eat yet. I smile a bit before looking down to start to ask a serious question to them. Do either of you think I'm a monster? Why do you think that? I look at them worried before asking. Just please tell me the truth. Do you with what you know of me, think that I'm a monster? Silence came over us before Yaoyorozu spoke first. No, a monster wouldn't feel guilt for something he didn't intentionally do. The first night at UA, you woke up from a nightmare and told me about how you feel so much guilt for what you did to your little sister that you didn't think you deserved to be in UA. You wanted closure with yourself for what you did when you were 5. If you ask me, the fact you hold guilt is proof you're no monster. You're nowhere near the type of monster you think you may be. I hold my head down a little before I say what I said next. Ochako and Mina got hurt yesterday. They got hurt because of me. Silence came back into our booth before I kept going. When I talked to them after the whole ordeal, I found out that Kuroka tried to kill them because I slept with them. She would have killed Ochako if Kuroka didn't have a change of mind at the last minute. If it wasn't for me, Ochako and Mina may have been able to leave unharmed. If it wasn't for me, you all wouldn't have been dragged into my problems. If it wasn't for me, we may have been chummed to some villains. Tsu speaks up for her to look at us. You saved me, Utsushimi, Kendo and Intelli when we were in the flood zone. If it wasn't for you, we may have not made it out of that so easily. You were even ready to face that monster thing they had and fought your own sister who took that down with no problem. But I choked at the last minute in that fight. I held my fists in anger when I said my next part. I could have stopped her. All I had to do was land that last punch. But when I was about to hit her, I saw her when I was younger. I saw her when she didn't do what she did. I hate her. I hate her more than I think I could hate anyone. But even after everything she did, she's still my sister. I don't know why, but I didn't have the heart to kill her when all was said and done. That's why you aren't a monster to me, Ribbit. If you were one, you wouldn't have saved us in the flood zone, you wouldn't have stood to face that brain villain, and you wouldn't have stopped yourself from taking your sister's life. As a person with siblings, I can't think of anything worse than killing your own blood. No matter what they do, they're still your family. To me, only a monster would try and kill their family. You didn't, so you aren't. But in the end, I couldn't stop Kuroka when I could have. I could have saved a lot of problems for people and avenged what happened to Shirone if I had just killed her instead of hesitating. Hesitating to kill someone doesn't make you weak, Midoriya. It makes you human. I remained silent while Yaoyorozu continued. Killing her wouldn't have brought back Shirone who was alive all this time. Killing her wouldn't take back the 10 years you felt guilt and hid. Most importantly, killing her wouldn't make you any less of a monster she was when you were 5. You're better than her. Though you can't forgive her, you know deep down killing her would only spill more blood and change nothing. You'd be hunted by heroes, devils, and who knows what else after. If you did that, you wouldn't be you anymore. To me, you're a kind person that I would rather stay the happy cat that likes yarn and chases red dots. I love the fact you're yourself and not afraid to be that. I look at her with amazed eyes before Tsu speaks. Momo, did you just say you love Midoriya, Ribbit? She immediately freaks out before fixing what she said. I mean I love the person he is. You know, kind and caring. And adorable. Aha, what did I just say? She starts to panic with me laughing. Thanks Yaoyorozu, I needed that. I also like you a lot too. Momo, excuse me, starting now, please call me Momo. I smile at her before speaking. Okay, but you and Tsu have to call me Izuku now. They both smile at me before nodding. So I gotta ask this Izuku. What was up with those gloves that you had before at the USJ? They looked different from the ones in our battle training. I actually wanted to ask that as well. They couldn't have been damaged enough where you needed a change, could they? Actually, I kinda had 3 different gloves made. The one in the team battle you saw were made of a refined steel that isn't easy to break. The second you saw was made of blessed silver with crosses embedded in them for the day I would meet Kuroka again. You know, crosses and blessed metals don't work that well for devils. They were silent until Tsu spoke up. That's very clever. Hee, thanks. Time skipped to the afternoon. After a day on the town, me, Momo, and Tsu went back to UA with our spirits a little higher than when we left. Once we neared the entrance of the dorms, Momo grabbed me to pull me back behind her and Tsu. Any chance you could wait out here for a few minutes? Okay, but why? It's a surprise. I didn't get it, but followed their instructions to wait outside the door. When a few minutes pass, Momo shouts for me. Okay Izuku, you can come in now. What are they doing? I open the door and nearly pass out from a nosebleed. Welcome back Izuku Naya. I could not believe my eyes. Ochako, Kacchan, Nijire, Mina, Momo, Tsu, Todoroki, Kendo, Utsushimi, and Intelli were in front of me wearing cat ears and tails that matched their hair color. WWWW, what are you all doing with cat stuff on? I told you all that this is his fucking fantasy. Kacchan starts to laugh at my action with Nijire and Ochako coming close to my side. We kinda knew you weren't so high in your spirits, so we asked around and had everyone here put cat cosplay on to try and make you happy. Ochako and Katsumi said you liked the pussycats, so we thought dressing in cat stuff like them would liven your spirits. I could barely speak as the scene was beyond my comprehension right now. Come on Deku, say something. We did all this just to fucking make you happy. The least you could do is say how adorable we look. Murmuru. I cover my mouth with everyone laughing. That is adorable. Does he always do that? Only when he really likes something? I guess everyone has some kind of preference ribbit. I think it's precious. Totes cuteness boo magnet. Anyone wanna join in on the fun? You won't be disappointed with him emotionally or physically. Everyone stopped to see if Kacchan was joking. No bullshit. If you wanna date Deku, me and Ochako are fine with it as long as you understand we're number 1 and 2. Some of the girls were a blushing mess with them all slowly nodding at this. It's settled then. Yo Sona. We got some more harem sisters for you to hang with. Better get your Deku tail fast before there isn't any left for ya. Why are you yelling at me? Also, why do I have to wear this ridiculous getup? Citri walks down the stairs in cat cosplay as well with me staring directly at her. She looks at me waiting for my reaction. Well, if you're gonna laugh, then do it now. A silence came into the room before I broke the silence. Mru. I cover my mouth again for everyone to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Seems Deku likes the cosplay Sona. Citri began to go beet red before looking at me. Pervert. She walks back upstairs before I look around to everyone laughing at the scene. What just happened? Sona POV. I began to walk up to the room I share with Midoriya and the others to decompress with what just happened. NNNN. The only reason I wore this stupid thing was because Katsumi wouldn't stop pestering me to put it on. I pulled the ears off my head to stare at them. Would my kids have cat ears like these if me and Midoriya go that far? The thought of a child with black hair and cat features pops into my mind to make me go completely red. It's not like that. The last arranged marriage I had didn't get near that part. She was put in a similar arranged marriage in the story like Rias with Riser. Not much is known in this though since they just say she was and it was cut off for those that are curious. I began to look at the mirror in the room to see my reflection. I began to put the cat ears back on to see what I look like with them on. It doesn't look that bad. Maybe I'll keep them for some time. What are you thinking Sona? This arranged marriage will never get that far. But if it does, I wouldn't mind it, I think. I look at the ears to remember Midoriya's smile. Maybe Rias can get out of her arranged marriage to be with someone she likes as well. Wait, as well? Why is my head becoming a jumbled mess? I spent the night in our room freaking at my statements before giving up to get ready for bed. Izuku POV. Classes start back up for UA tomorrow, right? Yeah, we're gonna probably need to catch up on the curriculum though. I began to talk to Citri before she left for school. Well, your motto is go beyond plus ultra for a reason. I guess you have me there. We started to laugh a little at her interpretation of UA's saying for our work. Anyway, I'm running late. Okay, have fun. She began to leave with the door shutting behind her. Okay, let's see what we can do about getting stronger now. I began to walk to the room to get a few training clothes before Nijire and Ochako grabbed my arms. Deku, you busy? Well, I was kinda hoping to train, but not really. Great, you can come meet my adopted mother with me. Wait, what? They began almost dragging me out of UA to meet a woman who I knew from hero leaderboards. The dragon hero Ryukyu? She's your adopted mother? She notices us and begins to smile. Why hello Nijire. It's good to see you again. Nijire instantly began to run to her and hug her out of happiness. It's great to see you again Ryukyu. They began to smile at each other before they turned to us. These are some of my friends. The brown-haired one is Ochako Uraraka. And the cute kitty is our boyfriend Izuku Midoriya. Silence was in the air when she said boyfriend. Why you have a boyfriend and didn't tell me? Shocked would be the best statement for what the dragon hero would show. Wait, did you use the term our boyfriend? As in, he's dating more than just you. I began to see Ryukyu transform a bit before Nijire tried to calm her down. It's okay Ryukyu. Izuku isn't the type of guy that will just use me for his own gain. And how do you know that? Because he's seen me. The full me. She stops before I become a cat pancake for her to explain the situation. She began with saying how I was the one who saved her during the exams even though Ryukyu told her she didn't have to do the exams and just take her offer for recommendation. She also went on about how we both understand each other's pain and how I helped her when she was down on herself. This was when Ryukyu noticed Nijire wearing a shirt that showed a scar on her chest. A face of irritation on her changed to one of shock and understanding. It does seem like he is a kind man to accept you as you are. Nijire smiled and nodded before Ryukyu continued. I can see already how much more confident you are in yourself also. Before, I could never get you to wear something that showed more skin than your neck and upper arms. But you're wearing a sleeveless top now. I think he deserves a chance for me to learn a little of him. She looks over to us before motioning to follow. We began to find a nice coffee shop to which we talked about ourselves. Apparently, Ryukyu was a pro who was working a conjoint project with two heroes where she gave information to help with one's operations. The two had interns with them at the time before they found Nijire beaten and bloodied. After they brought her to a hospital, they realized that her father was abusing her. Ryukyu was enraged at this while explaining it. The fact Nijire had to deal with this herself made me have my stomach turn as well. So as pro-hero laws dictate, Nijire was under our protection. Wait, but why didn't she take your last name? I wanted to use my mother's. We looked at her smiling. When I remember her, I always saw a kind woman who wanted the best for me. So I decided that I'd take her name as proof that I'm her daughter and that I can be as kind as her. I felt tears welling up inside me with my tail going a mile a minute. That's so beautiful sniffle. I began to cry with Ochako petting my head. There, Deku. No crying. Ryukyu began to laugh at me with my sudden act. You have got to be the funniest thing I've ever seen. Crying over the fact Nijire took her mother's last name to honor her, too adorable. She laughed for a solid minute and a half before calming down. You know something Nijire, I like this kid. You do. Nijire started to have sparkles in her eyes with Ryukyu nodding. If he's willing to accept you as who you are and care enough about you to make you happy, then I have no quarrel with him. Nijire started to hug her with excitement while me and Ochako watched with some satisfaction in ourselves for seeing the adorable mother-daughter moment. This kinda makes me miss my mom. I understand the feeling. I wonder how they're doing right now. Meanwhile with Mrs. Midoriya and Uraraka. Achoo, bless you, thanks honey, Mr. Uraraka. Few hours later at UA. After our little chat with Ryukyu, me and the girls headed back to UA to have some breakfast and relax a bit. Once we were done, Nijire brought us up to her room to talk and hang out. Her room was kinda normal looking. A rug or two with a sky blue color along with a bed set and drapes with a similar color scheme. The most notable thing that caught my attention was a plushie doll of Ryukyu in her dragon form on the dresser. I thought this was adorable. We spent most of our time talking about simple things with no real importance on anything. The tide of the conversation went a 180 when Nijire asked a rather personal question. So how does sex feel with Izuku Ochako? What? Ochako became red as a tomato with me not that far away from her color. Why the sudden question? Well you see, I kinda wanna have sex with him and know we're gonna do that one day. So as a way to help me, I figured getting as much information on it now would work to my advantage. We were dead silent before me and Ochako started laughing. What's so funny? We're sorry, but that is just really funny. I kept holding my sides with Ochako trying to form a conversation. You don't need to overthink it Nijire. Doing it is just a way to show affection. At least that's what me and Deku think. Nijire started to nod in understanding. I just got a good idea. Ochako started to smile a bit before running into our room to grab a small bag. Deku, you get out for a few minutes? I'm practically pushed out the door before they slam it shut. After a few minutes, the door opens to allow me back in to see Ochako and Nijire in cheerleader outfits. Well Deku, you wanna help cheer on Nijire in your own way. My tail started to poof up with a little excitement going inside my head. And maybe a little, Izuku POV. As we began to rest on the bed, I felt my tail wrap around Nijire with my second tail unintentionally coming out to wrap around Ochako. That felt nice. Told you didn't need any knowledge on the matter. Which reminds me, you didn't go instinctual this time Deku. Why? I think on this for a possible way to think of it. Maybe it was a buildup of chi because of years of not using my Nekomata powers. They smile at me before kissing my cheeks. Either way, I'm just happy you're back to yourself Deku. Me too. I hold the both of them close while purring for some time. Meanwhile, outside the room Katsumi POV. Me and Sona watch as Deku finally pounds Nijire with her face going red as anything. That's what sex with Midoriya is like? Kinda. Wish he'd go animal so you could see just how brutal he can be. Not that I don't like the adorable nerd we normally see, but that beast in him is like a monster untamed that uses you as nothing but a hole for him to use. I started to feel a little tingle from remembering my nights with Deku being a literal beast in bed. He looks happy. I smile while seeing Deku hold the two close. To him, the girls he cares for are the most important things in the world to him. To me, that's him trying to find some closure with his life. Sona starts to smile a bit before walking away. Maybe this whole harem thing isn't so bad. I start to smile at the thought of Deku getting a new woman to hump in the future. By the way, have Midoriya use OFA when you have sex with him and see what happens? Wait, what? You think we'd let such a powerful thing go without notice? Higher class devils know of the battle between OFA and AFO. She walks away with me completely confused. Wait, what's AFO? Izuku POV. The day was rather normal of a start for all of us. The only real difference was a smile plastered on Nijire's face from ear to ear. You look really happy today, Hato. Did something happen? Jiro came over to ask her with most of us half listening out of curiosity. Yeah, I got to feel Izuku's love firsthand. What? We all answered with only a few of us being calmer over it. Midoriya, illicit sexual acts are not becoming of a hero to be. Relax 4 eyes. He shares a bed with me, Ochako, and Sona, who are kinda cool with him fucking other girls. Most of the girls in the class are kinda down for getting with this furball as well. Kacchan states this with most of the girls holding a notable blush. Even so, this is not acceptable behavior for. We use protection, Ida. Can we please stop this argument? It's really embarrassing and shouldn't be blown so out of proportion. I speak up a tad, irritated with Ida stepping back, realizing we are doing this smart and not making decisions that will drastically change our futures. Thank you. We wait in silence until Ms. Midnight walks in. Oh my, you all are rather quiet. Had one of you committed an act of passion that had come to light? She says this jokingly, with me and Ochako banging our heads on our desks to indicate she was on the dot. Anyway, the UA Sports Festival is coming up. Due to that, the lot of you are going to be exempt from hero training to train for that. I wish for you all to bring your absolute best to this event. Wait, but ain't it a little too soon to do this? I mean, we totes almost got roasted by villains at the USJ and Midoriya almost got his respawn button hit. Shouldn't we postpone it? We're beefing up security with some special guests from the Devil Realm joining the crowd just in case Midoriya's sister gets an idea to come after us again. Believe me when I say this, Atsushimi. If Kuroka wanted us dead, she would have done it by now. Lady Leviathan said the same thing. But for purposes of keeping it on its scheduled date, it's to show the world we will not waver due to some wet-eared villains that wanted to rattle us. Now without further ado, let us begin. During lunch period, we all started to get really excited about the sports festival, with Ochako being more excited than most. I'm gonna do my best. She began to shout with her fist in the air. Some of us started to cheer with her, turning to some people that didn't cheer. I said I'm gonna do my best. They began to awkwardly cheer this round. Hey Izuku, why is Ochako acting like this? Yeah, she's usually the most mellow person in this. Nijire and Mina came over curious before Kacchan says loud enough for everyone to hear. Ochako's drive to become a hero is to help her parents. Before they moved to where they are now, they never stayed in a place over a year cause of their construction work. To be honest, they kinda struggled to raise her. She wants to find a way to pay them back for their troubles. So she wants to earn as much money as a hero to make their lives easier. Ochako started to hold her head down a little, thinking her reason is silly. I think it's an amazing reason. Nijire spoke up with me, nodding. If it's Ochako, I know she's doing this because she feels it's needed. Also, I can understand wanting to repay your family for all they've done. That's why I'm gonna do my best at the Spurts Festival too. Ochako looked over to see us smiling to find on plastered on her face as well. While exiting, a giant crowd came in front of the door. Excuse me, but can you all please make a path so we can get through? It's a little hard to get to the cafeteria and I don't want to be rude. Well, you're not what we expected. A boy with purple hair that looked like he needed sleep came over to speak to us. So this is Class 1A. I'm guessing you're the kid that stood against one of those villain heads. Interesting, perhaps, but I couldn't win and kinda caused trouble for everyone. I don't deserve any praise. I began to awkwardly laugh while the guy stares blankly at me. Don't expect me to go easy on you in the sports festival. He began to walk away with a path opening up for us. Something tells me that guy has a story. After school. Once school got out, I began training right off the bat until the evening when Citri came home. Hey Citri, can I ask you a question? What is it? Well, do you mind teaching me the fundamentals of magic use? She looked at me confused before asking. Why? Well, the sports festival is coming up and I want to see if I can learn as much as I can in that time. Not that I don't think my Nekomata powers aren't enough, but I want to find different ways to use my powers. If I can use magic in a healing factor, then maybe I can pull some weight off of some heroes. She listens to my comment to nod. Very well, I accept. However, you are not to use it on anyone who doesn't deserve this power. If you hurt or kill someone, it looks bad on me. Understood. Thank you again. I bow to her with her smiling. Training begins in an hour. Use that time to regain your composure. She walks up to the room to change with my tail wagging a mile a minute. And with that, my 2-week training began. Time skipped to the sports festival. The day of the sports finally came with all of us excited for what will happen. We're on in a few minutes everyone, do any final prep you need. I came into the room with everyone staring at me confused. What? Don't what us bro, you dyed your hair. Correction, I used to dye my hair. I did it more as a way to avoid devils noticing me. Now that the me is out of the bag, I have no need to dye it anymore. I began to look at my formerly forest green hair that is now almost dark to be considered black with green tints near the end. Izuku, I'd like to have a word with you. I look over to see Sona at the door. Sure. Over the time we had trained, she started to relax her demeanor around me enough where she is fine with us using first names. So what did you want to talk about? She wasn't the one that needed to speak to you. I looked to the side to see the Gremory successor come over with who I believe is her devil house. Hello Ms. Gremory. Will you be staying for the sports festival? I will, but somebody needs to speak to you before you start. Who? I immediately get tackled by someone to look down and notice white hair. It's really you, right, Izuku? This isn't a cruel trick or anything. I began to notice cat ears and a tail come up with the smell of the person entering my nose. Shirone. A year started to fall down my face realizing it was my sister. I go by Kaneko now, but yeah, she looked up to me with eyes holding back tears with regret overflowing within me. Sure Kaneko, I want you to know that I am so *sniffle. So sorry for leaving you. I failed you as your brother and it makes me sick thinking I should have done something and chose not to. It's not your fault. I was too scared to do anything. If anyone's to blame, it's me. So please, I'm begging you to forgive me. You have no idea how much I really need that. At this point, I wrap my arms around Kaneko and begin to bawl my eyes out. You did nothing wrong. I was supposed to protect you, not the other way around. I'm the older one. We began to cry in the hallway with the class poking their heads out to see. I couldn't stop tears and neither could Kaneko. We just bawled our eyes out finally seeing each other again after 10 years. I promise Kaneko. I promise I'll be there for you now. *sniffle. I promise too. After our reunion, Sona had taken everyone to the stands with me thanking her up and down for doing this. We began to wait for us to be called with Mike shouting too loud for me to have to keep my ears covered. Let's give it up folks for Class 1A. We began to enter the stadium with other classes right behind us. And now, the referee for the first years is the R-rated hero Midnight. The crowd began to cheer with it being mostly the men. Anybody want to tell her to at least wear something less revealing? You're turned on by it, Deku. Don't lie and say you aren't. I never said I wasn't, but I'm saying cause we have kids watch this and a rated R hero may not set the best example for kids. Fair point. Everyone answered with my comment with it not surprising me. And now to state the athlete's oath. Your class representative is, Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya. Wow Izuku, class rep and 1A's rep. What's next? Best harem in the underworld. Mina started to tease me with my face going red. I gotta make a good first impression. Everyone's eyes are on me to see what I'll do. As I got to the podium, I took a deep breath before moving my arms into a karate pose. Meow. Ptahahahaha. Everyone in the crowd started laughing with some of the students stifling laughs. Now that the tension of the room is better, time to get serious. We all held our own against thick and thin in our lives to get here. We as members of the school promised to play fair and try our best no matter the outcome. So please watch us and understand the hardships we may have needed to go through. I bowed with everyone clapping. Once I left the podium to join back my class, Ms. Midnight began to have a wheel going for the first event. Your first event shall be an obstacle course. Players will run around the stadium and avoid obstacles while trying to get here in the shortest amount of time. The first 42 to get here first will advance to the next round. We all began to enter into our positions waiting for the green light to go. Once it did, I began to charge up OFA in my legs to jump from the sides of the walls. This area is too narrow for 3 people. Everyone's gonna push for the goal first. What the? My feet are frozen. I looked down to see someone had frozen the ground with only one dual-haired girl in mind. Todoroki. Once I exited the tunnel, I had noticed Todoroki in front with a bunch of 0-pointers ready to fight. So this is the first test? Todoroki began to let loose a lot of ice to freeze everything. But before she could, I had jumped up and tail smacked the center one to both destroy it and the ones near it. Oh snap folks. Midoriya just beat the robots into shape with only his tail. Just how strong is your tail? I began to flex my tail a bit while smiling. Strong enough where I can hold you up with it? I began to channel OFA and Tuki inside me with a smile growing on me. Thanks to the training that Sona did with me, I found a way to merge my Nekomata powers and OFA together. This is that synchronization. One for all, full meow. Kaneko POV. I began to notice Izuku running at amazing speeds with some happiness. Show them what you can do bro, knock them twats on their butts. So Kaneko, you never said you had a brother? The perv started to try and speak with me with my attention being on the event. I didn't tell you, because I didn't need to. Izuku is a sibling I thought was long dead until today. To say I'm happy to finally meet him would be an understatement. Oh my, I would possibly be rallied to you if I take up Katsumi's offer to be in Izuku's harem. Akino started to laugh before reality hit me. Izuku has a girlfriend? He does. The explosion girl, the brown-haired one, the girl with pink skin, and the girl with very long blue hair. All in the hero course and all are his girlfriends? You can probably count yourself into that harem to Sona. You are engaged to Midoriya. Riasa's words blew my mind when she said this. My brother has a fiancé too? What did I miss in his life? Izuku POV. I finally got to the last obstacle before the entrance back into the stadium to notice it's a minefield. How am I gonna get through this without problems? Out of the way Deku. First place is mine. Out of nowhere, Kacchan starts charging past with Todoroki sliding on ice. Unbelievable folks. Midoriya has just been passed. Well, I wanted to avoid causing problems. I started to get on all fours before charging full meow. Don't take this personally Kacchan. Meow charge. I began to run past everyone at breakneck speeds with Todoroki and Kacchan only seeing a blur. What the foo? Kacchan couldn't even finish her sentence before getting blown away by an explosion. I kept running after until getting past the goal to the crowd of people excited over what they just witnessed. And the first to make it back to the center is 1S Izuku Midoriya. I began to stand and throw my arms in the air. Meow. I started to hang by a corner before Kacchan and Todoroki came back next with their hair rather messy. Sorry Kacchan. No hard feelings. She looked over to me with an annoyed look before speaking. I'm getting payback tonight for that. Once the rest of the 42 came back, Midnight began to speak of the next event. Now for the next event. The wheel spinned again to stop on our next event. Cavalry battle. Players will be put in teams of 2 to 4 and fight out for obtaining headbands with a point system from the last match. She began to explain this by giving an example of 42nd place being worth 5, 41st being worth 10, and so on. The total number of points a headband is worth is made of the combined team's points and is displayed on it. The top 4 teams will be the ones to advance to the third and final event after. Now for some fun. The first place in the last event will be worth 10 million points. I began to internally panic at the thought of me being targeted. You have 5 minutes to prepare, so get going. I began to scramble to find someone to team up with for everyone to avoid me entirely. Gotta find someone. I was stopped when a hand grabbed the back of my shirt. Need a partner Deku? I look up to see Kacchan and Ochako smiling at me. You both sure about this? People are gonna be after us cause of my points. Of course. Besides, it's better to team up with people you like. Ochako states this with me and Kacchan needing to avoid our eyes from looking directly at her because of the pure light emanating from her. So bright. Hey Izuku, any chance you need a partner? Nijire came over with a smile for all of us to agree. This'll work. We began to get ready for the match to begin with getting the band and hoisting me up on top of everyone. Ready, begin. Once the match started, we began running as fast as we could away from crowds for Mina with some of our class and a guy that looked like Kirishima's clone charging at us. Here kitty. Mina wants to play. She began to lay down acid to slide her group over to us. Ochako, make us float. Right. Once we were in the air, I turned to Kacchan and Nijire on our sides. Now, they both used their quirks to send us to the other side of the field. Hell yeah. We kept this trick up for most of the match until we faced Todoroki with Kaminari, Momo, and Ida with her. She immediately froze our escape route to leave us cornered. Guess we're gonna have to fight. They immediately came charging at us with Todoroki trying to grab the headband. I kept dodging her with keeping on her left side. I'm not fully sure why, but she seemed to hold the scar on her left side when I was talking about my family's past and chooses not to use her fire half. Must be some internal problem. After several failed attempts to notice she isn't getting anywhere, her group backs up to change up their tactics. I start to notice Ida charging his engines up more than he normally does. Get ready, something's coming. We start to prepare for Ida to go too fast for most of us to react. Todoroki's group stops to show a smirk at me. The 10 million's ours now Midoriya. I smile at her before commenting. You may want to check for yourself. She looks down to see she has the top to my PE uniform. If you wanted to see me shirtless, you could have asked. She began to blush intensely before I showed her what I had. Guess we're even though. But I must say pink suits you greatly. I hold up her uniform's top for her to see her pink bra out for all to see. Asterisk scream. Pervert, says the woman that took my shirt. She stayed covering herself until time went down. In first place, we have the team of Midoriya, Uraraka, Bakugo, and Hato. In second, we have the team of Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Ida. In third, we have the team of Ashido, Kirishima, Shiro, and Tetsu. And in fourth, we have the team of Shinso, Shipsaki, Hatsum, and Aoyama. I began to cheer for joy with everyone laughing at my meow chant. That was a dirty trick. Todoroki silently said this covering herself. I started to walk over to her with her shirt to give back. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to do it. She grabs her top with her face completely red. Thanks, and I don't hold it against you. Once we get more situated, Midnight starts to announce the final round as a one-on-one arena match. After a lot drawing, the matches were shown on the screen. Midoriya vs Shinso, Todoroki vs Shiro, Ida vs Hatsum, Shiozaki vs Kaminari, Ashido vs Aoyama, Yaoyorozu vs Hato, Tetsu vs Uraraka, Bakugo vs Kirishima. Izuku POV. After the announcement of the rounds for the final event, we were all allowed to take a break to get lunch. Izuku, Kaneko and Sona were waiting for us near the exit with their houses by them. Hey Kaneko, how do you like the festival so far? Feels like we were kids watching it with Inko again. But now you're in it and kicking butts and taking names. We started to laugh a little before Kachin patted my shoulder. Oh yeah, Kaneko, I'd like you to meet Katsumi, Ochako, Nijire, and Mina. Sup? Sona filled me in on the fact you're doing these four and are engaged to her. Congrats, thanks. While we're introducing people, behind me are the members of the house I serve under. Kiba our knight, Asia our bishop, you already met Akino our queen and Rias our master, and the perv Issei who's our pawn. Nice to meet you. Hello, what's up man? I glared at the perv before holding my hands up. Ching GYAA. Saw that one coming when she said perv. Yeah. Everyone nodded with the fool rolling around on the ground after getting my claws in his eyes. Why did you try to claw my eyes out? So we're gonna go get lunch. You all wanna join us? Sure, don't ignore me. We start walking away before a rather unsettling feeling came behind me. I immediately turned to see a man with red hair smile at me. Hello, you must be the Nekomata Izuku? Hello, you're correct mister? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Zex Lucifer, one of the 4 demon lords of the Devil Realm and Rias's older brother. There was a silence until my class shouted, Lucifer from the Bible? Why yes, he begins to smile with all of us going pale. You're not here to kill me, right? Oh no, I just wish to speak to you. To be honest, I'm one of the few devils that opted to keep you alive. My mind was a little blown back by this. Wow, not many devils can say they're a big fan of the Nekomata after Kuroka's little stunt. Thank you, you're very welcome. Now if I may, might I have a word with you? I don't see how that's an issue. I guess I'll catch up with you all in a bit. I began to walk away still confused at the situation. Once we had gotten to an area nobody could listen in on us, Lucifer began to stop. We should be away from wandering ears now. He turns to me with a saddened look. I apologize for taking up your time with your little sister Izuku. I know you have missed so much with her over the last 10 years. It's okay, what you need to say must be important for you to call me away like this. It is. Inhales. I need you to stop the arranged marriage of my sister. Wait, what? Perhaps a little information is in order. You're aware of the situation in the Devil Realm about our population, correct? About the pure-blooded devils not having enough children to balance their population because of the war, right? Yes. Because of that, only a few of the original pure-blooded devils are left. In an attempt to unite our families, our parents and the heads of the Phoenix family had agreed to an arranged marriage with their 3rd son and my sister. I personally wish to let my sister choose who she wishes to marry herself, but I cannot get involved with this. I start to understand the situation a little better to see where he's coming from. So you want me to do this? But the real question is, why me? Out of everyone, you stand as an outside faction that has no diplomatic standing among the devil ranks. If you can do anything to do this, I will repay you any possible way I can. I think on this before answering. My girlfriend Ochako. If you can help her parents' construction industry a little and not make it seem like they're getting help, I'll stop it. An easy task. How much do you wish for me to assist them? Just enough where they can manage their price of living and maybe reduce the level of department they owe. I don't want Ochako to think I'm going out of my way for her out of a feel of obligation or anything. I just want her to not have to worry so much for them. Lucifer began to smile at me. You really care for the girls you love, don't you? If it's for them, I'd take you on. He begins to laugh at this before we exit. I like you Izuku Midoriya. You're a nice guy. Thank you Zex Lucifer sir. You don't need the sir or Lucifer part, just Zex is fine. We began to return to my friends with Kaminari trying to coerce them into doing something. I'm telling you, Ms. Midnight told me that you had to wear them. Wear what? He glanced over to stiffen a bit at my return. Portable Charger here wants your class to put on cheerleader outfits. Kaneko answers with me only glaring at Kaminari. Okay, it was a lie. Please don't claw my eyes out Midoriya. I sit down next to Kaneko and Ochako with them passing me a little food. You're lucky I'm in a good mood today Kaminari, or I'd go lower for that statement and show you what being fixed feels like. I hold my claws up with some murderous aura leaking out. He agrees and sits down. So Katsumi told me about your harem a bit more. Not a fan of you having one, but the girls seem pretty cool with the ones that said they'd join. I smile at Kaneko before I hear someone run over. Hello little Izuku. Oh, you're so cute I could die. Kendo started to fawn over me with my face going red. Hey Kendo, what's up? It began to get kinda worse today with her sitting me on her lap. You were so cute when you were posing like a cat I couldn't resist coming up and hugging you. At this point, she notices Kaneko to stop to introduce herself. Why hello. Sorry about that, I just can't get enough of this cute little kitten. I'm Itsuka Kendo, Kaneko Tuju. Izuku's little twin sister. Her eyes widen at this with Kaneko pulling her ears up. Asterisk screams. Another adorable kitty. She began rubbing her face in Kaniko's and kissing my cheek. Does she always do this? Kinda. I turned to Kaniko before Kendo could kiss my cheek to now kiss my lips. We remained silent until she went completely red. I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that. It's fine. She kept a blush where she was until we finished lunch to enter into the crowd to wait for the final matches. Alright folks, time for the first match of the final event of the day. On one side, we have the adorable cat that could. Class 1S, Izuku Midoriya. And his opponent, the man that looks like Mr. Mummy Man up here. Class 1ES Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso starts to enter into the arena looking rather indifferent with me. Begin. A shame that they let a feral cat like you in and not someone that deserves the title. I began to hold my head down a bit at this, knowing how right he was. He's right, I shouldn't be here. Until a few weeks ago, I was hunted by the Devil Realm for a crime I didn't commit and felt remorse for something that never happened. I clenched my fist in anger. I need to push onward. If I don't deserve to be here. So I need to prove I do. I charged at the guy with grabbing him by my tail. He starts struggling to break free with it not working. He even went as far as to bite my tail before I threw him out of the ring. Midoriya wins by an out of bounds, folks. The crowd starts to cheer with Shinso getting up to brush the dirt off him. You okay? I offer him my hand with him just slapping it away. What difference does it make? I lost. That doesn't mean you should stop trying. He walks a little away before I speak up. Hitoshi Shinso, your quirk allows you to brainwash people by having them answer your questions. All your life, people must have looked at you as a villain due to it. But a friend once told me that you're only a monster when you commit heartless acts, and what does that have to do with being a villain? Because a villain is a monster that does heartless things. You have not, so you can't be. He looks at me a little amazed before walking away. This isn't over. I smile slightly before leaving. While walking back, I notice Endeavor talking to Todoroki with her face showing one of sheer anger. Before she could do anything, I stopped her to hug her. What are you doing, Midoriya? Hugging the anger out. She looked at me like I was crazy. You're not gonna hug my anger out, wanna bet? I lifted her up to hug her a little better with Endeavor walking over to us. What the hell do you think you're doing to my masterpiece? I stop him with one tail to glare at him. Shudo Todoroki isn't a masterpiece. She's a nice girl who deserves a father that at least sees her as more than a tool to beat All Might. He glares at me with me starting to growl. Don't think I don't know of your family, Endeavor. Trust me when I say that I will make Shudo happy without your issues corrupting that. He walks away with a scoff before I put Todoroki down. Feel better? Very, but how did you find out about my family? I looked into Endeavor to find some small things about him and chose to dive farther. Hugging you right now allowed me to use magic to look into your mind and see your life. So I want you to know, it's not your fault for your mother's breakdown. Please stop blaming yourself and live your life in the present instead of the past. She looked at me amazed before tears were coming down her face. See, can you let me out for my match, please? I agree with her, walking out holding tears back. I hope she finds some closure. While walking back, I notice Zero get frozen by Todoroki with little damage done to the field. Maybe I helped her some. Meanwhile, third-person POV. In an alley of the city of Hosu, a man decked with blades from head to toe is struggling to stand. Oh no, you don't. A woman's boot firmly plants itself on top of him with him glaring at her. Hero Killer Stain. You have some information I want. So I'd advise giving it to me, and maybe I'll just give you to the police unharmed. Stain looks at the woman to struggle to speak. Who are you? The woman smiles before answering. Seraphal Leviathan. Trust me when I say, you don't want to mess with me. Seraphal leans down to grab the hero killer by his neck. Now, where's the League of Villains and what was the Nomu exactly? Time skip to the second round Izuku POV. The matches seem to go similar to my expectations to my belief. Ochako and Mina won by waiting for the best moment to strike. Nijire kept Momo's focus on her instead of where she was to be pushed out of bounds, and Kacchan basically won due to her overwhelming tenacity against Kirishima. Now came a real problem. Ochako and Kacchan are facing each other along with Nijire and Mina. The worst of it is that the winners of both will face each other. I felt horrible having to watch my girlfriends fight each other, but I didn't show it. If I did, I'm afraid they might think I don't have faith in them at all. Maybe I should do something special for whoever comes out on top. Maybe a nice all-day date and a complimentary homemade dinner for everyone for their hard work? This would be tough with how to keep their spirits up. I begin to ponder this with a finger tapping my shoulder. Once I turn my head, I notice Todoroki standing behind me. Hey Todoroki, what's up? Midoriya, can I ask you a serious question? Sure. She looked down a little before finally saying it. How can you handle using your power? I looked at her completely confused. Your sister had done something so awful to you, and your sister forced you into hiding and nearly killed you. How can you use your power without guilt? I start to remember the situation I saw with Todoroki and her mother when she was a child with the scar. Because it isn't her using my power. Think of this, power is only a way to get to your destination. But the power is something only you can use. If it was someone else's, you would never have it. You make the decision to use the power that you were given. No matter what anyone says, it's your power that you use and do with. Nothing will take that away from you. She began to have her eyes shine with her left side catching fire. You're on fire, Todoroki. Oh, sorry. She puts herself out and hugs me. What was that for? She smiles at me a little before kissing my forehead. Payback. She heads to her waiting room with me doing the same. Oh my god, that was unsettling. I still felt the kiss on my forehead to smile a bit, but it was kinda nice. Start of the match. Alright ladies and gents, time for the second round of the final event. On one side, we have the little cat that could. Class 1S, Izuku Midoriya. And on the other side, she's the number 2 pro hero's daughter. Also from Class 1A, Shudo Todoroki. We began to walk in before Todoroki comments to me. Give me your all, Midoriya. I promise I will give mine. I nod at her with the match starting. Begin. Right off the bat, she starts sending massive amounts of ice and fire out. Yees Shudo, have you finally accepted your purpose of becoming my successor? Todoroki doesn't even look at him before flipping him off. As a lovable cat would say, meow bitch. I could barely hold back my laughter at this comment. Okay, time to get serious. I charge up everything I have into my fist and charge at Todoroki. As our attacks collide, a giant force is made with the whole arena in smoke. Once it cleared, I remained standing with both my tails out to sea. Todoroki is unable to continue, Midoriya wins and advances to the third round. The crowd started to cheer as I went to Todoroki to pick her up. I began to heal her with her consciousness still not being regained. She should be regaining her consciousness by now. Maybe she's just tired. I start walking to Recovery Girl's office with Todoroki moving a bit. Todoroki, you're not overheating, right? I began to worry about her and put my head on hers. When I did though, she immediately pressed her lips on mine with a satisfied look on her. You were awake? Yeah. Sorry about the trick, but I wanted to see if I could sneak a kiss from you. I began to blush a bit before commenting. Todoroki, also, can you please call me Shudo from now on? I nod at this with the two of us heading back to the stands. My life will get more complicated, want it? Kaneko POV. After Izuku's match, we had watched to see his next opponent be this guy Ida from his class while pushing his opponent out of the ring. Kinda jealous of the guy. He got to be handsy with a girl that hot. Keep those eyes where they won't make people disgusted with us perv. I don't even pay attention to Issei to watch the match against the girls Mina and Nijire. These two really are interesting. Mina is rather free-spirited and moves to the rhythm of her own drum. Nijire is a bit of an airhead that uses her quirk to maneuver rather easily. Sona starts to explain this with both moving around the field with ease. So it's a fight to see who catches who off guard first. We keep watching with Lady Leviathan coming over to us. Hi, where have you been? The tournament is almost over. Dealing with some loose ends. Also, the hero killer won't be a problem anymore. I only half pay attention as Nijire finds a way to knock Mina out of the ring to win. Guess the winner is Nijire in this endeavor. Though Mina was kinda cool, I take a bite of my snack as we wait for the next one that I could tell was unevenly weighed. Izuku POV. Oh man, I was so close too. Mina had came back rather irritated with Nijire a little drowsy. It's okay Mina, you did your best and that's all that matters. I smile at her with it still apparent she was frustrated. She came over to sit next to me and put her head in my lap. I began to run my hand through her hair in a petting motion to make her calm down more. I can see why cats like this, it's relaxing. Yeah. Nijire came to sit in the open seat on the other side with her head resting on my shoulder. This next match has to be tough on you Izuku. Watching Katsumi and Ochako fight and all, it is Mina. I hate seeing you all fight each other. It hurts me more knowing that Kacchan and Ochako are good friends. My ears started to droop down in response before Present Mike started announcing the next match. Alright boys and girls, it's time for our final second round match. On one side, we have the girl that can make anything float. Give it up for Class 1S, Ochako Uraraka. And on my other side, we have the woman whose explosions are just as big as her temper. Class 1S Katsumi Bakugo. I begin to listen intensely with my ears to hear a conversation being said between them. I'm just gonna say this once Ochako. I don't like fighting you, so I'm fine if you wanna walk away now. I'm sure Deku wouldn't like to see this either. Ochako took a fighting stance to prepare herself. I get what you're saying Katsumi, but I can't back down while I'm so close. Kacchan started to smirk at this. This is why I like you Ochako. You're not afraid to make the hard choices and will fight to the end. Though I don't like this one, I respect you for it. Begin. Ochako immediately started running to Kacchan. She immediately used her infamous right hook to send an explosion Ochako's way. She staggers a bit before continuing to run in. She dodges the next attack to get close to Kacchan. Unfortunately, she gets blown away again to get thrown to the ground. This is painful to watch. *ribbit. I don't turn away while watching Ochako get thrown back again and again with Kacchan not wanting to give any ground. Ochako, please just back down now so we don't have to do this. I don't like fighting you like this. I'm not giving up Katsumi. I've come too far to give up now. She keeps going with Kacchan throwing another explosion at her. I could feel the pain from Ochako and the guilt in Kacchan rising as they both do this. I can't watch anymore. Jiro started to cover her eyes at the unsightly scene. The only reason I kept my eyes glued on was because they both did this because they know they had no choice if they want to achieve their goals. What are you doing? If you're this strong, then finish her and stop hurting her. The crowd started to boo at Kacchan with it starting to get to me. Silence. Bakugo is not toying with Uraraka, she is keeping her at a distance that is safe. If you are a pro, then you should already understand the difference between keeping distance and playing around. If this is new to you, then go home and find another job. Ms. Midnight shouted at the pro with everyone stopping when she did. Ochako started to stand up and smile. Thank you Katsumi for not going easy on me. Thanks to that, I've won this fight. She holds her hands up to show she was taking the gravity off of something. We all look up to notice the debris above the field. You used my explosions to make rubble and made it float after. This is why I like you Ochako, always the outside the box thinker. Kacchan smiles at this while Ochako releases the gravity on everything. Me or the rubble Katsumi, which are you gonna stop? Ochako was about to touch Kacchan before she released a massive explosion to destroy the rubble and send Ochako flying back in the other direction. Sorry Ochako, but you'll need more than that to beat me. Ochako was laying on the ground struggling to get up with Kacchan just looking at her. I could hear her mutter a small phrase that struck my heart. Please, just stay down so I don't have to hurt you anymore. Ochako stopped moving with Ms. Midnight going over to check on her. Uraraka is unable to continue, Bakugo wins and goes on to the third round. I immediately rushed out of my seat to check on Ochako. Katsumi POV. Once the match ended, I went over to Ochako to bring her to Recovery Girl. I put her on my back and began to walk there with my head down. When we were alone in the walkway, I began to speak to her. I know you can't hear me Ochako, but I want you to know I did not want to do that. I'm sorry. I felt absolutely enraged at myself for letting my friend go this far. You showed a lot of guts today. We may be friends, but we both knew we were nowhere near the same skill level. The fact you were willing to take me on knowing that makes what I did even worse. I promise I'll win this for you. I started to feel Ochako wrap her arms around me. Thank you, Katsumi. You're a good friend. I looked up to see her smiling. You're being too nice. I did this to you and you're still calling me a good friend? How the fuck did I get a best friend like you? Kacchan, is Ochako okay? Deku began running to us with worry in him. She will be when I get her to Recovery Girl. Just focus on your match and I'll say you came to check on her when she's fully conscious. He looked at me unsure before I motioned for him to leave. He did so still looking back at us. I wonder if he would worry about me the same way if I got this hurt? Nah, I'm too aggressive for that. I denied this thought with some content in my head from it. Would be a nice thing from him. Izuku POV. I began to head to the waiting room still worried about Ochako. Once I was there, Sona was inside with Gremory. Hello Midoriya. My brother said you could help with my situation. Why yeah. I don't know how, but maybe if I meet the guy face to face we can work something out. Gremory nods while thinking this out herself before answering. I'll have my brother make a meeting tomorrow. They walk out of the door before Gremory stops in the door frame. Thank you. If you need anything, please let me. Your brother is already agreeing to repay me. Just live a happy life the way you wish to. She walks out and shuts the door. Sigh. This is gonna take some work. I start to get called to the stadium and make my way there. Alright folks, time for the semi-finals first match. On my left, we have the little cat that could. Please welcome Class 1S, Izuku Midoriya. And on my right, the man with engines that comes across like a center fielder. Class 1S, Tenya Ida. I readied myself for Ida with him taking a sprinting stance. Begin. Immediately, Ida came at me with intense speeds. Recipro burst. He tried to kick me in the face, but I was too fast for him and landed a solid fist to his gut. He felt it, but tried to come at me with another kick to be caught by my other hand. Sorry Ida. I like you, but I'm not letting you beat me today. Before he could react, I threw him like a rag doll out of the ring and into the wall. Ida is out of bounds, Midoriya wins. The crowd began to cheer for me while I went to make sure Ida was okay. You good? Ugh, please don't do that again. That really hurt. We began to laugh before I healed his back for him to get up. I will admit Midoriya, your punches are definitely powerful. He holds his stomach saying this. Does it still hurt? Not to worry, I'll manage. Ida starts to look down a bit with it apparent he's a bit bummed. Call a family member. It'll make you feel better. I start walking away, but stop to say one final thing. That move is amazing by the way. If you weren't facing me, you could probably win against anyone if you time it correctly. I leave while seeing Ida perk up a bit. Good to know he isn't that ashamed of himself anymore. While walking back, I'm stopped by Lady Leviathan waiting in the corridor. How's the day going? Pretty good. I got to see my sister again, so I couldn't be happier right now. She smiles at me while patting my head. You're a good kid. Sona thinks rather highly of you, so make sure you live up to that. I smile at her while nodding. I will. I began to run back to the stands to catch Nijire and Kachan's fight going on. Shoot, I missed the first half. You didn't miss much, Deku. They just started. I sat next to Ochako, who had some bandages on her. How you holding up? Better, thanks to recovery, girl. I hug her, knowing she may still be down a bit. No matter what happens, I'm proud of you. You stood for what you believed with all you had till the end. Nobody could ask for any more from you. I started to wrap my tail around her to pull her closer. Guess you have your own tail, man. Snort. I guess I do. We see Kachan get into the air to grab Nijire by her arm and slam them back to the ground. Thankfully, Nijire used her quirk to soften the blow. But now she was stuck on the ground with Kachan's hand near her face. You give? She nods at Kachan's question, with Ms. Midnight calling it. Hato has surrendered, Bakugo wins. The crowd cheers at the intensity, with Kachan helping Nijire up. I began to head down to my waiting room while passing Nijire coming back. Hey Nijire, how you feeling? Lousy. I wanted to win and face you. She began, holding an annoyed face with her cheeks puffed and tears in her eyes. Pfft, that's adorable. I patted her head while smiling. It's okay. How about I make us all a nice dinner tonight as a congratulations to everyone's hard work getting this far? She smiles again with a nod. Can we do a small cake too? Sure. She began to jump for joy while hugging me. You're too good to us, Izuku. So long as you're all happy, I'm happy. She let go of me and began to run to the stands. While waiting, nothing major happened, with my plan for the next match already in my head. Once called, I headed down to the stadium with the sound of applause all around me. Alright ladies and gents, time for the final match. On my left, the little cat that could. Class 1S, Izuku Midoriya. And on my right, the woman whose explosions are as strong as her temper. Class 1S Katsumi Bakugo. We began to smirk at each other before taking a fighting stance. Begin. I withdraw. Huh? Everyone in the audience was silent as I say this. I withdraw. I refuse to hurt the people I care for in something like this. What the fuck, DEKU? Are you trying to say I'm not worth you to fight? I'm saying I care for you too much to want to hurt you. I did it to someone I care for deeply for years without realizing it, to feel disgusted with myself for letting happen. I'm not gonna willingly hurt someone I care for. Call it sexist, call it insulting, call it whatever you want. But I'm done seeing the people I care for get hurt today. If I have to withdraw from this to do that, I'm fine with it. Everyone was silent before they began slowly clapping. And who said chivalry is dead? I don't like to win like this, but I can't blame you, Deku. I hated doing what I did to get here to my harem sisters, so I'll accept it knowing how you feel. She walks over to me and starts kissing my lips, with everyone hooting and hollering at us. We parted with my face completely red from it. You're mine tonight for this. You also gotta go on a date with 2 people I tell you to. Make sure to give them some fun. Kachan whispers this in my ear and blows into it. Midoriya forfeits the match. Bakugo is the winner. My head was engulfed in so many thoughts right now, but I was more just happy I didn't have to hurt any of my girlfriends today. When the ceremony came time, we all stood on the podiums showing our places, with All Might coming out of the sky. I am here, with medals. Me and Kachan could barely hold in our desire to laugh at his act. He began to give the medals to Ida and Nijire, telling them where they went right or wrong and how to fix it. Once he came to me, he started patting my head. You truly are a gentleman, young Midoriya. Though you could have won the tournament, you stayed true to your feelings. Congratulations. He put the medal around my neck before going to Kachan. Young Bakugo, you truly have a caring person on your side. Congratulations. TCH, I only did it because Deku would be mopey if we fought for real, thinking he hurt me. She tried to play it cool, but I could tell she was deeply moved that I thought of her as someone I care about to not hurt. This ended our lively sports festival, with All Might failing to say plus ultra in the end. Swing and a miss, All Might. Once we were done, we headed back to the classroom to be told we have the next 2 days off to recover. We began to head out of the building to meet up with Sona and Gremory along with her house. I just wanted to thank you for having us. We truly had a wonderful time. They all started to bow, with Kaneko walking up to me. Can I come to see you again? She looked at me with worried eyes, with my arms wrapping around her. Of course. Nothing would make me happier than to see my little sister again. She began to hug back, with everyone happy to see this. As they left, Kaneko kept looking back at me with a smile plastered on her face. I felt tears well up in me when the reality of the fact I can have a normal relationship with my little sister again came to mind. You gonna be okay? Kachan came over to pat my shoulder. I turned to see everyone in our class, with some Class B students that walked in on the act looking at me. Yeah, sniffle. I'm just so happy to know she doesn't hate me. Ochako and Kachan started to hug me, with Nijire and Mina joining in after. We stayed there for a bit before Nijire's stomach growled. Growl. Sorry, I kinda ran on fumes after my match with Katsumi. We started to laugh a little with this. How about I make dinner right away? Yay, Deku's cooking. Awesome. With cake? I promised cake, so I'm keeping true to that. We laughed a bit, with Kachan coming next to me. Just remember, you're mine tonight. You weren't joking about that? Hee. Fuck no. You also should give everyone else some fun tomorrow too. Early the next morning, third-person POV. A few people of Class 1A had woken up and hung around the common room. Many were just used to the habit, while others were unable to sleep, obtaining the mental image of hearing a cat meow and a certain explosion blonde shouting most of the night. Gah, ha, damn that nerd knows how to work his shit. Katsumi had come down with her face looking as if she was covered in sweat and wearing a loosely fit robe showing some of her chest. She began to stumble over to the kitchen with the inability to walk from last night's antics. Once she drank some water and grabbed something small to eat, she went over to Ochako and Sona, who were up at the time. Sorry you both had to find somewhere else to sleep. Don't worry Katsumi, I don't mind. The sound was something I minded, Sona answered blankly before needing to get ready to leave for school. Trust me, that cat knows how to work a woman. My legs still feel like jello after last night's hardcore fuck session. There is no silence when he can take you like a champ. Sona gets up to walk out of the room with a prominent blush. I'll be heading out. Make sure Izuku is up to speak about a deal he had with Sir Zex. She leaves with Ochako and Katsumi looking at each other. When did Deku make a deal with the devil? Izuku POV. The afternoon of the day after the sports festival began kinda normal for me. Kamen Ashido, you can toast the cat? Me and Mina had been having a stare-off for about an hour with us both not blinking once. Losing it. I kept staring blankly at her with it apparent WHE was about to blink. GYA, I win, meow. How can you do this so easily? How often do you see cats blink? A large amount of the class think on this before giving a face saying they get it. Anyway, I'm off to Kuo Academy. I begin to get up to head to the door. Mind if we tag along? I look behind me to see Ochako, and Kachin smiling. Okay, we start heading out to the train station without much conversation. So why did you have to go to Kuo today? I kinda wondered that too when Sona said this before she left. Kachin and Ochako asked this completely confused why. Apparently, Sir Zex wants me to see about breaking an arranged marriage apart with his little sister and another purebred devil. Why are they allowing this to happen to begin with? To put it simply, the holy war between angels, fallen angels, and devils put the devil realm in a state of their numbers of purebred devils are at a really dangerous low. The realm originally had 72 head families before the war, now it's down to 3 that hold any real ties to the original. Those 3 are the Gremory, Sidori, and Phoenix. The third son and next head of the Phoenix family is trying to marry the daughter of the Gremory family without her approving of it. Kachin and Ochako looked at me a little confused. Okay, so why the fuck are you getting involved? I'm an outside faction. I have no political gain from the marriage happening or not, so I can make an unbiased opinion for them. With Sona's arranged marriage to me, he has to at least take my opinion into consideration as the next male to lead the Sidori family. They seem to understand the basics enough to see why Sir Zex asked me. You have any info on this Phoenix guy Deku? Not much. All I know is the third son is an insufferable prick that looks at reborn devils as toys for him to play with. Dude sounds like a dick. What's worse is all his servants are women that look at him as a savior that they want to please with everything they can. How's that different than us? He doesn't care for them and will toss them away when he's bored with them. Both Ochako and Kachin stopped to say the exact same thing. What an asshole. At Kuo Academy. We finally arrive at Kuo with Sona waiting at the front for us. Good to see you didn't forget. She turns to start heading into the school after we meet her. Right this way. As we head into the school, some people start to stare at us. Aren't those UA students? That cat boy was the one that forfeited to the blonde. The brown-haired one's a real hottie. Oh please, you think you have a chance? Geez, is this gonna be what it's like when we're big-time pros? Maybe Kachin, but that one definitely has no chance of taking either of you with me around. We started to snicker a bit before heading to an old building. This is the Occult Research Club's building. Rias and everyone are already inside. We begin to enter the building to walk towards a room. When we enter, we see the Gremory family and some blonde guy that looked like a tool messing with the head of the Gremory house's hair. Hello again Ms. Gremory. I bow to her with Kachin and Ochako doing the same. Who are you? My name is Izuku Midoriya, Sona's fiancé Mr. Phoenix, so you're the mangy cat the Sidori family took in. Quite an insult she's tied to you. I start to feel angered by this comment a bit before I reply. I might not fully disagree with you, but at least I asked Sona if she was okay with it and give her the opportunity to leave whenever she feels it. Knowing you, you'd keep Ms. Gremory like one of your sluts you call servants. In a corner with her very wet until it's time to use her. He loses his smirk at this before I continue. We're getting off topic. I'd like to ask you if there's any chance for you to break your engagement off with Rias Gremory. Now why would Riser do that? Because she doesn't want to marry you. He smiles before getting up. What if Riser told you no? Then I would like to reach an agreement on you to say yes. If I can, then we can call this a day and head our separate ways. He stares at Kachin and Ochako before looking at me. Who are the girls? Women that I love and cherish very much. Riser will take them in her place. Both Kachin and Ochako were disgusted by this thought. Don't worry, Rias won't be the only one you obtain. He snaps his fingers for 15 women to come out of a portal. Pick and choose which one you would like, and they shall belong to you. Riser's servants are quite loyal and will follow Riser's commands. He walks up to a few of them to force a kiss on them to prove a point. You disgusting, filthy, little. I put my hand in front of Kacchan before she said anything to initiate a fight. You know something, Riser Phoenix? I thought you were nothing but a prick, and I'm sorry for being wrong. You're not one at all. It seems you truly know where you stand, cat. Calling you a prick would be an insult to pricks everywhere. You're lower than garbage. I point at the perv to set an example. That pawn is a walking pervert, but he has at least values to look at women more than just tools for him to use from hearing about him. No matter what he is, he's a better person than one that uses women as playthings like you do. He begins to glare at me in anger. You know what? Words will never get through that thick skull of yours. Action will though. How dare you insult a member of the Phoenix fam? So you're okay with being whored off to a random stranger? I voice myself to a blonde girl that looked like the tool. How dare you speak such vulgarity about a member of the Phoenix family and insult another? Everyone is silent when this is said. I immediately smelled her to notice she had the same scent as the tool. Did he put his sister in his devil house? Damn, this guy has issues. So what will you be willing to do then since we can't meet an agreement? How about a bet then? A bet? He starts to smile. Power is everything in the devil realm, so I will bet I can beat you in a fight. If I win, you break the engagement with Ms. Gremory, and if Riser win? Shit, I forgot about something he'd want in return. If you win, Izuku becomes your servant? Sona speaks up with everyone looking at her. As your servant, the Sidori family will also be under your control. You will also have at least 2 more women that belong to Izuku for yourself, not counting these 2. Sona, what are you doing? I silently shout this at her, wanting to avoid bringing the girls in this. Riser accepts. Damn it, we'll do this tonight at midnight at UA. Bring anything you may need to prepare yourself. Riser won't need anything to get rid of vermin like you. Riser can't say the same for you, however. He disappears into a portal with his house after saying this. I need to tell UA what's happening. I turn to Ochako and Kacchan. I'm sorry you had to get involved. It's okay, Deku, I know you'll win. Yeah, show that walking piece of KFC who the badass is. As much as I would like to agree, what will you do? Riser Phoenix has won almost every rating game he's been in, with only losing 2, with them being due to political reasons. I smile while looking at my fist. That ego of his is gonna be his downfall. He looked down on me, so he's underestimating me to begin with. But I can do something he can't. Everyone looked at me confused. You'll find out tonight. Let's just say, he messed with the wrong cat's litter. At midnight in UA. We began to walk into ground beta with Riser following us. Are you sure you don't want a weapon or anything? This may not end the way you think. Please, you're nothing but a filthy feral cat that Riser will be happy to put in his place. I start to growl a little at this. Asterisk sigh. Okay, just so you know, your house, the Gremory and Sidori house, and the first-year hero course of UA are in the monitor room watching with the faculty, an audience to show your pitiful defeat. How delightful. Not as delightful as when I claw your eyes out and piss on your mangled body. Everyone take position. Sona speaks up with us doing as she says. I'm gonna enjoy this. Third-person POV. Begin. Like lightning, Izuku shot off at Riser to punch him in the face. The act sent him flying into a nearby fake building. Heh, not that bad of PU. Ayaha. His face started to produce steam with him screaming in pain. Like it? Taste the feel of holy silver as it slams on that disgusting face of yours. Izuku punched his knuckles together while smiling. You underestimated me, Riser Phoenix, and for that you will pay, you bastard. Riser began to throw fire at him with Izuku dodging with ease. OFA, full meow. Izuku jumped around with ease while making cat poses to taunt Riser more. Stand still and let Riser roast you, filthy cat. As this went on, the members in the monitor room were watching this happen, with some being mildly impressed. The first hit made Riser get hurt. That fiancé of yours is amazing, Sona. Thanks. Sona and Rias had not taken their eyes off of the screen as it showed Izuku taunting Riser to get him more angry by the minute. Wiggle that butt, Deku. Show the douchebag some of your moves. Katsumi had shouted this with Mina mimicking some of the dance moves. How is my brother losing to him? Shudo looked at the screen with this comment and smirked. Izuku isn't even serious yet. He only has one tail right now. FO showgirl. He's gonna wreck that fried chicken like he wrecks those girls. Kaneko had stopped eating a sweet treat of Machi Ochako prepared for everyone with Nijire in advance to speak on this. Face Riser like a man, damn it. Riser had shouted this while sending more magic Izuku's way. Izuku dodged and got behind him. In an instant, he tail smacked Riser in the face to send him a distance. How did that hurt? Riser thought only your gauntlets had holy silver? Izuku stood tall before speaking. I channeled chi in my tail to obstruct your magic ability. This, along with your mindless use of magic drained you significantly, will lead to your defeat. Riser ran to Izuku with a large amount of fire in his hands. Izuku dodged every strike he did with mere millimeters from his fur to feel it singe it a bit. He gets down to kick Riser's head to throw him upwards. He jumps up to grab him to twirl him around to slam him back on the ground. He lands gently on a street lamp to look down at Riser. You bastard. Riser uses the last of his magic to make a giant ball of fire. Are you crazy? That amount of power can hurt the people here. If Riser can kill you, then Riser doesn't care. Izuku heard this and began to jump up to him. People like you don't learn until you see the difference in power, huh? Izuku uses a significant amount of magic to cancel out Riser's before he could use it. No way. Riser had looked up to notice Izuku. In an instant, he almost saw an image of what seemed like an angry god about to strike him. Now, it's time for my special move. Izuku grew his second tail out and pulled his arm back for a straightforward punch. Miotroit, smosh. Izuku hauled off and punched Riser in his face to send him into the ground to fall unconscious. Once he saw this, he held his fist up in a similar fashion to All Might when he stands victorious. Meow. Izuku begins to walk over to Riser before a portal opens to have a blonde girl stand in front of him. Don't take another step towards my brother, you monster. She held a defensive position in front of Riser with Izuku picking her up and gently moving her to the side. I'm not gonna kill him. I'm healing his injuries. Izuku began to send Senjutsu out to heal him with all notable injuries vanishing. He isn't at full percent, but you should be able to move him without worry of hurting him more. Izuku started to walk away before the girl stood in his way again. What do you want, huh? Money? Power? You and that older sister of yours are no different in wanting what you ta. I didn't fight him for me. I fought him for someone else. Even the reward I'm getting is going to someone else. I didn't heal him for me either. I did it because he needs immediate attention. Heroes do things because they need to be done, not because they want to do it. In this case, however, I wanted to protect someone and the people I care for. So they do coincide, but not always. The girl couldn't believe what she was hearing. This man, this cat just beat the snot out of her brother for someone else and healed him when he didn't need to do either. I'm sorry if I caused any trouble, but please tell your brother that this match is mine, and I would prefer him to keep to his promise about breaking the marriage off. Izuku walked away, but had his hand grabbed before he could get far. What's your name? Izuku Midori, a little phoenix? She began to blush before speaking. Ravel? Izuku looked behind him. Just Ravel is fine. She lets go of him for Izuku to walk back to the others. Wish your brother a speedy recovery for me, Ravel. As he walked away, Izuku didn't see a prominent blush on Ravel's face. Izuku POV. As I went into the monitor room, everyone began to circle around me. Deku, that was amazing. Yeah, you totally kicked his ass. That guy better think twice before messing with you again. That attack was so cool. It reminded me of All Might's. Midoriya. Everyone stopped for Gremory to walk up to me. Thank you. Of course. I suddenly felt someone's hand slither behind me and wraps around my chest. My, what an adorable cat pose that was. Tell me, would you be interested in giving me a private lesson on some of your more taboo moves? I felt Himejima blow into my ear as she whispers this to me. Mro. Everyone laughed at this with people giving me high fives and hugs for what I did. I was just happy I could avoid Kaniko's master having to do something she may regret for the rest of her life. Izuku POV. Shudo, can you pass me the extract? Right here, thanks. After the incident of last night's fight, things were a little quiet for the time being. At least as quiet as I can get out of my life. Right now, I'm in the kitchen with Shudo making sweets for everyone since I was in a good mood. Base tastes good, now let's cut the bread. I grabbed 2 knives with my tails and began to cut the stale bread we had. How skilled are you with those tails? Let's just say, I never miss tail day. I try and flex a little to earn a bit of a snort from her. It's nice to see you happy. You seemed very down after the USJ and haven't been able to fully recover from it. I stopped cutting for a moment as she said this. I'm still haunted by what I failed to do before, but I'm done living with what I should have done. I can't keep living like that. If I do, it'll only hurt the people I love and care for around me. Shudo came over to hug me after hearing this. You're a good person, Izuku, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I smile at this moment a bit, remembering how many people really care for me. I should probably finish this. Kaniko said she was coming over to hang out with us and she's a huge Sweet fan. Yeah, but make sure that you don't do it all by yourself. That's why I'm here. I began to purr at this to make a large smile grow on Shudo's face. As we finished up, Mina walked in looking at us worried. Hey Mina, what's wrong? Tsu seems a little off today. What do you mean by off? She hasn't come out of her room today. When I went to see her, she looked like she was toppled over in pain. I think on this before grabbing a bit of water and making a small bit of tea that helps with soreness. I'm gonna go check on her. Mina, Shudo, you two mind watching the bread pudding that's in the oven? That shouldn't be a problem. Aye, Captain. Mina started to salute me for us to laugh a little. With this said, I made my way up to Tsu's room. Once I was on the floor, I noticed a strange smell. It wasn't bad, but it was strong and heated up my base instincts. Something smells really good. As I got closer to the door, the smell got stronger and stronger. Tsu, you okay? I knocked on the door to hear groaning and whimpering inside. Tsu, I have some tea if you want. It should help with aches and pains a bit. NNNNNMMM. I heard her walk to the door before opening it enough to put her hand out. She grabbed the tea slowly to bring it back into the room. I hear her practically chug it before the door opens again to have her place the cup on the ground. Okay, this is strange. I sit near the door to try and talk to her. Hey Tsu, what's in pain? I just feel really restless to a point it hurts. I sigh at this before I ask her the next question. How far does your animal quirk bring you between the line of frog and human? Kinda far. Sigh asterisk. You're an Omega, aren't you? Silence was between us before she answered. Yes, you're suffering from Omega heat right now, aren't you? I took medicine for it, but the symptoms already started. I wasn't sure how people would react with my condition, so I stayed in my room. I didn't intend to worry anyone. Animal instincts are a bitch sometimes, huh? A little. We laughed a little after I said this. So when was it that you first started your Omega heats? 2 years ago. My mom helped me through it, but the medicine she gave me only lowers it to functioning levels. It doesn't do anything if you're already in it immediately after as well, so I have to bear the pain until then. I kept silent while breathing in more of her pheromones that leaked under the door. Tsu, you were there for me when my sister did what she did at the USJ and helped me deal with the aftermath. I want to repay you, but I don't think us talking nearly qualifies. Tsu cracked the door a bit open to look at me. Izuku, you're an alpha, right? How do you? I smelled it on you the first day. But you don't act like one. Why? I just don't see a point in forcing someone to do what they don't want to do. I didn't grow up learning to take what I want. I grew up to show compassion for others. That's why I'm talking to you, because I care for your well-being. Tsu shuts the door before unlatching a lock she had on. If you want, you can come in. I stand up to walk in with the lights turned off. The smell of Tsu's pheromones were driving me wild inside. Every urge inside me was telling me to make her mine and mine alone. Sorry if you're uncomfortable. I turned to see Tsu's face completely red with baggy shorts and an oversized shirt on, practically covered in sweat. Damn it, that smell is getting to me. Don't take advantage of her. She's not feeling well. Don't worry, it takes more than a little arousal to take me down. I smile at her while avoiding breathing in too much. The first time this happened, my mother never left my side. She said that as an Omega, this would happen to me on occasion and gave me the medicine that subsided it. The problem is, it takes half a day to be in full effect. So you gotta suffer like this until that happens? She nods and goes back to lay on the bed. When I first met you, you said you found my scent tasty. What did you mean by that? Sorry, I just didn't eat that much the first day. I kinda like the taste of frog's legs and spoke out of my stomach. Didn't mean anything by it. I sit down near the foot of the bed with Tsu staring at the ceiling. Hey Izuku, yeah. What does sex feel like the first time? Pfft, sorry if it's a weird question. And no, it's just. I try to find the words to explain how it isn't odd to ask with my head coming up with nothing. Okay, it's weird. How should I put this? A first time is something that you should cherish. In the form of a man, their first isn't as precious as a woman's can be. To be honest, I can't answer you accurately since I had mine in a blacked out state when my instincts took over. I only came to after I'd already done it with Kachin and ruined it for her. As she said, I didn't hold back and made it very painful. She knew it wasn't my fault and says she didn't take it to heart, but I felt horrible for her. I held my head down a bit. I think Katsumi cares enough about you that she's happy it was at least you that did it to her. I pick my head up to see Tsu hug me. If it were me, the fact my first was with a person I love at the very least is enough. I'd accept that whether it was painful, gentle, or anything else. To me, that would be fine. Tsu. I turned my head to have her lips push on mine. Her hand started to clench my shirt as she moaned in my mouth. When she pulled away, Tsu gave me a look of desire before speaking. Izuku, can you please help with my heat? I can't take it anymore. Wish I knew this before walking up here. Few hours later, Kaneko POV. I walk into Heights Alliance with some of Izuku's classmates around playing games and talking among themselves. Hey Kaneko, how was school for you? Ochako came over to me smiling as she normally does. It was nice. Have you seen my brother? Sorry, but I haven't. Same. Katsumi said this trying to think where he could have gone. I asked him to go up to check on Tsu some time ago and didn't see him since. Mina said this with this girl with AUX cords coming out of her ears going red. You don't think he got laid? Possibly. Katsumi stated this with little reaction to the fact my brother may have had sex with her classmate. You're fine with that? I told him we're making him a harem. If he wants the frog girl, then he's got my approval to pound the frog until she's roadkill. All in the mighty name of Operation Deka Harem? Katsumi shouted this with Mina, Ochako, and Nijire clapping, with a familiar smell I've discovered before making its way into the common area. Everyone was silent at this, but she wasn't feeling good. Shouldn't he show some compassion? I can tell you right now, Jiro, she's most likely in Omega Heat instead of not feeling good. What's Omega Heat? The guy with tape coming out of him called Siro asked this while stuffing his face with bread pudding that smelled awesome. Omega Heat is when Omegas in the animal kingdom go into a form of a heat cycle. They suffer similar aspects as if in heat while producing large amounts of pheromones to attract alphas to breed with them. I could smell the pheromones from the moment I walked in and know that the effects of them are similar to feeling sick. Strangely enough, sex will help more than any medicine or something like that. Huh, so it's like the old saying that doing it is good for your health? Exactly. A blonde idiot came up to me still confused and kinda excited. So she needs some help, huh? I'm willing to take one for the tea. As much as I'd love to see you try jamming, yay, you may die a painful death if you go up there right now. Jiro started to laugh at this while their human robot came over to ask why. Do omegas go into an agitated state or something when they are in heat? He asks this with a karate chop motion. No, but alphas aren't too kind to others trying to take their mates from them, especially when it's an omega. They'll literally fight to the death to claim their mate as their own. So unless you want to try and fight my brother when he's serious, I'd sit back down and pretend that isn't happening right now. The fool sat down with the bicolored hair girl Todoroki giving me a piece of bread pudding. Izuku made it knowing you were coming. Came out really good, thank you. I took the piece and grabbed a little to try. My ears and tail shot out by the sweetness to be satisfied. Izuku, you do know how to make me happy. Good to know you and Deku aren't much different. Wanna play a game and talk about what you missed with your cute older brother? I nodded at Katsumi as her, Mina, Ochako, and Nijire sat around for us to learn about him and me a bit. After some conversations, Izuku came down with the girl I believed was Tsu looking rather plain facial-wise. Midoriya, I highly recommend you limit your sexual acts to where they do not hinder others. Dude. Ida, please stop. Tsu says this as she holds onto Izuku to make him pat her head. He walks over to the kitchen to get a piece of bread pudding for him and the frog girl before sitting next to me. Hey Kaneko. Sorry, I didn't get to greet you when you got here. It's cool. I got to learn a little about you from the girls, so we're even. He smiles at me as we both take a bite from our snacks to smile and wag our tails in unison. Yeah, no argument they're fucking related. Agreed. Izuku POV. A few days had passed with the incident revolving around Riser Phoenix and Tsu being in her heat. Fortunately, I was able to walk out of both perfectly fine and happier than ever. Ida, however, seemed to be thanking Sona strangely enough for something her sister did. From what he said, Serafal saved his brother from the hero killer during the sports festival and he could not thank her enough for what she did. Not gonna lie, it was kinda creepy seeing how much he bowed to her. Right now, we're sitting in the classroom waiting for class to start with Ms. Midnight coming in more annoyed looking than Class B's teacher. Alright, please sit down so we can begin. I wonder what happened to her. She looks like she hates the world. So first off, I'd like to point out that we will be doing a work study in a week. Some of you have obtained offers from agencies for drafts. Up above are the ones that were seen. Ms. Midnight shows us a set with an amount on them. Izuku Midoriya, 9,420. Shudo Todoroki, 4,123. Katsumi Bakugu, 3,456. Fumikage Tokoyami, 360. Tenya Ida, 301. Denki Kaminari, 272. Nijire Hato, 183. Momo Yaoyorozu, 108. Ijiro Kirishima, 68. Ochako Uraraka, 20. Hantashiro, 14. Meow. I got the most. I shout in excitement with everyone looking at me. Sorry. I sat down with some of the girls snickering at me. Anyway, those of you who did not get any offers will have a list given to them of about 40 agencies that are well known for us. But before we do that, we must first give you all hero names. Everyone shouted with excitement at this until the door opened. Lady Leviathan walked in and stood at the front. Asterisk meow asterisk. It's okay Izuku, I'm not here to kill you. Yet, that does not sound so reassuring. Maybe Nijire, but the decision to kill him or not still can be overturned if a large majority of the higher class deems him dangerous. He may have gained much respect by middle-class devils for his win against Riser Phoenix, but a good amount of the upper class does not like the fact he can take down high-ranking devils if given the chance. Anyway, Ms. Leviathan has offered to help us with hero names to make sure they are proper. Sometimes, the first name you pick will be what you go by for the rest of your career. So please put the utmost importance into this. Ms. Midnight passed out some whiteboards for us to make as names with us thinking of something we could use as a hero name. After about 10 minutes, Aoyama was the first to walk up. He held his board up and smiled at it. I cannot stop twinkling. It works. No, that's a sentence. Lady Leviathan grabbed the board and changed it a bit. If you take the I out and change the cannot to can't, it works. Mercy madam. He went to his seat with Mina going next. My code name will be the Alien Queen. Sorry girl, but that one's out. Dang it. Ms. Midnight rejected it with Mina kinda being bummed out. One after another, people started going down the line with hero names. Some were references off their quirks, others were kinda referencing other aspects of themselves. When Shudo got up, she held it out a little uneasily. The redemption hero, Hikikiru. Why? Growing up, I thought what I was doing by refusing to use my left side was me giving redemption to something that happened. But I want to prove to people that it's okay to be who you are and be the hero I want to be. That is what I can do to truly redeem myself to someone I failed as a child. It was approved with Shudo smiling at me. Next up was Kachin, who after much help from me, changed her name to something that works for her. The C for hero, nitrate, she had it approved with her walking back. Not the best she could have, but it's better than Queen Explosion Murder. After Kami and Ida, it came to me. I got up to the podium and held my name out. Many who understood it was an insult that Kachin changed to a good thing were questionable on it. For about 10 years, I lived with the grief that I was the cause of Kaneko dying on me. Though I know now that she's alive, that doesn't change the fact I left her behind when she needed me the most. For that, this name is my own way of saying I'm not forgetting a promise I made to my sister long ago. The Nekomata hero, Deku. Everyone smiled at this as we started to wrap things up. Time skipped to lunch. As I was going to sit for lunch, Lady Leviathan grabbed my arm to bring me out to the hallway. What's going on? Long story short, I need you to go with this agency. She hands me a paper with the address being near Kuo Academy. What's so important about this hero? She's a person that knows of the devils, angels, and fallen angels. She also supports our faction, so it helps. Since it's close to the school, you also get the luxury of seeing Kaneko more often. How does that sound? I smile a bit while nodding. That a boy? Welp, I better be off. The power the mighty Leviathan is needed elsewhere. Farewell. With that, she disappears into a magic circle with a worry strangely growing on me. Why do I feel like Sona is going to have a problem later on? I look a little closer to the name of the agency and internally freak. The rabbit hero Miruko. 1 week later. Alright, I will see you all in a week. Remember, you all will be working with pros. Be on your best behavior and listen to everything they say. Yes ma'am. We start walking away with Nijire and myself going the same route. So you're going with your mom's agency? Yep, she's the number 9 hero, so I should learn a lot under her. Awesome. I may see you every now and again during the week. Why? Who are you doing your internship with? The rabbit hero, Miruko? That's great Izuku. I nod with us getting on the train. When we do, we pass the time a little with going over what skills we wanted to grow. Nijire wanted to gain more stamina, while I wanted better control over my Nekomata powers. When the train stopped at our destination, we had to part ways with wishing the other luck. I began walking down the street to find the agency. I enter in with the receptionist pointing me towards Miruko's office. Before opening the door, I take a huge breath in to calm myself. This is it Izuku. For the whole week, your job is to get better under the protection of this hero. I open the door with a determined face on me. I'm Izuku Midoriya from UA. Shut up and close the door. I walk in with Lady Leviathan inside with Miruko sitting with her feet on the desk. Sorry. I shut the door and walk up to them. So this is the kid Sarah? Yes, this is Izuku Midoriya. The Nekomata I told you about? Nice to meet ya. What's your hero name kid? Deku ma'am. She started laughing at me with me being confused why. You're calling yourself useless? That's hilarious. She kept laughing for a few minutes with it starting to annoy me. I like it. She gets up and starts heading to the doors. Get changed. We're meeting with the Gremory house about some unwanted visitors in her area. I agreed and started changing into my hero costume in the changing room. When I came out, we started to walk out to head to Kuo Academy. So how are you connected to the devil race? Sarah's a friend of mine and I make contracts with her to help with a few investigations. Heroes getting help from one of the factions isn't that much of a surprise though. Lots of pros get help here and there. Like Hawks getting help from fallen angels, Crust with angels, even Endeavor got some help from devils now and again with his harder cases to crack. So it's normal for pros to get help from one of the factions? Not really. Though the higher you are on the food chain, the more likely that you got help from one of them in the process. I started to understand with us entering Kuoa's gates. When we do, we go straight to the Occult Research Club to meet the Gremory House, Citri House, and 2 others. Asterisk sniff. Asterisk sniff. Exorcists. I raise an eye at why 2 members of the church were in a devil's house right now. Me and Miruko sit down with the chestnut-colored hair one a little surprised. The rabbit hero? She's part of one of your houses? She does business with my older sister. She helps her a little with cases, while Miruko assists us in cases that require heroes to step in. They seem to understand with the blue-haired one going right to the point. Me and my associate are looking for a few Excalibur fragments that were taken from the church. The culprit fled into this area and we came to not cause complications with your territory. So you came to ask my house for help? No, we didn't come to ask for help. The blue-haired one makes this known before continuing. We only wish for you to stay out of our way. We shall handle this without causing trouble in your area, so do not meddle in our business. They get up to leave before noticing the blonde girl Asia. You're that witch that was once known as a saint, aren't you? She nods with the other girl coming over. Who would believe that someone of the church would fall so low as to become a devil? Do you even believe in God anymore? I do. It's hard to, but I still hold God in my heart. But I have no regrets becoming a devil. I made many friends in the process and refused to give them up. The blue-haired girl started to unsheath her sword. If you still believe in God, then die. It is the only noble thing you can do with your faith. This enraged me with the pervert walking in front of her. Why does Asia have to die? She's a good person, devil or not, that just wants to make friends and have a peaceful life. She was excommunicated by your faction because of her good nature. She never wanted to be placed on the pedestal of saint or be labeled a witch. Your faction did that. Now you want to kill her? What gives you the right? I agree with the perv on this one. Neither of you have the right to judge someone you never met and knew personally. Also, I'm not a fan of sitting back and letting someone do the dirty work, and I'm certain Ms. Gremory over there isn't too fond of you snooping in her territory either. So here's what I suggest, the two of you go against us. If I win, you work with Miruko's agency. I'm not a fan of joining in on these things, but I'll allow it. And if I win, you both have to apologize to Asia. Issei, they don't have to do that. Fine, but we will do as we see fit if we win, with none of you interfering with our business. If we win, we agree to the terms and head outside. Third-person POV. Once everyone was outside, Izuku started stretching while putting on a special kind of glove. First off, let me introduce myself. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm a student of UA that is in an work study with Miruko. My hero name is the Nekomata hero Deku. I am Zenobia Quarta, and this is my associate Irina Shido. The blue-haired woman known as Zenobia introduced them. So how are we going to do this? Tag team or two separate matches? Since there's two different things at stake, let's do both matches side by side. Issei. Irina smiled as they both pulled their robes off and prepared to fight. Zenobia fought Izuku, while Irina fought Issei. I'll referee this match. Begin. Miruko shouted this with everyone ready to fight. Izuku came at Zenobia with breakneck speeds with full meow. He started throwing punches with power and speed behind it. Black electricity started coming off Zenobia's sword to gain her attention. Should have figured it was a holy sword. Izuku pulled back to show knuckle bracers with black iron and a pentagram on them. These knuckle bracers were made with the demonic sword Muramasa as a starting line. These are one of my 3 different weapons I made to go against your faction. I call them Angel Busters. Izuku smiled while knocking his knuckles together to make a clanking sound. Zenobia began coming at Izuku next to try to slice him. Each hit, Izuku dodged with millimeters of distance. One hit, however, sliced his cheek a little to make him jump back. Not bad. Zenobia looked a little surprised as the cut wasn't really doing much. I thought you were part of the Devil's faction. This is the holy sword of destruction, so why isn't it harming you more? Because I'm not a devil. I'm a Nekomata that just happens to side with devils without technically being part of their faction. Izuku wiped the blood off his cheek to lick it. If I had to choose a faction to be part of, it would be with humans. Izuku charged again with Zenobia trying to hit the ground to shatter it. This failed, however, with Izuku holding the tip of the blade over his head. You have my respect. This blade is heavy and shouldn't be easy to swing. Congrats on having the skill you do. Zenobia ignored this and tried to push harder down. Izuku, on the other hand, decided to lift the blade and Zenobia up to spin them. What are you doing? He lets go and sends her into the trees. Hope I didn't hurt her too much. I may have raw power, but I'm a gentle creature at heart. Izuku smiled, looking out to the crowd of onlookers. He's pulled out of his thought process though to watch Issei accidentally miss his mark and touch Asia and Kaneko. The act quickly made their clothes rip off. You goddamn pervert. Izuku started walking over, but was stopped when Kaneko punched him high into the sky. I can live with that for now. He jumps out of the way for Zenobia to make a crater in the ground from a swing. You know, you should really loosen your shoulders up a bit. If you keep that up, your movements will be stiff and slower. Shut up, cat. She kept swinging with Izuku dodging each hit. When he got below her, Izuku headbutted her into the stomach to make Zenobia kneel down. Grabbing the holy sword, Izuku held his fist to Zenobia's head with her yielding to this. On the other hand, Irina was able to win her fight against Issei with them being bound by only Izuku's agreement. As promised, we will work alongside Miruko's agency. Zenobia held her head down in shame knowing she was bested. Izuku pulled his glove off and gave Zenobia a hand up. They went over to the others with Miruko going over the arrangements. While that happened, Izuku went over to Issei. Nice match, Madwa. Izuku gave a solid punch to his jaw with a little agitation to the pervert. That was for what you did to Kaneko before, you little perv. White Zoe. Issei stated this through a swollen cheek as the 4 left after saying their goodbyes. Several hours later, Izuku POV. Why are they sleeping in my room? Cause I don't have another room for them. I looked over to see them both occupying the bed to just sigh. Fine. This was kinda my fault anyway. That's the spirit. Now don't rock the bed, unless it's mine. Miruko started to laugh as she left the room. I grabbed a blanket to make a makeshift bed for me in my cat form. I'll take the floor. I turn into a cat for Irina to run over and pick me up. You are so adorable like this. Irina, put the cat down and go to sleep. Can I take this little kitty in the bed? I'm still a man. Ah, that's no fun. Irina gets into the bed with me getting comfy. While we start laying there, Irina looks over to me. Hey Midoriya, why are you in a hero school? When I was younger, I did something to my little sister I can never forgive myself for. I wanted to help people and become the hero I should have back then. Though the reality of it wasn't as bad as it was with my sister being alive in the end, I'm still haunted by the memory of not doing what I should have. So you're trying to replace the one bad with a lot of good? I nodded. I know it won't change the bad, but I thought it would honor my sister's memory doing a lifetime of good as some kind of repayment. Stupid, right? No, it's not. Zenovia answered this while sitting up to look at me. You wish to honor your sister's memory and make her life mean something to you and still want to prove you feel ashamed of your failure. There is nothing more noble than that. She must be proud of you. I laid my head down with a bit of a smile. At least I know one sister is. I quickly fell asleep shortly after with our work beginning tomorrow. Izuku POV. The day started rather normal for me with getting up a little early to make breakfast for all of us. The first person down was Zenovia, who looked at the large amount of food I made and drooled a bit. She didn't say anything, but her stomach growled in response. You want some? It's almost all done, so just grab a plate. She tried to pretend she wasn't hungry and walked away. Pity, I made all this to go to waste. I wonder if the devils in the Gremory house ate yet. She got rather angry with her stomach growling louder. I had to laugh before giving her a plate with a bit of everything on it. It's not bad to take someone's kindness that went out of their way. I made the food for everyone, you included. She looked away and thanked me before sitting down. As I finished, Miruko and Irina came down. That smells amazing. What did you cook, kid? Just a little eggs, sausage, some French toast. Oh, I like. Irina went over to grab a plate with a bunch of French toast to sit down. Her reaction was a little more happy compared to Zenovia's when I offered food. Eat up, cause we're going out on patrol here in a few minutes. That reminds me, you never said how many fragments were missing. If we can help, we'd be better to know which ones are gone to make countermeasures against that. Zenovia started explaining the ones that were missing along with who may be connected. The fragments that were taken were Nightmare, Transparency, and Rapidly. Though they are only fragments of the once great holy sword remade into different swords, they are still very powerful and dangerous if left in the wrong hands. I began to understand this a little better. If someone is taking that many holy swords, there must be a logical explanation, like they found a way to fuse them or something. Impossible. Even the greatest alchemists in the church couldn't reforge Excalibur. Do you know of any other reason why someone wanted to take so many parts of the sword that you said was unreforgable? She sighed at this, thinking this isn't completely out. Who's doing this? Miruko asked, with the reply not exactly what we wanted. Kokabeel of the Bible? Oh shit, this'll be a problem. Miruko thought on this while finishing her plate. Oh well, let's get on patrol. You're not fazed by this? Worrying about it won't help. Now let's get going. Why do I feel like this study will be a pain in my ass? Few hours later. As we were walking around, Miruko just barely touched on what patrols do for me, with us being stopped by a few people who wanted Miruko's autograph. Some even stopped to pet me, remembering I'm the guy that got second in the sports festival and wanted to feel how soft my fur was. While walking, we passed Kuo Academy for me to see Kaneko walk by with some people. She didn't show it, but she looked happy. It gave me relief knowing she was okay, but it also made me sad for some reason. I didn't understand it, but my ears apparently went down seeing this. You okay? Irina patted my shoulder for me to nod. It's nothing. Let's keep going so we don't get left behind. As we walked, Zenovia came back a little to talk to me. I've been wondering this when you said your hero name, but why did you choose Deku as it? ****. Pain of what you should have done in the past never fades. For 10 years, I felt like I was responsible for something and felt absolutely useless for it. For the longest time, I thought the thing I did made my little sister die and had been left in a stalemate during it. So Deku is used as a remembrance? I nodded. The name doesn't hurt as much as it used to, since one of my girlfriends changed the name after I saved her some time back, but being branded it is kinda fitting in my eyes to force me to never forget the mistake I've done. I received a pat to my head by Irina and a smile. It's okay. We all do things we regret. This is no different. I smiled a little and nodded. Thanks. As we kept walking, we found ourselves passing an alley with someone running out to knock me down. I glanced over to notice it was a little girl. Are you okay? You really took a tumble there. I went to help her up with her flinching. Are you okay? She started to shake and feel very underweight with bandages around her arms and her legs from where I could see. I wonder. In an attempt to find out why, I looked through the girl's memories for a few seconds to see just how agonizing her life is. Abuse, torment, death, and suffering. This girl had seen the darkness of the underground, with only one face being seen more commonly among this despair. You should be more careful, Aerie. We don't want to cause trouble for the heroes. I look up to see the son of a bitch in her memories that caused all this pain. She only knew the man by one name. Overhaul. Sorry about my daughter. She ran away after being told she couldn't have something. I'm sorry if she caused any problems. Irina and Zenobia both noticed something was off with Miruko walking over. What's the issue here, kids? She looked over to see the guy and Eri in my arms shaking. Sir, are these bandages normal for a kid her age? She looks like she's seriously hurt. It's nothing, she's just very clumsy for her age. He started walking closer with the girl shaking even more in my arms. I'm sorry, sir, but I think we should let the authorities handle this. She seems very fearful of you. I glared him down with him giving an equivalent death stare. Watch who you say this to, boy, you may say it to the wrong person. I began using magic to activate a barrier before saying what I would next. Please overhaul, enlighten me on what you mean by that. Things were on edge with me egging him to keep going. His gloves started to disintegrate with him about to move his arm. In one quick swoop, he slammed his hand on the wall to make several spikes come at us. The girl flinched in fear as I activated the barrier to keep the spikes from hitting anyone. But before going forward, I smelled a certain Nekomata stench that was similar to someone being near her. Someone's been near Kuroka? I started to make low-pitched growls knowing this son of a bitch was near my sister recently. I'm pulled out of this when Overhaul tried to grab me to dodge and kick him in the face. He slid back with me handing Eri off to Miruko. Can you bring the girl to a hospital, ma'am? I'm sure I hit a sore spot on him to a point he's not going to allow me to do that myself. Fine. Also, I give you permission to use your quirk, kid, in case anyone asks. Miruko walks away with me taking a fighting stance. How adorable to think you can beat me. Oh, I know this alley cat can beat a junkyard dog like you. I took a stance preparing for his next move. Third-person POV. Overhaul started using more spikes to attack the three with Irina and Zenobia, keeping them in the specific area and off the public. Izuku went in smashing any that came his way before punching Overhaul into the alley. There, he took to the sides of the buildings to go at Overhaul again and again. You filthy cat. You're no different than that bitch some time before. Izuku heard this and came down slamming both his tails down to impale Overhaul into the ground. Where is she? Where's Kuroka? Overhaul was able to get off Izuku and send a barrage of spikes towards him and at the two outside the alley. In an attempt to help them, Izuku allowed a few spikes to hit his thighs before producing an axe kick with Tuki and OFA channeled in his legs. Get back. Irina and Zenobia saw Izuku come down with some force. Meowchester smash. The spikes were stopped with only seconds left before they would have hit either of them in the chest. Izuku pulled the spikes that were in his thighs out and glared at Overhaul. You and all the heroes in this world are infected. You're infected and you don't even know. Izuku jumped straight to Overhaul, who was ready for him with his hand out. However, Izuku used some wind pressure to get behind the villain and knock him out by hitting the back of his skull. Some people came over to see Izuku standing above Overhaul. In the moment, the cat held his fist up and shouted to the heavens. Meow. The police came shortly after this to find out what was going on. Irina and Zenobia explained the situation with Miruko allowing authorization for Izuku to fight along with the protection of a third party while Izuku's legs were being treated for the large amount of blood loss from them. They brought him to a hospital nearby that Miruko had gone with Eri for him to have his wounds bandaged properly. Though, this wasn't needed once a doctor that worked with the church allowed Izuku to use his healing sage arts to get the holes to close. Now the feline began to rejoin Miruko and the exorcists to see Eri resting a little. Izuku POV. So how is she? Miruko looked at me and held a frown. She seemed to have injuries that were very equivalent to torture. I can only imagine what happened and the amount of help she'll need going forward. I looked at the girl and sighed. Why did you start a fight with someone and what did you know about him? Irina asked me to give my answer. I found a way to see someone's past memories by using magic. I only knew the name Overhaul on that guy because Eri knew him by that name. I also saw the amount of torture she had to deal with. So you picked a fight with him to help someone else? I nodded at Miruko, who patted my back. Nice job, kid. You know the basics of why heroes exist? She walked away while finishing our talk. I need to fill out paperwork cause of this. See you all back at the agency. Kid's also in your hands now, furball. You saved her, you treat her. I glanced at the room to see her starting to wake up. I went to the door with Irina and Zenobia joining in. The shock made her get a tad spooked before I put my hands up in a defensive manner. It's okay, Eri. We're not gonna hurt you. She started to shake a bit before seeing my ears and tail. Why, you're that person that helped me. That's right. I also know what that man did to you and can promise you that he will never do that again. How do you know? I began to do a karate pose to make her calm down a little. Cause I knocked his whiskers off and gave him a little cat foo on his butt. Meow. She looked at me a little strange before I walked over to the chair. He's arrested and will never hurt you again. I promise. When she heard this, she began to cry knowing her nightmare is over. I went over to hug her head while Irina and Zenobia smiled at this. What happens now? Eri was curious with me wiping her tears. Now, you get better. It's not going to be easy, but you'll one day become a normal person again. What he did to you should have never happened, so please understand that we will try and help where we can. I transformed into my cat form to sit on her lap. If you want, I can be a stress kitty for now. All you have to do is pet me and hear my purrs. She didn't understand this, but slowly did this to hear me purr a bit. She didn't smile, but held a face of content and amazement. As this went on, the door slammed open with Kacchan, Ochako, Nijire, and Shudo for some reason running in. Deku, Izuku. They all shouted for Eri to hide under the covers with her ears hidden in a pillow. Your MOM calls me to say you were admitted to a hospital without telling any of us why? What the hell happened? Deku, are you okay? Ochako started to cry with Nijire and Shudo noticing the two others in the room. So who are these two? Everyone turned to them with Kacchan looking at me. Exorcists I'm working with. Otherworld matters and all that. They nodded with the obvious elephant in the room now being asked. Why are you a cat then? Mental help for Eri? Who? I pointed at the lump in the bed shaking with Kacchan dropping me down to the bed. I began walking over to Eri before pressing a paw to her shoulder. Eri, you okay? Common out, these girls aren't going to hurt you. They just got kinda scary cause I did something to scare them. She moved her face to see everyone before they smile and wave at her. Hey there kid. My name's Katsumi, but you can call me Kacchan if you want. I'm Ochako, but Oka is fine to make it easier. She started to move her hand slowly to wave hello with only one eye looking at them. So she's the reason you were admitted? I nod at Kacchan before looking at Nijire and Shudo. Why are you both here? Ochako called me to ask and I came here thinking this was the closest hospital. I was done with today's work and wanted to see my mother to run into these three. I began to explain the situation to everyone from Irina and Zenobia to Overhaul and Eri with them understanding. I also explained the situation with the girls to Irina, Zenobia, and Eri with them understanding a little. We also learned a little about Eri to know she's 6 and likes apples. She's very quiet, but seemed to enjoy talking to us. When Miruko came back, she noticed the room full of people and smiled. So I talked to the doctors. Eri can be clear to leave here tonight if we have a residence for her to go to. Problem with that is, we can't find any living relatives of hers. What does that mean for her? She'll be put up for adoption and put in a foster home until then. Eri started to hug me scared of what will happen. Any way around it? Unless one of you want to adopt her or know of a living relative, this is the only way. I'll adopt her then. I blurted this out with everyone looking at me. You're not under any obligation, you know that right? I know, but I want to help her. Miruko sighed with Irina and Zenobia standing up. If we can help, we'll be more than happy to as well. Same here. Deku's our boyfriend, so it's understandable that we help. Kacchan, Ochako, and Nijire agreed to this with Shudo coming over to sit by Eri. Can I help as well? Eri looked at her with seeing the scar on her eye to touch her own. She nods and hugs Shudo to make us all happy to see this. Then it's settled. Eri, would you like to be a Midoriya? She silently nodded before hugging me. Alright, I'll get the adoption papers. Kids in your care though? Miruko walked away with the doctor having me fill out a release form as the legal guardian. We walked out with Eri on my shoulders to the agency. First thing we did though was a bath since she smelled like she hasn't had one in a year. After, we gave her a nice meal with some medicine to help her get some nutrients. She was a little low on back in her system. She wasn't too fond of this, but I explained to her that good medicine is always the one that tastes bad and gave her a little apple juice to wash it down. Finally she was tucked into the bed with Irina and Zenobia sleeping next to her. We didn't have anything for her to sleep in, so I gave her one of my shirts to which she was content in. Before I could sleep though, Irina grabbed me and placed me on the bed between them with Eri hugging me. Knowing I had nowhere to go, I just accepted this and slept like that. Good night Eri, sweet dreams my little snowball. Izuku POV. A few days after rescuing Eri, we were told about an incident regarding Overhaul escaping. This didn't end well with many people believing Eri should be put into hiding. But there was one silver lining to this. The person that freed Overhaul was an excommunicated exorcist that used a holy sword fragment for the job. Thanks to this, the Gremory and Citri houses were able to get involved to locate the two in the Yakuza stronghold. Right now, a group of pros and the members of both houses are waiting patiently outside for the officer with the warrant to come. Izuku. I turned around to see Kaneko walk up to me. Hey sis, you ready? She nodded with both of us looking at the gate. So you think that guy that stole the fragments is in there? Possibly. As we talked, Nijire came behind me for a hug. Izuku. The act surprised Irina and Zenobia who were beside me. Hey Nijire, what are you doing here? Ryukyu was told to join. I'm here on standby. Shame. I actually would want to see what one of my brother's girlfriends can do. While speaking, two guys came over with one having a hood over his head and a blonde guy that looked like he's Vault Boy from Fallout. So this is the infamous Izuku that you told about Nijire? The blonde guy stuck his hand out. Mirio Togata. Or as I should be called here, Lumillion. This guy is Tamaki Amajiki or Sun Eater. I gave my hand to shake while holding my tails up in happiness. Izuku Midoriya, or Deku for right now. It's a pleasure to meet you Deku. I hope to see good things from you today. Likewise. While speaking, the Gremory and Citri houses came over with Sona speaking first. Good to see you again, Deku. Good to see you too, Sona. Oh yeah, where's Deku? Is she okay? Yeah, she's with my mom. That's right, Katsumi said you adopted a kid who was held prisoner by these people. Can I see a picture? I pulled my phone out to scroll down my pictures to find one of the little Snowball. She's a little shy and self-conscious about the horn on her head, but she's the cutest little thing. While this was going on, I was able to get my mom to watch her before any of this went down to at least know she's safe. Everyone smiled while seeing this with the cop coming to signal the raid to start. When he buzzed in, a guy spoken about in reports started coming, our muscles ready, sending some cops into the air. Crap. I jumped up to grab a few of the cops with Mr. Aizawa grabbing the others. Looks like we're gonna have to deal with first. Before he could attack again, Ryukyu stopped him while keeping her team out to stop this. We began entering in with some of the pros and Sona's house, taking down the outside thugs while making a barrier for safety reasons. Entering in, a pro called Night Eye pressed some panels in a pattern to open a passage down below. Some Yakuza attacked us with his sidekicks, taking them down for us to keep going. We hit a snag though when we got to a wall. What do we do now? I'm on it. Togata went through the wall to stick his head out after. It's a setback for us. We just need to get through it. I glanced over at Kaneko, who got the same idea as me. Stand back. We punched through the wall with Miruko being slightly impressed. Not bad, kid. Let's move. We progressed forward with the room starting to move around. What's going on? Iranaka of the Yakuza must be using his quirk. Wait, but the report said he could only do something like this with a fridge. He's gotta be using a quirk enhancer. We tried to keep going with Togata going on ahead. Most of us fell through the floor to find 3 Yakuza blocking our path. Sorry, but this is as far as you go. Something didn't feel right with them, with the cops starting to aim at them. Wait, Amajiki and Irina held their hands out. We got this, you sure? They nodded with all of us starting to head out. I don't think so. The one with the blonde hair was punched by Irina, who looked at them pissed. You monsters hurt an innocent girl like Eri. I'm gonna make you pray to God for what you did. Note to self, never piss off Irina. Irina POV. As everyone left, the 3 got back up with the blonde very angry at me. Bad move, girly. The 3 pulled out black wings to let out killer intent. Now you're dead. He came at me with the sword for Sun Eater to help. He grabbed it with his hand, turning to an octopus's tentacles. When it's in his hand, he turns it into a crab claw to break it. These are reborn fallen angels, be careful. What do you mean? Long story. The bald guy came at me with his hand made of what looked like crystal to send me into a wall. I started coming out of it a little dizzy while the one with the bag started attacking me. He practically bit a chunk of my shoulder off and would have bit through if it wasn't for me dodging in time. Take this. I pulled out Excalibur mimicry for it to disappear. What? I hope you weren't looking for this. The blonde held the sword in his hand to show he stole it. You think you're so special cause you can use this thing? He threw it to the bag head to have him chomp through the blade. You monsters. That was a holy sword you just destroyed? Sun Eater tried to punch the blonde guy with him having his hands bleed from a hidden knife. These guys don't know who they're messing with. I've got the blonde and the crystal guy, you handle the teeth one. As we separated, the one with the bag came at me to try and bite me again. This would be a lot easier if I had my holy sword. I tried to punch him for him to dodge and bite my wrist. I was able to have him let go with a kick to the crotch, but it was without a doubt what Izuku thought of me. I'm weak without my sword. Flashback to a day ago. What do you mean I'm weak? I mean, when you're without that sword of yours, you're defenseless. I started to get mad with him, explaining why. Let's say, you lose the holy sword for some reason. How are you going to fight someone? You lack strength. You're not as fast as some enemies. You can't even use magic. The only way you can fight is with that sword, and that's a liability. I held my head down a little, knowing he was right. This is what we face daily as heroes. We're always faced with this ideal, so I want you to have these. He hands me a set of gloves with a strange metal in them. The gloves are in case something happens tomorrow. Back to present. It's worth a shot. I put the gloves on and punched the guy in the face. He started falling to the ground in pain for some reason. I looked down to see a spell incantation on the gloves. You probably saw this coming, didn't you? I got into a fighting stance with Sun Eater doing some kind of technique where he made his body act in some kind of technique to be a chimera. The hooded guy tried to attack him with me standing in the way. You're not getting away from me that easily. I began to punch him as many times as I could with my knuckles starting to bloody a bit from not being used to fighting with my fists. It hurt, but the only way to stop them was to keep going. I let loose one final hit to his face with everything I had. This is for Eri. I hit him dead smack in the center of his face to send him into the guy with crystals as Sun Eater knocked his 2 out. When we won, I held my right arm up as Izuku would, showing we were the victors. Izuku, thank you for helping me. Meanwhile, Kaneko POV. While heading to the center, the guy from before tried to separate us again with aiming for Eraserhead this time. This is him trying to stop the only problem person of the heroes. I tried to jump over with a hero in a jumpsuit called Fat Gum going beside me as well. We were both thrown down a hole with 2 guys waiting for us. Hey, Guess we have a girl and some fatso to deal with. Maybe one of you can help warm up my arms a bit. Careful kid, these two are members of the Hasaikai like the three from before. I take a fighting stance with my gauntlets on. I can handle them, that's the type of spirit I like to see. The guy that looked like a brawler came at me with a punch while I tried to counter with one of my own. It seemed like a stalemate with him smiling. Suddenly, I found myself overpowered and sent back into a wall. And here I thought Nekomata were supposed to be tough. You're not even worth a fight. I just lost in a fight of strength? What the heck's going on? He came at me again for the pro fat gum to block the attack. So you think you can take me fatso? Let's see what you can do. He kept attacking with speeds immeasurable as Fat was being pushed back. This is what the Yakuza are? What type of monsters are you fighting, Izuku? Something felt off though. I tried to come back with an attack for a barrier to come up. If you choose to keep going, I shall even the odds. The smaller guy put up some barrier while my eyes got accustomed to the dark to see wings on their backs. No way, the wings were that of devils with the barrier going down for the guy to attack again. I was able to block them, but my arms were breaking from it. Fat tried to help with throwing hits for them to only be blocked again by the barrier. Fat, together, we tried to hit the barrier with all our might for it to not make a dent. When it came down, I was socked in the face and sent back into the wall almost unconscious. Kid, I wouldn't worry about her right now, Fatso. I could only make out some of what was going on, but I knew we were on the losing side. I needed strength, but didn't know how to. In that moment, I remembered a talk with Rias and the student council president some time back. 1 week ago. So Izuku is gonna do an internship near here? That is correct? I started to smile a bit knowing my brother's gonna be close by. But in the meantime, I'd like to talk to you about both your differences. What are you talking about? Rias began while explaining. Izuku has become stronger due to his willingness to accept his powers. If you were to do this, you may become as strong as him. But we need you to get past your difficulty with this. I held my head down remembering what happened with Kuroka. I can't. Kaneko, Izuku worries about losing himself as well. He's always scared of that when he uses his power, but do you know why he still does? I shake my head no. Because he wants to do good. For 10 years, he ran because of fear. He's done running now and wants to fight for what he has. Even if doing so means he falls trying. Back to present. That's right. If I fall here, then I lose everything. I started to remember my friends, Rias, Izuku and his friends to remember why I'm fighting. If I lose, they lose, suck it. Nekomata level 2. My second tail started to grow out while charging at the guy. I like the spunk cat. Let's see what you got. I passed Fat who was kneeling over in pain. I won't fail. The second guy put his barrier up with me punching through to hit the bulkier guy in the face. Not bad, but can you handle this? He kept attacking me with punches as I gave them back. I wasn't as big as he was, but I wasn't backing down. I can't lose. I ducked under his punch to give an uppercut to his face. He tried to hit me with his other fist for me to jump up and give a roundhouse kick to his jaw. His muscle would make it useless to punch him there. The only weak point that I could hit is his face. I kept avoiding as many punches as I could to hit his face again and again for him to not let up. This is a fight. Common cat, give me everything you've got. He kept going like a madman with some of his blows hitting me. I won't be left behind. A shot came to my stomach to make me vomit blood. I'm not being left behind. I kept throwing punch after punch with the smaller guy trying to make a barrier for Fat to take him down. The muscle guy was able to grab me by my torso and prepare to punch me. Let's see how you handle this. As he impacted with my face, I could feel my skull crack a bit with only shadows seen. I won't. Speak up, cat, I can't hear you. He put his ear near my face for me to bite it off with all my might. Ah, you little bitch. I refused to let myself be left behind. I was able to get out of his grip to head to his face. Take this. Nico smash. I punched his face as hard as I could with him falling to the ground motionless. I stood there, bloodied, beaten, and bruised while raising my fist in victory. Mio. I fell back after this blacking out from the pain. I did it, Izuku. I did it. Meanwhile, Izuku POV. While getting towards the end of the base, we noticed Togata beaten bloody with Kokobile and Overhaul walking away. Kokobile. Zenovia stood in front with the two looking over to us. It seems the church found you. Overhaul looked at me and began to smirk. Looks like I get to kill you, Midoriya. You try, and it's your head, Naya. We look over to see Kuroka with them. I assume you're with Vala's group here to bring us to him. Vala. Yes, now where's that serum you promised, Naya? Overhaul passed a box to her with me going ahead to attack Kuroka. You think you'll win? I suddenly felt violently sick with my sense of coordination gone. I looked up to see some guy hanging from the ceiling. Whoa, you think you can beat us? Not feeling very up to it now, huh? Well, that may be cause of my quirk that you're like that. None of you can get near me if you feel dizzy, hee hee hee. The drunk made my senses useless while Kokobile cut off the Gremory house, Zenovia, and me from the pros. What is this thing? This has to be that fallen angel's doing. Kick his ass, Deku. I started to get up with some kind of bullet hitting my arm. Now see how it takes effect. I started to lose my senses as everything was unreadable. Ugh. I started to throw up from the dizziness with the guy on top throwing a knife in my calf. Son of a bitch. Ha 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 ha. You didn't see that coming, did you, hero? Face it, you're gonna die down here. You and those people behind you. All because you wanted to play hero, you mangy cat. I looked around with everything twisting and turning to not know what was up or down anymore. Damn it. Time to go. Make sure none of them follow us, Sakaki. Will do, boss. Can't let them escape. Issei, get Deku back here. Akino, get the drunk. I heard this with my senses getting a little better to see the shadows of the perv pulling me over and giving me some water. This isn't over, Kokobile. You still have me in my house to deal with. That is why I have him. Hiya, devil swine. Time to die. I could start to see color again to see some idiot with what looked like a holy sword in his hand. Issei POV. I pulled Midoriya out of the area for Asia to start healing him. It didn't seem to be working from what I could tell with him getting up. Stay down, man. I'm not gonna sit by and let these sons of bitches do what they please. He started to hobble to the wall with everyone going ahead of us. You're not gonna be able to catch up, man. Just let us handle it from he. I'm not gonna let this monster get away after what he did to my daughter. He started to struggle to walk in a straight line while shouting this. I can barely see right now and I can't function so well. I'm fine with that. But what I'm not fine with is a monster like Overhaul being around while I just sit on the sidelines. He started crying. I saw her memories. Asterisk sniffle. He tortured her. He tortured her and nobody did a damn thing to stop him. I can't let this monster get away after what he did. She can't even smile, she's been unhappy for so long. So I'm going to make it so that man who gave her so much unhappiness is brought down, even if I can barely do anything about it. He was about to fall before I grabbed his arm. Asia, stay with Lemillion. Me and Deku are going to kick that mad doctor's butt. Be safe. I gave her a thumbs up before we started heading over there. Why did you want to help me? You barely even know me. I may not be strong like you, but you're Kaniko's family. She's part of our devil house and our friend, so I got your back even if you don't want me to. He smiled while looking at me. You aren't that much of a jackass perv. I may be able to stand you. Thanks I guess. When we got to the area where they were fighting, Midoriya touched my forehead for some reason. I want you to listen very closely. I want you to watch my fight with focusing on where me and the opponent is. The magic I used linked your line of sight and hearing with me. My maneuverability is solely on what you see and hear. I nod at him as he runs over to fight Chisaki. So this is what Kaniko's brother is like. No wonder she thinks he's the coolest person in the world. Even while he's down, he gets back up and refuses to give up for others. Third person POV. The battle seemed to be heated with Zenovia and Izuku battling Chisaki. He started destroying and reshaping the floors in many ways with Izuku smashing and pulling the blue-haired exorcist out of the way of spikes. She attempted to get close many times to slice Overhaul, but had just missed with the villain attempting to grab her for a killing blow. These were stopped by Izuku using Kasha to force him away while regrouping. As they fought Overhaul, Akino and Rias began fighting Kokobile. The battle seemed to be very one-sided with neither girl making a scratch on him. As this went on, Kiba had a conversation with a priest that was there about his research for finding holy sword wielders and using the orphanage where Kiba grew up as guinea pigs. He tosses Kiba a crystal that was used as part of this research by pulling the aptitude from their dead bodies. As he looked at the crystal, spirits of his friends swirled around him. Everyone, the swordsman started to cry, apologizing to them as some form of power swirled around him. What's going on? Get ready to have your tail smacked, you stupid ex-priest. Cause that night is gonna show you to not mess with that kitty. Kiba started to go at Freed with him using a fused Excalibur to try and deflect. This failed with the priest starting to panic. Demonic and angelic powers mixed together, but that's impossible. The only way is, no, it can't be. The priest had a holy spear shoved through his chest by Kokobile. Wait, if a sword with divine and demonic power was made, that can only mean that there is no power stopping it from happening. Izuku realized what this would mean with Zenovia and Kiba getting where he's coming from as well. You are correct, young Nekomata. They all looked at Kokobile, who was smirking. The end result of the Holy War did more than just kill several on each faction. It also killed the leaders of the Angel and Devil faction. In short, God is dead along with the former rulers of Hell. This realization shook everyone to their bones, with Zenovia beginning to go into hysterics. And no, it can't be. God is. She started to lose it with Overhaul walking over to Kokobile. A little cold, don't you think? Not like it matters. They will meet their end soon enough. But this is why each side is weak. They refuse to see the truth and mindlessly follow orders like dogs on a leash. Kokobile began laughing with Issei activating his sacred gear and Izuku using Tuki in his fist. The two came and socked both Kokobile and Overhaul in the face. Who cares if God is dead? Who cares if the rulers of Hell are dead? Izuku and Issei shouted in sheer anger. All that matters is we kick your asses for the people we care for. This act angered the two, with Overhaul losing his patience. I've lost to you once already, kid. I won't make the same mistake." He grabbed Kokobeel's face with him starting to panic. "What are you?" In an instant, the arch-fallen angel's face was splattered everywhere with Overhaul touching his own. The fact a germophobic like me will stoop to this level is beyond comprehension. You all are sick. Each and every one of you. What's this guy doing? Overhaul's quirk allows him to deconstruct and reconstruct things by just touching them. My guess, he's deconstructing both him and Kokobeel and reconstructing them both as one being. Is that even physically possible? Shouldn't, but that wouldn't be the most surprising thing today that I've seen. When the smoke cleared, it showed a man with 4 arms glaring at us. "Now you're all finished." Izuku glanced at Issei. "You remember what I said? Keep my eyes on the fight at all times." He nodded with Issei passing something on to him. "This isn't much, but give him a punch for me." Transfer. Izuku felt power surge inside him and smiled. "Oh, I plan to." Izuku used his Nekomata level 2 powers and an amount of OFA he hasn't attempted yet. OFA full meow 80%. In one movement, Izuku used an uppercut to attack the fused Chisaki and knock him out of the underground facility. He jumped toward him with the merged duo making holy spears to attack the cops and heroes. The small cat used Kasha to defuse these spears to wind his kick up and slam the beast back down to the ground. "You filthy." Overhaul retaliated by sending spikes at him. However, Izuku slammed on the ground to create a shield of concrete. "That won't save you from me, you fool." In a fit of rage, Overhaul used his newly acquired fallen angel powers to attack the area near the concrete for a large dust cloud to be formed. When it cleared, Izuku wasn't in the area of the impact. "Where did you go?" "Behind you, bird brain." Izuku punched him back into the sky with the Gremory house getting out of the hole with Lumillion and Zenovia. "Zenovia, pass me Excalibur Destruction." She did as he asked with Izuku holding the holy sword and concentrating immense power inside it. "You think you can beat me with an incomplete holy sword?" Chisaki attacked with Izuku smirking. "Define incomplete now?" Izuku sent a shockwave at Chisaki to cancel the holy spears and nearly slice him in two. "How?" "I fused Senjutsu into the holy sword." "You're looking at the first holy Nekomata sword. Excalibur of Destruction." Izuku jumped up for Chisaki to attempt to attack again with thousands of holy spears. "You think you can beat me? You're nothing but a maggot crawling around in the dirt." Izuku adjusted his holding to hit the monstrosity with the side of the blade. "Fine with me." He forced the merged beast back down to the ground. "I'll be the maggot that takes you out." Excalibur Smash. The two fall back to the ground with Izuku walking out of the area where they impacted. He raised his right arm up and shouted to the heavens. "Mio!" He began to walk over and defuse the Senjutsu in the holy sword and give it back to Zenovia. "Sorry about taking your sword." "It's fine." "Sorry we had to force you to take care of that." "It's fine." They started to smile at each other before Izuku was tackle-hugged by Nijire. "Izuku, you okay? What is that thing? Is it dead? Is it some kind of fallen angel? Why does it have so many wings? Why aren't you answering any of my questions?" "Because you can't give me time to answer them." Izuku smiled while saying in a calm fashion for the two to laugh. As they started to calm down, Kaneko and Irina reunited with the group along with all the pros. "I only saw a bit of that fight, but that was awesome." Miruko shouted this with smacking Izuku's back to make him fall. Kaneko knelt down to look her brother in the eye. "You did awesome, bro." Izuku smiled as Kaneko helped him up. "Thanks. You okay? You're looking a little beaten up." "I'll manage. Besides, you should see the other guy." Everyone laughed at this as Chisaki started to get up again. "I won't lose to you." Everyone turned ready to fight with him now losing the last shred of patience he had. "I won't lose." He was about to attack before Kuroka came in and knocked him out. "Sorry about the scare there, Naya." "Nice shot though, Izuku. You definitely got stronger since we last met, Naya." She smiled at this while Nijire was completely confused and shouted at her. "Whose side are you on?" She walked away with Chisaki in hand with a portal opening up. "I'm on my own side, Naya. Even if these two were the fools, they are still useful to us, Naya." "Goodbye, Izuku and Shirone. May we meet again, Naya." Everyone stood there with Nijire speaking up again. "That woman scares me. How do you think we feel?" Izuku and Kaneko answered this with the final parts of the raid happening. Though they did fuse and disappear, Izuku didn't think this was the last they'd see of Chisaki and Kokobeel. While Izuku, Miruko, Irina, and Zenovia were going to the pros agency to change, Kaneko grabbed Izuku's costume to get his attention. "Do you mind if I tag along? I kinda want to meet my niece." Few hours later at the Midoriya's, Izuku POV. "As we got near my mom's house, I stopped to look at the girls. Why did Himejima want to join us? Eri's really scared around people, so can you two just stay behind us while we see her first?" "That's fine, I can wait." We got near the door to ring the doorbell. "Coming." Mom came out to see me with a smile. "Izuku." She began to hug me with Eri poking her little head out from behind the door. "Hey Snowball, you ready to go back with Daddy?" I gave her a smile as she nodded and came to hug me. Irina knelt down after to smile. "You are just so cute." Zenobia started to pat her head, also with her eyes going behind us and wrapping her arms around me in fear. It's okay, Eri, these are nice people. The white-haired girl is my sister, and the dark-haired one is her friend. Kaneko calmly and slowly walked over to kneel to her level. When she did, she poked her ears out to show Eri, who had sparkles in her eyes seeing her ears. You're just like Daddy? That's right. My name's Kaneko, but you can call me Aunt Nico if you want. She stopped to look at her with a tilted head for a moment. What's an aunt? Well, Eri, an aunt means they are either your mommy or daddy's brother or sister. It just means that they are your family as well. She seemed to get it while trying to make a smile. She tried really hard to even pull her cheeks for it to not work. I'm sorry, I forgot to smile. I do want to like you though. This comment hit Akino probably the hardest out of all of us. It's okay, sweetie. With the amount of happy people you'll be around, I'm sure you will smile again. Eri nodded at this as we started to head out while saying goodbye. Mom seemed to not be so surprised with you. I came some time ago to talk to Inko after the sports festival to see her. To say she nearly drowned us in her own tears was an understatement. Yeah, she can do that sometimes. I looked up to Eri, who was on my shoulders enjoying her time being higher off the ground than normal. Want a snack on the way home, Eri? What kind of snack? What are you in the mood for? Apples. Oh my god, this kid's gonna drown me in her cuteness. Sure. We stopped at a local grocery store before grabbing a few apples and some stuff to do for dinner. A few people that worked there questioned who her mother was with how much all 6 of us looked like a family. It was kinda embarrassing to say the least, but none of them seemed to mind it. After checking out, Eri decided to ask me a serious question. Daddy, who's my mommy? Well, that's a hard question to ask. You see, Daddy has a lot of girls he cherishes and will cherish you like their own as well. You have the blonde person Kachin you met. She's a nice girl when she stops screaming and cussing. Ochako, who is always happy and bubbly. Nijire, who asks a lot of questions but has a happy demeanor. Mina, who is very loud and peppy. Sona and Shudo, who are nice girls even if they don't show much emotion. You also have us, Eri. Irina cuts me off to say this with a smile. Wait, what? I put in a request for the church, and we are able to stay here as a peace treaty. We're also told to stay by you as your support from our faction like Citri does. I looked at them a little amazed before Zenobia mentions one thing. Unfortunately, I was excommunicated because of reasons they said that I can't say at the moment. So now I don't really have somewhere to go. You could be part of Rias's Devil House. It may be against your beliefs, but it's somewhere you can be and we'd be happy to make you a knight in our group. Zenobia started to smile at this. I think I'll take you up on that offer. So what do you say, Izuku? Want to have 2 church girls in your group? I'm not against that idea of joining as well. But you already knew that. I started to turn very red as Eri patted my head to get my attention. Do I call these 3 Mommy Zeno, Mommy Iri, and Mommy Aiken now? I pulled her off my head to give the little snowball to Irina and the groceries to Kaneko. When I did, I collapsed to the floor from the cuteness. I'll take that as a yes, Eri. So that means you're our daughter as well. Let's go home and put your hair in pigtails like your Mommy Iri. I'd like that. As they walked away, Kaneko started poking me with a stick. You dead yet? Fortunately no, but I have an uneasy feeling about what the future is gonna bring. What do you think it's gonna bring? I sat up to look my sister in the eyes. Lots of kittens. She started to laugh before we tried to catch up to the others. Izuku POV. Alright, let's call it a day, Deku. Yes ma'am. It's been a few days after the incident with the Hasaikai, with things going rather normal for my work study. Today was the final day of it before I had to make my journey back to UA. Oh yeah, any chance I can get you to help me with a project later tonight? There's something I need your help specifically for, kid. Sure. Let me just make sure Eri is asleep before that happens. Fine by me. We began entering into Maruko's agency with Zenobia and Irina waiting for us. How was patrol today? Same as normal, quiet and boring. Maruko answered with a rather indifferent voice while Eri came up to hug me. Welcome back, Daddy. Hi there, Snowball. How was your day? I picked Eri up while she explained how Irina was teaching her about how to read and write, with her picking it up rather well. When I found out how far back she was compared to most kids her age, I was a little worried about her well-being and if she would get picked on for it. Fortunately, that isn't as big of a problem with her knowing the people who were her tormentors behind bars somehow helping her mentally be at ease. So tomorrow, you get to see everyone in my class. Are you excited? She started to shake a bit while hearing this. Are they nice? Of course they are, sweetie. They might be a little loud, but they mean well. She nodded while we went back to where we were staying for some dinner. While there, Kaneko met us midway with the perv. Hey Izuku. Kaneko, what brings you here? The perv wanted to talk to you. I looked over to her idiot companion while he looked at me with a serious face. Midoriya, there's no better way to say this, so bear with me. I listened closely as he dropped to his hands and knees to ask me his question. Please teach me how to become stronger. The fight with the Hasaikai opened my eyes to make me realize something. I'm weak and need to get stronger. If I don't, Prez and everyone might get hurt because they have to protect me. I knelt down to his level before speaking to the idiot. So why ask me? You fought hard to become a man to save people. You fought tooth and nail to get to where you were. So please teach me and help me become stronger so I can protect my friends. His reasoning wasn't the greatest, but I understood where he was coming from. You can't save anyone without strength. Very well, but don't think the training will be easy. I held my hand out for him to take it. Believe me when I say strength takes commitment. Are you prepared for that? He began to hold determination in his eyes while nodding. I am. I'll do anything if I can help my friends. Good to hear. Tomorrow after school and every day from then on until I tell you otherwise, you head to UA where you'll train with me. Any objections? He shakes his head no for me to smile. Alright, then why don't you two stay for dinner? I made some sweet buns for dessert this morning. Sure, sounds cool bro. We walked in with Eri sitting on the couch drawing while I got to work on dinner. Later that evening, after Eri was put to sleep, I texted Maruko to tell her that I was coming over now after telling the girls what was happening. Alright, I gotta go help Maruko with something. If Eri wakes up and asks where I am, tell her I'll be back in a little bit. What are you helping her with? I don't know. She just said that she needed my help. Zenovia thought on this while getting an idea in her head. She must desire to have your kittens then. How sneaky of a trick that hero used, but I admire her tenacity to no end. Just be careful Izuku, you mustn't get any STDs or such by committing such acts. That's probably not it. She'd be sleeping with a high school kid. Did that ever stop you in a fit of hormones? Both asked with knowing prior of my *ahem. Other engagements with my girlfriends. You got a point, but I don't think this is it. I walked out of the apartment before heading to Maruko's home. As I got to the door, I knocked on it a few times before speaking up. Maruko, it's Midoriya. I'm here to help you with your whatever it is you needed help YMROOOWW. The door immediately opened to pull me inside. When I was in the room, I noticed Maruko only had a gray sports bra and underwear on. What the hell took you? She was panting rather loudly with sweat coming off her in quite large amounts. Maruko MMPH. She slammed her lips on mine while shoving my shirt up. When she pulled away, Maruko had a crazed look in her eyes similar to one the girls explained I have when I get a little too into our time together. WW what are we doing? You're that stupid? We're gonna fuck until both of us can't feel our legs anymore. Oh shit, she's in heat? The next morning, Izuku POV. I began limping to the room me and the girls were taking up to see Eri eating breakfast that Irina made for her. There you are, what happened last night? I sat at the table while slamming my head on it in exhaustion. Let's just say, I had my fair share of tuna last night without the ability to refuse and leave it at that. Eri noticed my exhaustion to start scratching my ear. The act made me happy enough to purr before Zenovia walked over. So Maruko did do baby making with you. Amazing that she can drain you to this extent. I'm not happy about it either. In that moment, I remembered something I probably should have kept in mind before leaving. Shit, I didn't use a condom. Kachan's gonna kill me. So how many times was last night? I looked up at Zenovia who was rather curious about this. For an excommunicated church member, you sure are curious about this. Devils and Nekomata don't have many offspring, so it's good to know how I can increase their numbers. Eri began poking my head to turn towards her. Daddy, do I have to call Ms. Maruko Mama Rumi now? I don't know. Maybe. That's something we need to talk to her about. I'd say yes Eri. We turned over to see Maruko limping through the door. Seems you're tougher than I thought kid. I like him strong-willed. She started licking her lips while having my first stand on edge. Please keep this child friendly you too. Eri's in the room. Irina gave me a small cup of warm milk tea with me starting to thank her as my saving grace. Once Eri's out of the room, you can speak about this, and with that, Irina was more a devil towards me. Oh, and to answer your question Zenovia, 28 and I can't eat Subway sandwiches the same way I could again. I immediately banged my head on the table with Zenovia making a few comments on how she wants to experiment with me next. Daddy, what does experiment sweetie, that word, what does it mean? What they're meaning is an adult term. You'll learn about it when you're older and hopefully not mentally scarred if you find something you shouldn't. Few hours later. As we entered into UA's dorms, I prepared Eri for what she'd see inside with her putting on the best determined face she could. Ready, 1, 2, 3 I opened the door with Eri on my shoulders while we make a karate pose. Midoriya family, meow. Everyone was in the main lobby with Midnight who seemed to be holding back the urge to laugh. Asterisk snort. So this is little Eri? I heard you became a father and also have these two helping as some form of legal guardians, but I didn't expect you to walk in like that. Eri started to hold my head in fear while seeing a bunch of new faces. It was only when Shudo and Kachan came up to her that she started to calm down a little. Hey there Snowball, how you holding up? Oh okay, thank you for asking Mama Kachan. She started to try to get off my shoulders to hug both girls to make most enjoy the heartfelt moment. Eri, this is the entire class of 1A1A, this is my daughter Eri. She began to bow at everyone, trying to be as polite as she could. "Hello, my name is Eri Midoriya." "Ah, you're so precious." Mina came up to scare Eri a bit to hide behind my leg. "It's okay, Eri, this is Mina and she's one of my girlfriends." She poked her head out while seeing Mina smile at her. "Do I call her mommy too?" This act made Mina have a nosebleed before she answered. "Yes, sweetie, I'll be your mama. So these three are gonna live with us now?" "Yes." Nizu already agreed with it with the acceptance of Eri. They will be sleeping in one of the spare rooms on the girls' side, with Eri's being near since she's gained an attachment to them along with Midoriya. As midnight left, Kachin and Mina grabbed the two churchgoers, with Ochako and Nijire taking Eri to her bedroom to see what it looks like and help her set it up. "Seems she's handling herself well." Shudo looked at me to notice I was kinda tired. "Why don't you get some sleep? You look like you need it, more than you know." Meanwhile, Rumi POV. "So you and Izuku actually had sex?" "Yup, that kid is something in bed, I'll tell ya." While talking to Sona, I held my feet on my desk feeling completely satisfied after last night, with none of my heat flashes kicking in to wanna fuck. "So, did he use a condom or anything?" "He didn't get the chance to with me." "Okay, just be careful if you get pregnant. Nekomata cycles are 9 weeks instead of 9 months. Wait, what? If you are pregnant with a Nekomata child, you will be having it in 9 weeks? Fuck." Katsumi POV. The Saturday after everyone returned started rather normal in a way. I began feeling Deku's tail brush up my thigh to start tickling myself awake. As I opened my eyes, I saw probably the most precious thing I couldn't ignore. PST, Ochako, check it out. I started trying to kick Ochako awake for her to look at me in agitation. "Next time you want to wake me up like that, expect me to float you to the moon." Yeah, check it out. Aries found herself a comfy sleeping position. I pointed to Eri, who was asleep on top of Izuku, holding him like a newborn holds its mother. "Ah," she imprinted on him. "MNN?" We started to hear Sona while seeing Deku's midsection move. We slowly moved the covers to see her holding our feline man like a body pillow. Seems someone isn't as honest as she wants to be. Though I gotta say, I kinda wish I was in her spot. Sona started to wake up to see both me and Ochako with smug faces. "How's the Deku abs feel today?" She looked at us confused before seeing she's latched onto Deku almost as tight as Eri. "This has nothing to do with." "Sure, you'll wake the snowball." Sona started to see Eri with Ochako ogling at her sleeping. "Isn't she adorable?" Eri started to wake up with all of us looking at her to make the kid question. "Did I do something?" "No, sweetheart, we're just thinking how cute you are. You want breakfast?" Eri nodded as Ochako took her downstairs. "I might as well get up too. Got a few calls and texts I gotta make." I started to get up and change into something better before turning around to see Deku awake staring at me. I started to mess with him by swaying my hips a bit. "Like what you see, Fuzzbutt?" He turned beet red as I finished changing to head out. Eri's downstairs with Ochako making breakfast. While walking out of the room, Zenobia started to walk out of her room as well. "Where's Eri?" "Downstairs with Ochako." "Irina awake yet?" "She's still asleep." She had a conversation about being Michelle's ace with her agreeing to it. "Wait, will her being a reborn angel have her fall if she fucks Deku or something?" She asked, and it shouldn't be an issue since she's only half angel. We got to the bottom of the steps to see Eri sitting in a chair. The former exorcist began walking to her with a smile on her face. "Hello Eri, how did you sleep last night?" "It was hard during the night with a bad dream, but Daddy let me sleep on his chest with Mama Sona staying close to me, saying that if Overhaul had to get past her to get me, so that's why she was so close to Deku." "It was for Eri?" "I'll say this, Squirt, I'll blast that Birdman like a firework if he messes with you." "What's a firework?" "Loud but flashy things, Snowball." Note to self, fucking kill Overhaul if I ever see him. I sat down near Eri with Ochako coming over with a thing of pancakes for Eri and some apple juice to wash it down. "So what's gonna happen today?" I posted a message in a group chat with everyone before placing my phone on the table. "We'll be having a meeting today after Deku goes to train with that freak from the Gremory house." "You mean Uncle Issei? He's very rude from what Aunt Nico said." Ochako gave me a thing of coffee while I agreed with Eri. Yup. Few hours later, Izuku POV. I began getting ready for my training today with Hayadu when a knock came at the door. "Ha, the perv's early." I got to the entrance to open the door to only be met by a girl with blonde hair. "Hello, you're that girl that was in the next head of the Phoenix family's house, right?" "Yes, and my name is Ravel Phoenix if you wouldn't mind using it." "Sorry, I didn't get your name when we last met." There was an awkward silence until I began questioning why she's here. "So are you here to ask for a rematch between me and your brother, or is it something else?" Actually, I thought I should apologize for how my brother acted with you the last time we met." She seemed kinda uneasy before I patted her head. "That's nice of you. Guess that ego of his isn't hereditary." I held my hand out for her to shake while smiling. "I guess we should try and redo introductions then. My name is Izuku Midoriya, you can just call me Izuku." She shook my hand while smiling. "Mine's Ravel Phoenix. If I call you Izuku though, you have to call me by my first name as well, fair enough?" I began to hear running before having Eri hug my leg. Daddy, who's this? This is a friend of Daddy's. Eri, this is Ravel. Ravel, this is my daughter Eri. Eri poked her head out to only show one ruby red eye to see Ravel smile at her. Hello. She hid her face in fear before squeaking out a hello. She's shy around new people. Give it time and she'll open up more to you. Would you like to come in? Why thank you. While walking in, Kachin noticed Ravel to begin getting into a fighting position. You here for a rematch fried chicken? How dare you call me a fried chicken, you yank. Great, off to a fighting start. You wanna go, you incest-loving freak? The only reason I was in my brother's house was to help him. I have no romantic feelings whatsoever for him and would rather a more gentle man like Izuku. Silence filled the room as most of the girls looked at her with confusion. That's not what I meant. Ha ha ha. Guess Deku got himself another devil. This one though has some potential and a little fire to her. Kachin came over to Ravel while wrapping her arm around the young Phoenix clan member. Guess we got off on the wrong foot. Name's Katsumi Bakugu and welcome to the Deku harem. The what? I never agreed to this. Relax sweetheart, you ain't the only chick that wants Deku's kittens. To be honest, they're coming over here in a little bit for a talk if you're up for meeting them. Do I call her Mama Ravel now daddy? Meow. I sighed while pulling my hand down my face. Getting off the topic of mamas and harems, what are you doing in UA Ravel? They don't let just anyone through the gates. I transferred into UA's business course for the first years. After coming here some time ago, I thought it was a good opportunity to meet and interact with humans a bit more. I had my eyes open a bit from surprise. That's actually very nice to hear. Good for you, Ravel. Thank you, and I hope we could become good friends, all things considered. You might become more than just good friends with our cat boy here by the time we're done. I sighed out while another knock on the door came for me to answer it. This time it was the Gremory house for me to thank whoever controls the universe to not give me another problem. Hello there, Midoriya. I hope you do not mind we all came along with Issei. It's alright, Ms. Gremory. 1 second. I turned to the inside while shouting. Kachin, I'm heading out to train with the perv. You mind watching Eri until I come back? Fine by me. Akino and Kaneko with him? Yes, awesome, tell them to get their asses in the dorm. I rolled my eyes at this comment thinking it wasn't good before turning to the two. You're wanted inside. They walked in while myself, the perv, Ms. Gremory, Yudo, and Argento went into the woods to start training. So what's today's training going to be? We stopped near a boulder for me to pick it up and crush it into arm braces for him. Put these on and let's start running, alright. Meanwhile with the girls, third-person POV. As Itsuka and Saiko came into the 1A dorms with Midnight coming to see what the strange meeting of some students from other classes and schools was about, Katsumi and Ochako stood in front of everyone with a board. Alright, this is the first meeting of the Deku harem. Welcome everyone. Katsumi noticed Kyoka sitting next to Momo to give a confused look. Why are you here, ears? I brought her here. She confided in me that she does like Izuku, so I thought it wouldn't be bad for her to come. Fair enough. Alright, first rule of business is to introduce Eri to all of you. Everyone looked at the snowball as she was sitting on Irina's lap having her hair put in a ponytail like Momo's, which she asked her exorcist mother if it was possible. Eri is Deku's adopted daughter, so she is your daughter too by technicality. She's been through a lot after being taken hostage from a villain group that treated her like a science experiment. Make sure you're nice to her. Katsumi started making explosions in her hands while emphasizing the next part. Anyone that's mean to that adorable ball of cuteness has to answer to me. Got it. Everyone nodded at this with some a little freaked out by the death threat. Good, now on to the next rule. Wait, why am I here if this is for my brother's harem? So you know who's gonna give you nieces and nephews, Kaneko. Now, we made a few rules that we'll follow and how the next girl to get her flower taken by Deku is gonna be determined. Katsumi held a small metal rod to the first rule. Rule 1, all of us on equal playing fields. There should be no reason one person thinks they're better than the other. Seems understandable, Ribbit. We're all in the same boat so to speak, so it's not right to try and hog Izuku. Rule 2, we all use contraceptive. Unless the goal is pregnancy, you're not allowed to get raw cat sausage in your tuna. So we don't have anyone give a bull answer like I didn't have any. Ochako and me took the liberty of giving you all a pack of condoms and some other things in these bags. The two passed around the bags with the contents being a set of pills, condoms, and a lubricant that was made by the Citri house. The lubes for when it's more than one chick, and those that have felt it know what I'm talking about. Nijire, Mina, and Tsu went red remembering what happened to them while Eri looked at everyone in confusion. I don't think I like cat sausage in tuna. It's an adult metaphor, sweetie, don't think about it. Sona stated this while everyone quieted down for the next rule. Rule 3, we determine who's next by lots, which will also be for kittens when the time comes. After this meeting, we'll hold a discussion about that with everyone drawing lots for the next to go with that person choosing if they want another person in the set or not. Rule 4, me and Ochako get the first of Deku's kids. This is a rule that won't matter later in life, but don't think I won't kick your butts if you break the rule. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Miruko already broke that rule. Irina states this with Katsumi hearing and wanting an explanation. The night before we came back, Miruko asked for Izuku's help with something in her bedroom, with him walking back the next morning exhausted beyond anything. I do not think it takes a rocket scientist to know what they had done. Katsumi snapped the metal rod at Zenovia's answer to her question, showing visible anger. She got one-upped by some chick that's an overgrown rabbit. Next time I see the rabbit hero, there will be words said. You might find her with one of Midoriya's kids. Pregnancies for Nekomata offspring are cat-length regardless of what the race they reproduce with is. Trying to keep on track, Katsumi pointed at a final rule. Rule 5 and final rule is if you break a rule. If you break it, you'll have both your front and back hole stuffed by dildos the size of Deku while watching him baste every girl. You'll be tied up so you can't even enjoy the show that much. What's that word that goes into holes? Eri asks this while Ochako pinches the bridge of her nose for her explosive blonde's poor choice of words. It's an adult thing, Eri. Please pretend Mama Kachan never said it. She held her hand down with nobody asking any more questions. Alright, now it's time to draw lots. Katsumi held 12 sticks with one being shorter than the rest while looking to the corner at her teacher. You want in on this, Ms. Midnight? I may be known as the R-rated hero, but I at least won't sleep with my students. Yet, everyone thought this as they all drew lots. Meanwhile with Izuku and Issei. Come on you little twerp, give me what you got. Izuku and Issei began physical training with Kiba joining in to try and see where his sword of the betrayer stood compared to Izuku's strength. Issei began charging up his doubled power before transferring it to Kiba to have him slash down at the greenette. Unfortunately, Izuku was too fast to punch him directly in the stomach and send the swordsman into the pervert head to crotch. Both were leveled immediately with Izuku feeling the impact himself. Okay, that was really not intentional. You both alright? Kiba held a thumbs up before dropping his hand with Issei speaking in a high-pitched voice. I feel bad for crushed grapes now. If it makes you feel any better, I'm not so happy of that impact either. Anyway, training's done, so let's go to the dorms. Izuku gave both Kiba and Issei a hand up before they started walking to the dorms. As they entered, the girls were enjoying some tea while Itsuka and Katsumi began an arm wrestling competition with Eri chanting for them both. What did we just walk into? Izuku walks up to Saiko and asks for her to answer. Katsumi boasted she could beat anyone in an arm wrestling match with Kendo, saying that she'd easily beat her with some confidence. Neither backing down, Kaneko said to put their money where their mouths were to lead us to this. Katsumi was starting to push Itsuka's hand down a bit while gaining a smirk. I hope you don't mind I slam you down before Deku does. Funny, cause you're going to feel me beat you almost as hard as our kitty does. Itsuka slammed Katsumi's hand to the side before jumping up in victory. Where's that big mouth now? Huh, shit. Izuku walked over to have Itsuka kiss him in the heat of the moment, with the adrenaline stopping immediately when she did. Both went red, with the orange-haired girl passing out after with a happy grin. Any chance I can get a complimentary prize for that? Katsumi asks, with Izuku giving her a kiss on the cheek to have a smirk grow on the explosive blonde's face again. Anyway, we're done here. Kaneko, Akino, Zenovia, we have work to do. The three nodded with saying goodbyes along with giving Eri a hug and kiss while heading out. So what happened with all of you today? Just had a talk of your next sexual achievement. Also one of your passionate night with Miruko? Izuku immediately got on all fours to apologize. I'm so sorry. I didn't intend to cheat on you. Relax, you furball. You can make it up to me by plowing Ponytail like you plowed her. Both Momo and Izuku went red as this was said before Eri ran to give Izuku a hug. Daddy, can we have lunch now? Sure Eri, let's go into the kitchen and make something to eat. The two walked into the kitchen as Momo held a small stick from their lot, drawing, worried what might happen tomorrow. Just relax. Show him your knockers and he'll be happy. Everyone stopped to look at Katsumi for this comment. What? The man loves mine and Ochako's girls. I can almost bet he'd love a larger set. Momo walked upstairs with what she had from the meeting while thinking of how to spend tomorrow with Izuku. Izuku POV. Sunday came for all of us, with me making breakfast for everyone. I hung out in the kitchen with Eri sitting on a chair beside me watching. She seemed to like the fact I can use both my tails at the same time to cook with. Daddy, what does having two tails feel like? I guess it feels like you have another set of arms or something. It's kinda hard to put in words. I started flipping a pancake with one of my tails while moving another pan with eggs in it with my other to place it on a plate. While finishing up, Eri started to clap at the scene with stars in her eyes watching me show my stuff. This isn't even the best I can do, sweetie. Maybe I'll show you how Daddy can pick a fully grown adult up with my tails. You can pick an adult up with them? He definitely can. Kachin came into the kitchen to start grabbing plates to put on the table with some food as well. So Eri, you ready to spend the day with me, Mama Oka, Mama Niji, and Mama Mina? Eri nodded at this while Kachin looked at me. I hear Kyoka's joining in. Keep that in mind when you go somewhere to taste your flowers. She started laughing with me going completely red. Mama Kachin, why is Daddy embarrassed at the word flower? It's an adult joke, sweetie, we'll talk about it when you're older. They both left the room with me thinking on what they said. I shouldn't get this worked up. I'm sure Momo won't want to do that on the first date. She seems like a class act, and same for Kyoka. Meanwhile with the two, Kyoka POV. So, should we be ready for doing it with the fur ball or what? I began hanging out in Yamamo's room wearing a pair of jeans with a few cuts in the thighs and a shirt with a similar fashion on the shoulders that I was going to wear today for the date. I didn't think that deep into it since I'm sure Izuku's not gonna want to have us focus on appearance being the type of guy he comes off as. Momo on the other hand, she was having a fit. Would that be bad? I mean, I don't want him to think I'm a high and mighty sounding person, but I also don't want him to think I'm one of those girls who will sleep with anyone on the first date. It's so frustrating right now. From what she told me the other day, she never actually focused on these kinds of things because they weren't exactly the types of things she could do under her parents' house. Being her friend, I told her I'd help her if she allowed me to join. Never seen her this worked up. Must be because she likes Izuku so much. I don't even know what I should wear. I glanced at her in her underwear while smirking. If you want to get him in your bed, what's on your body right now is probably a good start. Be serious here, Kyoka. I don't even know what to do on a date today. I let out a deep sigh before going to the dresser to find a nice black skirt, then going to the closet to get a button-down white shirt with a loose-fitting light open black sweatshirt. This'll work. Also, the hot red underwear works if we do go farther today. I went to open the door laughing a little for Yamamo to not take it very kindly. That isn't funny. How do you feel if he actually doesn't like girls that do that on the first date? Relax, he screwed the rabbit hero with no actual dating involved along with doing tsu. Granted both were instinctual from what I heard, but still. He's just a guy, don't worry about trying to wow him on the first date. I was midway through the door before saying one final thing. You already do more than enough of that for him by just being you. I shut the door to head downstairs to get something to eat. You do a better job at that than me. Few hours later, Izuku POV. Alright, we're heading out. Mina, Kachin, Ochako, and Nijire gave me a kiss goodbye with Eri hugging me in Tsu's arms. Promise you'll be a good girl while I'm gone? I promise, Daddy. She holds out her pinky finger for me to give her mine. She's such an adorable little kitten. Make sure you seal the deal, Deku. I want to see you bring them back on your back from going so hard. Meow. I stiffened at this before going completely red. Let's go, you two. We begin heading out to town with looking around a little. So what do you two want to do? There's a bookstore over here. We can go there first. Momo states this with both me and Kyoka agreeing. When we entered in, we started looking around with me finding my way to the kids' books departments. I wonder if Eri would like one of these? As I glanced over the books, I noticed Kyoka doing the same thing to pick up one called Nursery Rhymes and Songs for Kids. She looked through it a little for me to come right by her. Any good ones in there? Eep. The music-loving girl throws the book in the air for me to catch it. Sorry if I scared you. I didn't mean to. It's cool. I just wasn't expecting you to be right near me. I looked at some of the songs in the book with a smile growing on my face. So why did you want to look at these? I thought I'd try using my strengths to stand out for Eri. I don't have much of a motherly image compared to everyone else, so I thought I'd try working on that. I began patting her head while smiling at her. You're plenty motherly, Kyoka. You wanted to find something for Eri as a way to help her. I grabbed the book while going to see what else they had in the children book department. If you don't mind me asking, is it hard with Eri? A little. She's been through so much to a point she's been neglected some of the most obvious things kids her age are given. She also was so unhappy for so long, that she forgot to smile. That's screwed up, hence the point I want to claw Overhaul's eyes and crotch off for having the balls to do this. I started to growl a little with my fur standing on edge remembering the bastard. She seems to be happy though. Even though she can't actually express it, she genuinely is happy this is happening for her. She's got a lot of great people in her life. Including you. I kinda blush at this remark with Kyoka blushing as well. Izuku, I found something Eri might like. Momo came over with a nice-sized book. It's a story book. Over 100? My eyes went wide seeing this in amazement. Thank you for finding this. I was hoping to find something nice to read Eri for nights she wakes up from bad dreams. She has nightmares? That's horrible. I just hope she can become a normal kid soon. She really deserves it. You're meowing my language, Kyoka. As we finished in the shop, I paid for the books before we went to a karaoke bar upon Kyoka's request. The room looks nice. I glanced around with Kyoka looking at some of the songs they offered. Hey Yamamo, you wanna sing something first? I think I'll just sit down for now and let you two start. I'm not exactly as good as you or Izuku. Wait, when did we hear you sing on the rooftop a lot. The song after the Phoenix fight was really sick, man. I go red with this for Kyoka to pass me the mic and a song to show up. I kinda wanna hear how you do with this one. As the song started, I began to sing with Kyoka grabbing the second mic. When she sang, I started to see Kyoka's face light up with knowing she enjoys singing quite a bit. Once the second verse came, I heard how intense she was with singing it right to admire the fact she does it. Eventually we got to the end with Momo clapping. Alright Momo, your turn. Kyoka handed the mic to her with her going down the list to find something kinda light for her. While singing, I noticed she wasn't so used to this with it being very uneasy for her. I reassured Momo by smiling at her with Kyoka doing the same. When it came to my part, I held Momo's hand with a blush forming on her face. Once the song neared its end, we found ourselves close to each other's faces with Momo starting to blush a little. Sorry if that made you uncomfortable. I backed away with a phone going off. It's yours. Kyoka passes Momo her phone for her to answer it. Hello, Momo. Where are you? That one of our employees had sent a picture of you with a man. From the sound of it, the voice was a man, with it most likely being her father. Father, it isn't as bad as you believe it is. I knew I should have denied your request to enroll in UA and forced you to inherit the Yaoyorozu company. The fact that you should be a hero is disgraceful to our family name. I started to get irritated at this to grab the phone. I don't know who you think you are, sir, but how dare you talk to your daughter like that? Excuse me? Who do you think you're talking to? I'm talking to a pompous ass who needs to know how to treat his daughter better. So what, she's out with friends enjoying some time to herself, she works hard and deserves a little freedom to express who she is. I understand you're her father and running a corporation isn't something easy, but throwing it on someone who doesn't want to do it isn't going to make it better. How dare you? If that's all you have to say, get off the phone and handle your fancy desk job while your daughter does what she dreams to do and is becoming what she can. I hang the phone up before passing it to Momo. Sorry, I kinda got carried away there when he started yelling at you. It's fine. It was my fault for thinking this would work. Momo held her arm, a bit worried for me to hug her. This is not your fault. We're having a nice time with each other and there should have been no grounds for him to do that. If we were doing something that actually was bad, then he has right to yell. But we weren't, and this was uncalled for. She was uncertain with asking me a question. Is it wrong for me to want to be a hero? Of course not. You're you and nothing will change that. Only you can make a final decision on what you want to be. You're a strong, courageous, and beautiful woman, so be more confident with that. Her phone started to ring again, with it being the same number. She started to feel sad before pulling me out with Kyoka following us. Where we going, Momo? If my father wants to be mad about me being with two people enjoying each other's company, then I'm going to give him something he's bound to be furious about. We found ourselves in front of a love motel with me looking at Momo to make sure she was okay with this. Are you sure this is how you want to get back at your father? To be honest, I'm not against doing it with you if the circumstances weren't this. Do you hate the idea? I just want to make sure you're okay with this. I don't want you to feel guilty about this later. Trust me, Izuku, nothing would make me happier than to do this with you. We walked in with ordering a room. Izuku POV. I started to wake up feeling two people on my body. I glanced down to notice Momo and Kyoka resting on top of me. You're up? I looked to Momo, who was hugging me. You okay? Hope you're not in any significant pain. I'm not, but I can't really stand at the moment. I wrapped one of my tails around Momo's hops to tickle her a bit. That may need a little adjustment too. Tell me about it. How strong are those tails anyway? Kyoka started to wake up with my second tail resting on her stomach. I don't know. I lift Eri with them like she's a dumbbell to try and help her laugh a bit more. We laid there peacefully with Kyoka noticing I was still inside her. So how long is this gonna be in me for? It'll stop swelling when I start calming down a bit. Guess I'm stuck being connected to you like this. We smiled a bit while one of our phones rang. Momo went over to see it was hers, with her father calling, along with having several missed calls from him. With a bit of agitation, she picked it up. Hello, where are you? Enjoying some time with my friends? In a motel? We were having a good time without you intervening before. Whether you like it or not, I plan to enjoy my time at UA with my boyfriend and friends. I hope you have a nice day, father. Don't you dare hang you. Momo hung the phone up for both me and Kyoka to be surprised by her act. She came back to the bed to rest beside us with a smile on her face. Aren't you a little worried he may retaliate on you? I understand that, but it had to be said to my father. She began pulling my head into her large chest with a huge blush growing on my face. Now then, why don't we enjoy our time together a little more? We stayed there for about half an hour more before choosing to get up to head back home. Unfortunately, both girls weren't exactly able to walk yet. I ended up doing as Kachin wanted and lugging the two on my back all the way home. Kachin's gonna have a field day when she sees us at home. Sona POV. Morning had come for me with a strange feeling on my chest. Why do I feel heavy today? I had glanced down to see Eri resting on top of me sleeping. She seemed to be hugging rather tightly, nuzzled deep into my chest, strangely comforted by this act. Why isn't she sleeping on somebody else? Looking to see the other three, Ochako had her feet facing the head of the bed, sleeping rather happily with her underwear around her ankles, while Katsumi was on top of Izuku with her chest showing. Upon closer inspection, I had noticed both of them didn't have anything covering their lower sections as well, proving a point that they may have done something last night. Well, that's disgusting to know. The people you sleep next to had copulated the night prior while you were asleep. Thanks to my movements, Eri had begun to wake up. Sorry if I woke you. She glanced up at me through tired eyes with a bit of a smile. Morning, Mommy Sona. This comment for some reason pierced me like an arrow through the heart hearing a little girl call me Mommy. Gee, good morning, Eri. What are you doing here? She had looked up at me before burrowing in my face. I had a bad dream. About what? That man coming back and taking me. He found me and made you, Daddy, and all my mommies go away. Then he found Auntie Nico and made her go away. And then unmade me and remade me for being bad. And she started to cry before a tail patted her head. Eri, you're a good girl. We looked over to see Izuku fast asleep while consoling her. It's okay, Eri. That man won't get to you. I promise. She held her hand out with her pinky stuck out. Pinky promise? I held mine out while wrapping it around hers. Pinky promise, cross your heart, hope to die. Stick a needle in your eye? Eri began saying this, surprising me a bit. She knew these words. Where'd you learn that from? Mommy Niji. I brought her up to her feet so I could get up before kneeling down to her height. Why don't we make breakfast to surprise these three? Okay. She started to try and smile a little again with us heading downstairs to make something to eat. While downstairs, my lovely sister had made her appearance in the dorms via a magic circle. Sona, good to see you again? She immediately started hugging me, making my anger swell inside. Sister, let me go so I may make Eri some breakfast. Eri, I pointed downwards to the little girl hiding behind my leg. Why hello there. Aren't you a cutie? Not understanding boundaries, Seraphal began to get a tad too close for Eri's comfort, making her scared a bit. It's okay, I don't bite. Seraphal Citri Leviathan. Get away from Eri this instant. I had not known why, but my blood began boiling the second Eri had begun to cry, making my anger known to my sister. What has you in a rotten mood? Durandal was held at my sister's neck with a few of the Class A girls and the members of the church, or former due to Zenovia's situation, holding a similar rage in them. Lady Leviathan, step away from Eri. You are making her extremely uncomfortable. Seeing the small army of angered teenagers, my sister understood and dropped back. Sorry. Anyway, I came to tell Sona that the higher-ups would like to discuss some things with Izuku in the Devil Realm. She opened a portal again before turning around to face Eri. I'm sorry if I scared you, Eri. I promise I'll make it up to you next time we meet. She left immediately after for Izuku, Ochako, and Katsumi to walk down. What did I miss? Quite a bit. I brought Eri to her seat while Izuku walked inside the kitchen beginning to make breakfast after washing his tails and hands. Sometimes I wonder if he uses his tails to show off. Time skip to hero lessons, Izuku POV. Hero training had finally come after our lessons, with it feeling almost like an eternity since we've done this. Coming out on the field, we were met by the Gremory house along with Sona, Irina, and Ravel for some reason. Yo, what's with the entourage? Today, we shall be doing a one-on-one sparring match. Young Kirishima. Accompanying us will be the Gremory house's own Young Tuju and Young Phoenix from General. So instead of 10 matches, we'll have 11? That's correct, Young Hado. Now, these two shall be facing two people in particular, but the rest shall draw lots. When the lots were drawn, me and Kachin were told to stand back, indicating that we were the lucky two that were going to face Ravel and Kaneko. And now, the two matches that were decided are Young Midoriya facing Young Tuju and Young Bakugo facing Young Phoenix. I glanced at Kaneko for both of us to hold a similar face of confusion. As the matches started going, mine and Kachin's were told to be held near the end. I can sorta see why though, since our fights could get a little messy. Daddy, why are you and Aunt Nico fighting? Eri began asking me for an answer before Akino came over to explain. Your daddy and aunt are just practice fighting. It's for both of them to learn, like when him and Mommy Kachin and Mommy Oka practice wrestled last night without pants on. Yes, let's go with that, Eri. Akino looked at me with a rather impressed gaze. I wonder what type of techniques you have when I get my chance to practice wrestle with you. Meow. My fur started standing on edge before the 9th match ended. Young Uraraka is the winner. Ochako had Zero down in the dirt with his arm twisted behind him in a rather painful way, keeping him from moving and winning the match. Hate to be him right now. Next match, Young Bakugo vs Young Phoenix. Kachin stood up and got in the ring with Ravel in her PE uniform, stretching her arms a bit. I don't wish to harm you, Katsumi, but I will not go easy on you. Huh? You took the words out of my mouth, little Kentucky Fried Chicken. What did you just call me? I was trying not to laugh at this comment, but the way Ravel dresses sometimes does remind me of a bird with the American fast food chain coming to mind near the start. Begin. Kachin went right off the bat first to begin making explosions at Ravel. Die. A large amount of smoke came, with many thinking she got the Phoenix girl. When the dust settled, all that happened was the PE uniform's left sleeve being torn off. As a member of the Phoenix family, fire is something that I can bend to my whim. Your explosions won't do much against me, you sex-driven harlot. What was that about me being a harlot fried chicken? Why do you keep referring to a member of the Phoenix family as a common fowl? Strangely enough, a giant fight broke out with the two actually fighting like the stereotypical fight between women. Cat fight, but Daddy and Aunt Nico aren't fighting. I couldn't hold the laugh at Kaminari's comment going right over Eri's head to explain. A cat fight is where two girls fight each other. Oh, I don't get it. Please stay this pure and innocent Eri. I started crying tears of happiness before watching both Kacchan and Ravel roll around on the floor pulling each other's hair and ripping their costume and PE uniform. Why isn't Ravel using her magic to keep this from happening? Is it cause she's too emotionally worked up? I kept watching until Ravel started pulling Kacchan's top off, revealing her bare chest. Most guys covered their eyes with my tail covering Eri's. Now those are some nice knocker. Finish that sentence, and your crotch becomes my scratching post. Both of you cover your eyes? I let my dark aura out at Kaminari and Zero before they covered their eyes with one hand and their crotches with their other. Glancing over, I saw Kaneko do a similar thing with their perv who was somewhat drooling over the sight. You bitch. Kacchan pulled Ravel's pants down to show a black T-string to us with her face going red. Ah, don't look. She tried covering herself with Kacchan smirking at the sight. So you pretend to be all high and mighty, but in reality you're just as much of a bitch in heat as you think I am. You skank. The two went back at fighting with Midnight walking up to end the fight not long after. Alright you two, let's call it here before you take it too far with All Might not being able to stop you. We all looked at the pro who was covering his eyes avoiding the scene in front of him. Shit, guess I did get a little out of hand. No hard feelings Ravel. Ravel began to cry in a corner at what Kacchan did. He saw my underwear. I'll never be able to get married. Relax. If just seeing your underwear is enough to turn him away, don't you think I'd be long gone by now? Besides, I can almost guarantee it'll put you in a better spot with Deku now. Ravel looked over to me with my face red as anything. Surprisingly, these words helped with the Phoenix girl coming over to sit by me. I'll take it from here All Might. Next and final match is Midoriya vs Tuju. Third-person POV. Izuku and Kaneko stood in front of one another placing a pair of knuckle braces on both their hands. Been a while since we've fought one another. If I remember, the last time we fought was over the last cookie some years back. Inko was kinda mad after that fight. Both started laughing at the fact they've had a small squabble as children as their last fight between one another. Begin. Ladies first. Kaneko came charging at Izuku before landing a solid fist on Izuku's jaw, sending him sliding back a little. The hit left a small scrape on his face before spitting a bit of blood out. As a retort, Izuku gave a similar punch to Kaneko who in return was sent back a distance as well. Eri looked at Katsumi who sat next to her and asked a question that was slightly bugging her. Why did Daddy and Aunt Nico stay in place? It's both their fighting spirits wanting to test their strength a bit. They both gave the other a solid hit in order to test their strength a bit to know how strong the other is. Kaneko got back into her stance with a similar scrape on her cheek with some blood coming out of her mouth. Not a bad punch. Same to you. Both got serious now to charge at one another punching each other's knuckles sending a sound of the impact into the air along with a bit of wind pressure. No way, Kaneko's punch got matched. Issei was beyond surprised along with most of the Gremory house. Sona continually watched emotionless as Izuku sent another punch forcing Kaneko to block and go sliding into a wall. I'm not done yet. Izuku came again with a kick directly at Kaneko's head. Thanks to a dodge at the last second, she was able to avoid the hit and countered with a solid left to the gut. Good, but not good enough. At the last second, Izuku wrapped his tail around his sister's wrist to keep the punch from landing. Suck it. The female Nekomata jumped up to knee Izuku in the face forcing him to go flying before regaining his balance and landing on all fours. Take this. Kaneko began throwing debris at Izuku for him to punch everything to turn it to dust. Little did he know, this was a ploy for his sister to come beside him and put him into a choke hold. Got you now, do you? Izuku jumped up into the air before turning with his back facing the ground to go right into the pavement. This is crazy. Kaminari was beyond surprised at the amount of intensity coming out of both siblings. Deku ain't even serious yet. Haha. Quit the foreplay and go for the main event furball? Katsumi began shouting with both standing up with their clothes torn from the impact. I guess I should get serious now. Full meow. Izuku covered himself with OFA before charging at Kaneko with 5% active. The sheer speed alone was enough where Kaneko could only block and defend. Soon however, she saw an opening to slash Izuku on the chest with her claws. The sting brought Izuku back a bit to feel his flesh wound before getting several punches to the face by the small female cat. Kick-ass DEKU. You can do this Izuku. Fight daddy. You got this Kaneko? Don't let up Kaneko. Go Izuku. Get your ass in gear and beat her. Everyone stopped their own cheers to look at Sona who was rather into the fight. I mean, get out of there? They all watched again with dead silence to see Izuku holding his hand back prepared to fight. Gotta get out of this. His hand began to show his claws to strike at his sister before seeing the dark scene he witnessed years ago with Kuroka again. the bloodlust in her eyes and the blood coming down her hands as she stared almost as if directly into his soul. In fear of what happened, Izuku immediately jammed his fingers into a fist before his claws could retract to punch Kaneko with OFA in the gut and sent flying. Kaneko landed in a fake trash can before Izuku came holding his fist up prepared to strike. I surrender, winner is Midoriya. Midnight states this with Izuku pulling Kaneko out of the trash can so they could all form a group. Nicely done all of you and thank you for the assistance Tuju and Phoenix. That is all for today, you're all dismissed. Midnight allowed everyone to leave as she began thinking of what she saw of Izuku's match. He pulled that last punch. Why? She kept thinking to herself as she started walking back to the staff room to fill out grading logs for everyone. Upon returning to the room, she had obtained a call from a hero companion of hers, MT Lady. Hello. Hey girl, just wanted to touch base with you about my progress. A little while back, the two had talked about relationships with MT Lady saying that she'd be attempting to date Kamui Woods and Midnight saying he seemed more into his work instead of dating. Oh, and what happened? We're in a relationship. She stated this holding a bit of a smug attitude for the R-rated hero to be rather irritated by it. Well, congratulations, it wasn't all that hard. I'm sure even someone in their 30s like you can land a good boyfriend. Then again, most guys probably are turned off by being in a relationship with the R-rated hero. This insult hit home for Midnight to bite her lip in anger. I guess I just haven't found someone yet. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some papers to grade. Goodbye and congrats. Midnight shut the phone off feeling nothing but anger. She entered into the storage room to scream at the top of her lungs knowing what was said. When she exited, all the faculty in the room gave Midnight a slight fearful but more confused look seeing as she was very angered. Why can't I find a good man? She held her head on her desk very saddened by the fact she was already beginning to pass her prime and had no boyfriend. She has gone on dates before and has talked to men about possibly having a relationship, but being a pro hero not even counting the fact she's the R-rated hero is a constant turn-off. I wonder if things were this hard for Midoriya when he first started getting so many girls around him. Immediately, her mind went to Izuku and how a relationship with him might be. Don't do it, Namiri, he's your student. You're a teacher and he's a child. A moment passed to stop and think of a possible relationship she could have with Izuku. I mean, he isn't technically a human, so in technicality, human laws don't apply to him that much. What the hell are you thinking? He may not be human, but you are, so this should be deemed wrong in your book. Midnight walked to the window to watch Izuku and everyone leave while talking about random things. She pinched the bridge of her nose in agitation before going back to her desk. He's your student, so don't think these things. They'll only hurt you and him in the end. Izuku POV. Again, here I come. As things began to get a little more calming with the work studies ending, I continued to work with Hayadu to get him stronger. Take this. Recently, he's shown progress and had become stronger than he was when we start. Not good enough, but not significant enough to beat me. Our sessions normally end with me judo flipping him into the dirt as he gets the wind knocked out of him. Not bad this round. Your punches are getting stronger, I guess, but I'm still not nearly as strong as you. He lets out a sigh for me to kneel down near his head. You've never really worked out or trained significantly in your life before recently, did you? Not really. Then you're making really good progress. The body learns from what it's put into. The more brutal the training is, the more your body's gonna forcibly adjust to it. The one thing that you do need to understand though is time. Skilled martial artists don't just become them. Such as kittens won't learn how to jump until they try it and keep learning. Give it patience. This seemed to help Hayadu as he got up to smile. You know, you're a really good guy, Midoriya. I do what I can. We start walking back to the dorms where Kaneko and Akino are waiting. Once at the door, we open it and walk a few feet in before I'm tackled by a certain little snowball. Welcome home, Daddy. We both smiled at Aries' act before I pick her up for us to stand. Thanks, sweetie. Did you do anything fun with Aunt Nico and Mommy Akino? We played checkers and I won a few times. You did? That's great, Snowball. I began patting her head for a blush to be on Aries' face with the starting of a smile. Guess it's about time to head out. Nice seeing you again, Izuku. Kaneko came over with Akino to say their goodbyes. Likewise. Also, thanks for helping watch Eri. Everyone was kinda in the middle of training and I didn't want to bother them. Not an issue. Besides, it's nice to see little Eri again. She's so sweet. Akino kneels down to Eri who gives her a hug. Goodbye. Bye Mommy Akino. Bye Aunt Nico. Bye Eri. We'll see you soon. As they left with Hayadu, I brought Eri back inside so I can get something to drink and maybe some food. While doing this, I noticed Kaminari walk downstairs. Yo Midoriya. I got something for you. Is it actually something or a lame joke? I questioned this as the last time he tried to make a joke by saying these nuts in front of Eri. Needless to say, he might not have one after that. No, it's something real. He passes me a small pot of grass from what it looked like with a smile. I don't know what he's up to. My nose started to go into overdrive sniffing the grass and eating some. Daddy, are you okay? He'll be fine, Eri. I think he just needs a chill break. I couldn't even comprehend anything as I started hallucinating. What the fuck? He gave me catnip. A few minutes later, Itsuka POV. After a hard bit of training, me and Momo had come to the Class A dorms. I wanted to see Eri and also maybe Izuku a little just cause I really don't get the chances that much. So what exactly do you think of Izuku? Kendo? Momo turned to me curious while I thought about it. I think he's really cool and kinda cute. I mumbled the last bit with a bit of a red tint growing on me. Why the sudden asking? I was curious and we're both in kinda the same boat in a way. We got to the door with a serious question coming to my head. Was that whole harem thing actually correct, or was Bakugo pulling our legs? It's for real. I was actually able to have sex with Izuku the other day. Wait, seriously? Yes. Kyoka can also vouch for me since we kinda did it together. How was it? I think I'll remember my first time for the rest of my life. The thought of Izuku being that good rang in my head with a question of his talents to last with 2 girls to make it as memorable as Momo made it out coming to me. I wonder what it actually feels like. We enter into the dorms to see Izuku running back and forth on all fours looking kinda out of it. Izuku, you okay? I began asking for Izuku to turn and look at us. He jumped on me and began licking my neck for some reason. Izuku? What are you doing? His tongue rolled up my neck giving me more than enough info to understand his is just like a cat's. Wait, I'm all sweaty. For some reason, Izuku didn't mind this as he went farther down my neck and collarbone. I felt my top begin to get pulled down. Wait, not in public. If we do it in public, then people will know you're my woman Itsuka. Hearing my first name be called made me blush a little before feeling someone drag me. Nobody is here to flaunt your stamina, Izuku. We're going into my room so you don't traumatize Eri. I came back to reality to see Eri sitting at the counter giggling a bit. Mommy Itsu was going to have naked wrestling practice with Daddy in the living room. At least she doesn't know it's actually sex. Once we got into the elevator, we were brought to Momo's room where she threw me and Izuku, who was still latching onto me, into the room. Make sure to open a window when you're done. She shut the door with a stare of what felt like a predator on me. Uh-oh, Itsuka's in danger. I laughed awkwardly before being tackled to the ground by a strangely shirtless Izuku. Time to make kittens. An hour later, Izuku POV. I started to wake up feeling something soft in my hands. Thinking it was Kachin or Ochako, I gently massaged what I was grabbing to hear a moan. Glancing down, I noticed orange hair and a figure that was nothing like either one of the girls I thought it was. I started pulling back to see it was Kendo from Class B. KK Kendo, seems you're finally awake. She tried getting up with some issues for me to help her sit on the side of the bed. When I did, I noticed that she was both naked and had something coming out of her lower half. My mind went to past history only to realize what happened. I'm so sorry. I took advantage of you when I shouldn't have. I bowed down to her before feeling a pat on my head. It's not your fault. Besides, I kinda liked it. Enough to where I'd like to do this again sometime. Hearing this made my mind go blank with a loud meow escaping me. Murmur. I covered my mouth with Itsuka starting to laugh a little. You're a funny guy, Izuku. Also, call me Itsuka, okay? It kinda feels mean to me that you don't call me my first name after all this. I nodded at her before we got our clothes on. Before walking out, I asked her about the time we had since I couldn't remember much. She told me about it and how I kinda finished inside. Sorry about that. I think Nijire has morning after pills if you want me to ask her for one. Thank you. As we got to the common space, the girls were sitting on the couch with a rather large smirk. So did you like your tomboy Deku? Kachin states this with a bit satisfaction as both of us went red. I did. Nijire, is there any chance that you can give one of your morning after pills to Itsuka? We kinda got ahead of ourselves. Sure, no problem. She got up to skip into her room while Zenobia and Irina looked at me amazed. I have no words to how incredible that sounded. Please show me what intercourse is like as well. Meow. I froze a bit before hearing someone come down from the boys' side. I'm starving. What do we have to eat? You damned milk drinker. Wait till I get my hands on you. I began chasing Kaminari out of the dorms as everyone began to laugh at us. Midnight POV. Finally done. The workday for me finally ended with grading a few papers that I had to finish today. Why did this one take so long? As I stretched out, I obtained a text on my phone. When I saw who it was the online dating services saying my rendezvous with the person I was supposed to meet today canceled last minute. Oh come on. I kept myself focused on all my work just so I can get there on time. I began aggressively muttering to myself as I grabbed my things to leave for the day. First I have to deal with MT lady wiping the fact she has a boyfriend in my face this morning. Now my meetup for the evening cancels. I make it to the door of the exit of the school while trying to calm my nerves a bit. Can this day get any worse? As if I said the magic word, it started to downpour with it not expected in the forecast. Oh come on. Meow track. Meow track. Meow track. I start hearing someone from the side to see it was Midoriya alone running towards me. That was cold? He began turning into his cat form to shake the water off before returning to his human form. For some odd reason though, his clothes didn't fall off, but remained on his body. I thought your clothes couldn't change with you. He glanced up to notice me and smile. Hello Ms. Midnight. Actually I can keep them on my body and just chose not to because it would require magic to do so cause of the whole I was hunted for being one of the Nekomata things. So the main reason you didn't before was because you were scared of being found? Exactly. Just how much fear in being found did this kid have? Then again, he saw his sister murder her demon master 10 years ago and ran non-stop till hitting the human world, so I guess it makes sense. So why are you back here? Kachin forgot her notes in her desk and needs them for that test next Tuesday. Since I had to cancel my training session with Hayadu cause of the weather people changing the forecast like an hour before this storm, I volunteered to go. A weatherman, the only job you can be wrong like 99% of the time and still be employed. I know, right? A giant lightning bolt came down to startle us both a little and bring us out of our conversation. Meow. Why don't we head inside? Being in a massive downpour may not be the best spot to speak. Yeah, my whiskers were on edge during that bolt. We entered inside the school and made our way to the classroom to grab what Midoriya needed before making our way to the teacher's lounge to sit patiently until the storm subsided enough to leave. So why are you here so late, Ms. Midnight? Papers I needed to grade. Never the highlight of my job. I could see why. Midoriya seemed really nice during the conversation and making me enjoy being there a bit. The fact his ears and tails moved in unison to his emotions he felt made me think he was really CU. Don't think those thoughts, Namuri. He's your student. Would you like something warm to drink, Izuku? Yes please. I began getting up to place a teapot on a warmer in front of us to get hot. It should take a few minutes. Green tea's okay? Sounds nice. Can't be picky either way though. While sitting there, I was finally able to get the chance to talk one-on-one with Izuku. So you seem to be quite the little playboy around campus. What do you mean? I mean you have a harem, a child, and enough power to take on anything that comes at you. To be honest, any man would die to be in your shoes. Not only that, but I think any girl in this school would die to be under you during the evening. I winked at him to make his tail poof up in embarrassment. That's adorable. It's not like I try to be like this, it's just that I am. But you seem to enjoy it, don't you? He went red hearing this before putting his head down. And maybe a little. Either way, you're doing far better than I am at having the opposite sex swoon over you. I seem to lack the ability to make them stay. He glanced at me as I realized what I said. Damn it. I got too calm with him around. What do you mean? I took a deep sigh before explaining. Dating with me is not easy. In what way? I rolled my eyes at myself telling my student about my love life. You know I've been rather eccentric in my views when I debuted, right? If I remember correctly, you're the main reason people created costume restrictions in the first place. Yeah, not my crowning achievement in life. My teacher was rather bold in his ideology as well, where it kinda rubbed me the wrong way and I went a little too much in too early of a time span. But your quirk works better the less skin you hide. I know, that's where I explained it to them. Sadly, the hero board had to clean this up and force me to revamp my outfit entirely. The tea started to whistle for me to reach for it. Red heart before I could, Midoriya stopped me to pour us both some himself. Still looks relatively the same to your first design. So on that note, nice job, thank you. I took a sip of the tea before continuing. Because of this though, many men tend to not veer my direction when they find out I'm the R-rated hero. Some look at me with a bit of disgust thinking I've done many men, while others think I'm an easy woman to get in bed with them. That's messed up. Worst part of that thought is, well. Izuku started sniffing near me for a moment before answering. You're a virgin, aren't you? How did the nose knows? I ignored this, not wanting to know exactly how he can smell if a woman had done it before or not. Anyway, those who think I'm an easy lay don't get a second date after, and the ones that are at the very least half decent don't call back. So now I'm a 31-year-old virgin woman who teaches a bunch of kids. Gotta love my life. Midoriya looked at me confused before answering. I don't see how any man wouldn't like to be with you. From what I can tell, you're a nice person. I couldn't understand how he could just look at me and say that. Did you forget the fact that I'm a woman that talks about profanity and sexual acts as if I'm some kind of expert to the point most people would probably believe I have an STD or something? I didn't. I just think judging someone on what they look like instead of calmly talking to someone is a wasted effort. Besides, have you heard what comes out of Kaminari and Hayadu's mouth? Definitely not kid-friendly. And the fact I'm in my 30s and haven't been with anyone? Everyone finds who they should be with some time in their life. You just haven't found that person yet. I began getting aggravated for some reason. I'm in my 30s. My prime is almost behind me. There's no way a man will want to be with me after hearing that. Well, I think you have more than enough charm with just individuality without taking in your looks, which are still quite strong. At least in my opinion. He started to blush a bit saying this, with my face starting to heat up a bit. You actually think I have my own C-charm? Midoriya goes completely red with my body feeling a little heated during all this. Namuri, stop it right now. He's your student and a child. but I did find out he did it with the rabbit hero you're not Usujiyama. I'm pulled out of my little internal struggle when a phone rang. Sorry, I gotta take this. Midoriya answered his phone for it to be Bakugo from the shouting. Deku, where the hell are you? Sorry, I was trying to make it here and back before the storm started, but I kinda got stuck at the school right when it started to come down badly. Sigh. At least you're somewhere dry. You want me or someone to come with an umbrella for you? Shouldn't be an issue for me to sit and wait. I don't want any of you catching something cause you went out of your way for me. Alright, guess I'll see you when it starts to lighten up a bit. Hey Eri, you want some hot chocolate? What's hot chocolate? Another reason why I want to brutally maim Overhaul when I find him. I'll talk to you later. Later, Midoriya hung up to turn his attention back at me. How much was Eri neglected as a child? A lot. She literally didn't know about cartoons when I asked her if she wanted to watch them. Yikes. She also has a personal phobia of doctors that we're trying to fix during her visits to Recovery Girl. It's somewhat hard, but Eri's on the right path to becoming a normal kid again. At the thought of a normal kid, I remembered something I wanted to talk about with Midoriya. Now that the topic of normal is on the table, I wanted to ask you about the other day. I walked to my desk to take out a small recording of the match between Midoriya and Tuju to show him. I fast-forwarded it to the end with his final punch to show him forcefully putting his claws into himself instead of hurting someone. This final attack, you hesitated and would rather have your claws impale you instead of somebody else. Why is that? Midoriya's ears went down, showing he wasn't happy for the answer. You do realize that you will face a villain that will force you to use all your strength, right? I know. It's just... Midoriya was a tad bit hesitant to answer this to a point I probably knew what it was about. It's because of Kuroka, isn't it? He didn't reply, but nodded, saying that I was on the ball. I'm scared to use my claws in combat after seeing what Kuroka did with hers. He made his claws visible to prove a point to me. I've seen claws like mine take lives. I've even felt them firsthand as Kuroka put a set through my chest. The fact of the matter is that I'm afraid I may become drunk with power like her and unintentionally kill someone. I don't want that, and I want to keep people around me from having to be afraid of that happening. He started to shake violently to prove that the nightmare he had to face when he was a child still took some major toll on him. Right in front of me was someone who is trying to help himself, but doesn't know how to. None of this is going to end for him until he has some closure. I can see why Eri looks at him as a father figure. I began to get up and subconsciously sit next to Midoriya and hug him. It's not your fault she did that. You're not Kuroka and you never will be. You've fought for the students of UA with these hands of yours. You've helped lighten the hearts of those who's needed it. But most importantly, you've given happiness to those that want or need it the most just for being in their lives. You're not like your sister and you never will be. Midoriya started to hug me while holding his face pressed up against me. I know your power is scary. I've seen what you can do, but that doesn't mean you have to be afraid to use it all together. Your claws are clean of blood, which means you don't have to carry your sister's mistakes on them. Keeping them inside will only weaken you. So have a little confidence in knowing you'll never become a bloodthirsty monster. He started to wrap around me to the point I heard silent sobs from him. He's held this in him for so long. Unlike Todoroki, who just has a quirk passed down from her father, Midoriya and Kuroka are natural-born predators. That killer instinct that his sister has lives in both him and Tuju. Saying that his hunter's instincts are completely different would be incorrect, and he knows this. This is probably what makes him scared of himself. My hands found their way on the top of his head and the center of his back to try and console Midoriya. He began to whisper something under his sobs for me to just pick up enough to understand what he's saying. Asterisk hic. Thank you. Asterisk sniffle. Thank you. Hard to believe this is probably the strongest person in my class. This hurt him, but he needed to let this out. 2 hours later. After the rain finally slowed down, me and Midoriya walked out of the school to head towards the dormitories. Midoriya, keep in mind that you're not your sister. Your claws can help people. Whenever you think you may go on a rampage, think of those close to you that you want to protect and tell yourself these words. My claws will not hurt people, they will save them. This will help you understand that you are your own person and that you're defined by your own actions, not others you are related to. He seemed to be hesitant on this before answering. I'll try. I patted his head to hear a bit of purring from him. How adorable, he even purrs like a real cat. Just do your best and I'm sure things will work out for you. Thank you, Ms. Midnight. I really appreciate it. He was starting to leave before something inside me began to speak up. Kayama, excuse me, when we aren't around anyone, why you can call me Kayama. I feel a little old when you call me Ms. Midnight. Okay, thank you, Kayama. When he said this, it felt like an arrow came through my chest. I'll see you tomorrow in class. He walked away with a blush growing on my face from the whole ordeal. Get a hold of yourself, Namuri. You're his teacher. I started walking back to the dorms with the Devil Queen herself hanging out near a tree near where I split up from Midoriya. So you're trying to get with him too, huh? It's not like that. I was helping him as his teacher progress over his personal turmoil. And that's why you wanted him to call you Kayama when you're alone? I stopped in my tracks when she said this. I think it's adorable if you ask me. A teacher falling head over heels for her student to the point she'd be willing to console him as both an older female role model and a possible lover. Seraphal began laughing at me with my entire face going red from embarrassment. Why do I have to deal with these issues? I have more than enough trying to find a decent man. Then date Izuku. I'm sure he'd like to have a mature woman like you and be. That's immoral. Not exactly. Nekomata don't fall under human restrictions, and besides, you don't seem to be so against the idea. She began laughing at this for me to hit my head on a tree. Where is my life going? It's bad enough that one of my students gets me attracted to them, it's worse that a devil keeps giving me garbage about it being technically fine for us to date. I need to keep my morals in check before I actually do cross that boundary. Psycho POV. Hey Katsumi, you got a second? What do you want, illusion girl? Kami had pointed towards me in a way to explain I had wished to speak to her. Katsumi glanced back while trying to brush Eri's hair to see me and motioned to the couch. So why you here, T-woman? It's Seiko and Telly, whatever. I took a deep breath, not sure where to begin. I know we do these in lots, but is there by any chance I could be the next even without a lot being drawn? She started to smirk at me before asking, next in what? Why you know? The mumbling, excuse me, I said the mexp to sweep wishes wuku. She started smiling knowing exactly now what I was meaning. Can you repeat that one last time? Are you truly going to make me say this in front of Eri? I had taken a deep breath before finally letting out why I was saying. Can I be the next to sleep with Izuku, please? I'm having personal issues that I cannot have satisfied anymore unless I am to sleep with him. I immediately stopped to realize I spoke of something inappropriate in front of Eri. She however just stared at me confused. Does Mommy Psycho mean sleep with Daddy like how you Mommy Sona and Mommy Oka sleep with him? Kinda. It's more an adult thing that she's talking about. Either way, get your father up along with Ochako, raccoon eyes, and ears. Okay mommy. Eri gave her a small kiss before going to get the four she spoke of up. When she left, Katsumi turned to us with a smirk. They had a foursome last night in Ear's room. Glanced in to see Deku going to town on Ochako like a beast with the other two with his jizz pouring out face down. And like, you let Eri go into that? Deku knows to hide when we fuck in front of her. He knows how to do this. Anyway, where's this coming from, T-woman? Again, it's Psycho. And it's kinda been a thing for the last few weeks. Flashback to Psycho's dreams. The dream always starts off the same. I wake up to the feeling of something inside my lower half. It isn't a bad feeling, but a pleasant for me to desire it more than one might. I glance down to notice I'm completely naked with another set of legs behind me. When I look up, I notice it's Izuku as he holds onto my buttocks and moves his hips. He then turns me around to see what we are doing to, instead of say anything about us stopping, push him to continue forward. He then latches onto me and pulls me into a kiss as his rhythm gets even faster and the feeling of him swelling inside me forces something to ache in me before I become overwhelmed by a sudden heat coming from inside. Back to present. The two look at me somewhat amazed that I had spoken of this. Dude, you're having fucking wet dreams of Deku railing you like a bitch. The way that sounds is like kinda hot. I hold my head in shame explaining this. It's gotten worse however. In what way? Both ask for me to explain. Recently I have been consoling myself to this image. However, it has been significantly worse the past week to the point I can't even look at Izuku without those lucid dreams coming into my head. So why is Illusion Girl here? Psycho couldn't say this alone cause she was like uber ashamed of herself. So as her friend, I like totes helped her as like moral support like fam, speak normal damn it. I've been trying to get her to quit with this and speak like a proper human being. You can tell how far that's worked. We laughed a bit with Katsumi thinking of what we would do. When she came up with an idea, she spoke up. I'm not gonna make this a normal thing. But for today, just to get your stress under control, you can take Deku to fuck your brains out. The only condition is Illusion Girl goes with you. I smiled while nodding. Thank you so much Katsumi. I'm forever in your debt. Relax. Also, make sure Deku comes back by 5. We've got a guest coming for him to meet again. Kami and myself nodded before Izuku, Ochako, Mina, and Kyoka can't downstairs. Hey Kachin. Eri said you wanted me to get up? Yup, today you're spending a date with Illusion Girl and T-Girl? How many times am I going to have to ask you to call me Psycho before you finally call me it? Get a bun in the oven and I'll call you worse. Ochako and Mina had begun to snicker with Eri on top of Izuku's shoulders asking in confusion. Daddy, what does it mean to have a bun in the oven as Mommy Kachin said? It's an adult term sweetie. You'll get it when you're older. Well, why don't you three head out and get this going? I'll take care of Eri with the girls here. Katsumi had practically thrown us out. I glanced at Kami and Izuku for them to be just as surprised. Izuku POV. So where do you girls wanna go? I asked both Psycho and Kami who were kinda blankly staring at the door. She's not gonna let us back in unless we want an explosion to the face. Might as well take her advice. That's like so annoying though. I don't have any cute clothing on. I also had not planned for a date immediately after talking with Katsumi either. I glanced over to see Kami in a pair of gray yoga pants and a white shirt with Saiko in a similar outfit but with a thin zip-up hoodie. At least I'm not as self-conscious having shorts and a t-shirt on that don't exactly scream date-worthy. Could be worse. One of us could be better fit and stand out like a sore thumb. You got a point there, fam. Why don't we visit a tea shop nearby? My treat. Kami was all for the idea, but Saiko began to space out a little with a red blush on her face. Saiko, yeah, let's go. She walked away with her actions somewhat surprising me. I wonder if Kachan said something to make her feel bad or something. Love her to death, but she has that bad habit of saying what she shouldn't. At the shop, as we sat with our tea, I decided to take the chance to learn about the girls a bit. So why don't you two tell me a little more about yourselves? What do you mean? Kami asked for me to explain. Well, I mean you both do hang around when we do fun games and stuff with Eri, but I feel like I don't know a lot about you both. I guess you've got a point. So I guess I should start with saying that I'm actually 17. The fact that Kami was older than all of us surprised me a bit. Wait, then why are you a first year instead of a second? I flunked out of Shinketsu. They had this lame rule about no relationships and I was hated on for not following it. How did they find out? I started to take a sip of my tea while she explained. I was doing it with my boy toy in one of the bathrooms. I spat my tea out hearing this with Saiko holding a blank face at this comment. You serious? Yeah. So what happened after you were found out? Kami's face went to an agitated one that I couldn't imagine her making. The jerk like so put me under the bus saying I was some kind of tramp who'd do this with other guys. He then called me up after I got expelled and he didn't to see about another tapping date. Ouch. That inhibits a breakup for sure. Yeah, but he was like so small it wasn't even worth keeping. We looked at her a little confused. I've heard how big you are, kitty, and let me say this. She leaned close to my ear to whisper in it. I'm ready to take it all in. She blew in my ear to force me to move closer to Saiko, who was holding a bit of a blush. So can you tell me about your time in CI? Saiko began shaking a bit for some reason for me to touch her hand. Saiko, is everything alright? She went completely red to jump back and almost fall. I tried to catch her, but my head connected to hers to knock us both out. 1 hour later. I started waking up to the image of a ceiling I wasn't familiar with. Where am I? Asterisk moans. Izuku, do me harder? I immediately looked to the side to find the source of the strange comment to see Saiko lying next to me. She was asleep with her body moving strangely. Looking downwards, I noticed her hand in her pants to make me realize what was happening. Okay, she wakes up now, it'll end very badly. Let's just get away from here before she dash. Oh good, you're awake. I turned my head to see Kami coming out of what was a bathroom with nothing but a towel on. Where are we? A motel nearby. You both were unconscious and I needed to find somewhere to place you both while you wake up. Also, I guess she's awake now too. I look back to see Saiko awake and frozen with her hand in her pants looking at me. This isn't what it looks like. I'm not a pervert. She tried moving away to almost fall off the bed if I didn't stop her and pull her into my arms. You almost fell again. This isn't like you. I stopped mid-sentence when I felt water on my shirt. Looking down, I noticed Saiko was crying. Asterisk hic. I can't take it anymore. I can't even control myself around the person I like. Asterisk sniffle. Why am I doing such things in front of you? I didn't get it, but understood this had something to do with me. You want to talk about it? Maybe it'll make you feel a little better? I sat Saiko down at the head of the bed while I knelt near the foot along with Kami. She then explained how her body was reacting for this to sound a little familiar in some ways. Now it's getting to the point I can't take much more. I need to find a release, but I don't know how. Do you want my opinion on what's happening? Please, I'm at my wit's end and I cannot find out why. See, my body is the same as a cat's. So as such, I release testosterone more than average during certain times of the year. During this, any women that are compatible with me tend to have more of their pheromones come out and become more heated. This has happened back a little while with some of my female classmates. I didn't sleep with them, but it came to a point that they were unable to go to school. What I'm saying is, I may have something to do with that since my heat cycle is coming up soon. Saiko began to realize what I meant to understand. So this feeling I have is me being compatible with you? I'm sorry if it makes you uncomfortable. Saiko came over to kiss my lips with the taste of her tea from before still being in her mouth. So what is the best way to get rid of this? Kami asked for me to turn towards her after parting from Saiko. Sexual release, unfortunately. Okay then, let's do it. Saiko blurts this out for me to look at her. What? Let us commence intercourse. If I'm being affected due to being in sync with you, then it must be becoming harder for you to deal with this as well. I like where this is going, Saiko. Now let's see what Yusuke's got packing. Kami said this while dropping her towel to show her completely naked. Oh meow. An hour later, Izuku POV. We begin walking into the dorms of Class A with Saiko being carried on my back still somewhat unconscious to see Katsumi, Sona, Eri, and Ochako on the couch with a fourth person sitting on the other. Took you long enough. T-girl happy. I moved my head for Kachin to see a smile on Saiko's sleeping face. Good, now we've got some explaining to do. In what way? As we did it about a month and a half ago and I'm 6 months pregnant kind? I took a closer look at the visitor to see it was the rabbit hero Maruko. Oh sweet merciful meow, damn fucking right meow. Izuku POV. Why don't you come over here Deku and tell your girl Kachin why you put a baby in the rabbit before me? I could tell by Kachin's expressions that she was without a doubt angry, but didn't show it. I sat down next to her and Ochako who was holding an emotionless smile that made me somewhat fear for my life. Looking around, I noticed Mina and Nijai are in the kitchen listening while Momo, Kyoka, Irina, Zenobia, Tsu, Ravel, and Itsuka who I assumed came over to talk to someone hiding by the stairwell. Well I suppose I should be going now. You're staying fam? Saiko tried to walk away before getting the back of her shirt grabbed by Kami. In the room, I felt like I was about to die with the only girls not actually giving me a death glare being Maruko and Sona for some reason who was sitting beside the rabbit hero with Eri. So this is how babies are made mommy Rumi? That's right Squirt. Your daddy gave me a magic carrot that gave me his baby. She started speaking under her voice at this moment to how this kinda went. Granted I didn't give him much of a choice in the matter. Kachin finally spoke up by clearing her throat first. Okay, so somebody wanna tell me how this actually happened before I lose a gasket in front of Eri? Well it kinda started on one of my last days of the work study. I was called to Maruko's apartment for some reason for something I was assuming was part of training. And well, I jumped his bones and let's just say he gave one to me. I thought it was a magic carrot. Eri, I think it's best you go upstairs before your rage mommy has a fit. Sona states this to have the little girl understand. She gets down and gives me, Kachin, and Ochako a kiss before walking upstairs past the girls that were obviously not good at hiding they were there. When we heard a door shut upstairs, I heard Kachin crack her knuckles to turn and see the mask of an Oni behind her with an aura more menacing than before. You've got 5 seconds before I pound the shit out of you to explain exactly why you knocked up the rabbit bitch here before me or Ochako. Ruoao. My first started to stand on edge with Maruko speaking up. To be fair, this is kinda my fault. I was in heat when he showed up and I kinda get more aggressive when that happens. I also wasn't taking no for an answer to shove him on the bed and juice him till his balls were dry. Kinda realized I got knocked up in the days that followed since my heat wasn't affecting me anymore. A silence was in the room with Kachin looking at me. Okay, then that makes sense. She seemed to be a lot calmer for some reason before Mina shouted in agitation. Like hell that makes sense. He cheated on us. To be fair, I kinda made him cheat on you, so it's kinda hard to say if he willingly cheated on you. He fucked you, a normal reaction that men have. It's like when you blink while sneezing. It isn't something to hell. Why are you defending him Sona? You should be just as mad as Katsumi. He's your fiancé. Sona and Kachin shouted in unison with the agitation getting to them. Because we know of heat cycles for animal beings like them to know they aren't in their right state of mind. Sona immediately shut her mouth knowing she just shouted. Back when we were in middle school, Deku ran into that issue before of going into heat. I came over to find out what was going on to have my bottle corked probably like 10 times that day. Trust me when I say the aggression you've seen him in is nothing compared to what it was that day. It was like Deku was a rabid dog wanting nothing but to fill my cunt with his. She stopped when everyone came out to listen a little more intently at this comment. Let's just say it turns the pussy Deku into the most brutal monster you could think. Taking that as a reference, I'm not surprised he didn't exactly stress issues regarding stopping or fight back. When I did, the furball sorta sank his claws in me and drew blood. I thought my back would have nasty scars from that. I held my head in shame remembering seeing blood on Kachin's back and began to cry. Forgive me. Asterisk sniffle. I didn't want to hurt you. See, too much of a pussy to cheat willingly. I heard some people start to laugh at me before Shudo walked in with a bottle of water. What's going on over here, PFFT? She spat her water out seeing Maruko's swollen stomach to go pale. How the hell is Maruko so fat? It's pregnancy icy hot? Okay then, how the hell is Maruko so pregnant? Everyone pointed at me for her stare to be pointed towards me. How? Remember when I mentioned anatomy for Nekomata? Shudo stopped to remember Sona's talk of this. So you got the rabbit hero pregnant. Any chance I can get one to kinda shove it in my asshole father's face? I thought she was somewhat over this. Whoa their flaming loins. Next kids are definitely going to me and Ochako. We're also not going into that until everyone gets around. Counting you, there's still like 7 that still need the cat sausage. Wait, but I count 6. Kyoka says this with Kachin pointing out something I wish she didn't. Ms. Midnight is the 7th. What? What type of suggestions are you insinuating that I would sleep with my student? Midnight came barging out of a closed front door with a glass in her hand for all of us to stare blankly at her. Anyway, I'm sure you all know how Nekomata pregnancies last. Just make sure you do something about making sure you don't get a bun in your oven like me. You can stop playing the saint by your sins act and just get to the point of why you're here. Kachin wasn't in the mood for a lecture for to make Maruko point out the obvious right now. Okay, I want to join your harem. What? Everyone kinda shouted in surprise at this. What? Think you can knock me up and walk away like nothing happened? Not gonna fly. I'm joining this and you'll have to deal with this. I was completely shocked while looking at both Kacchan and Ochako, who were kinda frozen in place as well. What do you both think of this? They didn't respond. Hello? Earth to Kacchan and Ochako. Are you there? All I'm gonna say is that if you do what you did to get knocked up again, I'm making rabbit stew of you, Cottontail. Okay, that was kinda scary. I thought this, as Maruko smirked. Fine by me. Oh, and just so we're clear, everyone calls me Rumi here now. Kinda feels dumb that I'm the only one you Donji call by their first name. I slowly nodded, surprised this is going with little to any bloodshed. Anyway, I've got another 3 weeks till this gremlin's born. I'll see you around. Maruko left with all of us silent and either confused or shocked at the outcome. Before she left though, the rabbit hero poked her head in to say one last bit. Oh, and I'll keep a secret about this kid's dad until you won't get into trouble for it. Bye. So I won't get in trouble for having a baby in high school. That's better. Midoriya. I looked over to Midnight to see her pinching the bridge of her nose. Since this is an important thing to mention, I am obligated to tell the school of what I had learned. However, this was an accident that none of us could really fight, so I'm giving you a pass for this one. You get another person pregnant, this is going to Nizu. Oh yeah, you wanna join to Midnight? We could always use someone with experience. I'm your teacher Katsumi. So was the rabbit for Deku, and he popped that teacher. I pulled my hand down my face while Midnight attempted to say something. She stopped for some reason before walking out. So there will be 4 Nekomata when Maruko gives birth? Quite the way to repopulate your species, Izuku. Zenovia came over with a rather serious face for it to kinda scare me. You know, I'm open for any practice with impregnating intercourse if you're ever up for it. Meow. I started to feel someone's arms around me to see it was Shudo. You won't be one of those men that take women as trophies and has children with them just to get results, right? She seemed a little uneasy for me to reassure her. I'm not like that, Shudo. I won't just have kids or sleep with women to further my own agenda. If I do sleep with a girl of my free will, I do it because we both want it and won't use that as a reason for it. Of course, having a baby with one of you isn't all that bad. She started to blush before holding me closer to her chest, smiling. She bent down to my ear to whisper something. When it's our turn, we're doing it at my house just to show my dad what it means to pleasure a woman and make her happy. The thought of going to Endeavor's home and him hearing when I would deflower his daughter with Shudo making it obvious kinda scared me. Holy catnip, Shudo hates her dad. As much as I'd love to see that face icy hot, you're gonna have to wait until the next drawing. I'm fine with that. She moved to whisper in my ear again. So long as my one kitty shows my other what it feels like to breed. She nibbled my ear a bit for it to kinda spook me a bit. So you're not mad, right, Kacchan? Ochako. Both remained perfectly calm while answering. I get heat enough to know it wasn't your fault. And Suze talked to me about her heat to understand people having these problems can't control them. I sighed a bit of relief knowing that I wasn't going to be harmed because of an accident that led to where we are now. But, oh meow, you did screw Rabbit without telling us or her being in the group. That means you have to be punished? Penalty time? Penalty time? What's penalty time? Everyone looked at me kinda happy as Kacchan explained it. Along with the rules of the harem, we created a sorta thing for when someone breaks the rules. Now if one of the girls breaks them, they're forced to be tied to the bed stripped naked and watch as you screw 4 women with a vibrator in them. That's kinda messed up. Sona nodded at this while Kacchan continued. But if you break a rule, then things get fun. He. I do not like that laugh. If you break them, then the penalty is you sleep with all the girls in your harem that you've slept with already nonstop all night and for as long in the day as it takes to sexually satisfy us. So tonight, you're fucking all the girls here except for Sona, Ravel, Irina, Zenovia, and Shudo. I know when Kacchan remembers names of people she has nicknames for, things don't go well going forward. Punishment comes after Eri falls asleep. I wouldn't want the lovable Snowball to hear when we make you squirm like a worm while filling us with jizz. That could have been worded better, Katsumi. Whatever, why do these things happen to me? The next day, third-person POV. Izuku walked out into the common space with the guys looking at him somewhat amazed and scared for his well-being. They overheard some of yesterday's conversation to understand he was given some kind of penalty, but that was all they knew. Yo Midoriya, you gonna make it, bro? Kirishima asked for Izuku to fall on the sofa. Looking more exhausted than Mr. Aizawa does on Mondays. Wake me up when breakfast is ready. None of the guys really fought this as most of the girls came down looking rather content with themselves after doing what they did. Bakugu, do you know what had happened to Midoriya? He looks as if he is extremely exhausted. I do. But unless you want to hear about his sex life, but out 4 eyes, how dare you insult me like that? The two continued to fight as Eri came down yawning with Sona. The little girl went right to her father to begin poking Izuku's cheek trying to get a response from him. Daddy's dead? Fortunately, not yet, sweetie. Izuku spoke up exhausted before falling back on the couch. Not long after, the door opened to reveal an Akino who was walking in to go right to Irina, Zenobia, Sona, and Shudo. Alright, final 6. Who's getting cattail next? Katsumi had walked up holding 6 sticks with one being shorter than the other to tell who was next. All 6 grabbed them with Eri walking up to her ash-blonde mother curious. Mommy Kachin, what are you doing? It's a game to see who wins. The winner gets a special prize from your daddy. What kind of special prize? An adult prize, sweetie. Not something you should know. She nodded before going towards Ochako, who had her breakfast on the table before going over to Izuku with a plate for both of them. Alright, next round of the sexy lottery poll is underway. Show us who wins. The 6 pulled the sticks for a short one to be shown in someone's hand. Alright, we have our winner. Izuku lifted his head up to see the person that won before placing it back down. Maybe if I pretend to be dead, I can skip school today and sleep. Izuku POV. The week came and went as if it was nothing for us with next to no problems whatsoever. Shudo however came to me during the week to keep my weekend from being filled without giving much information. Since I didn't have much to do anyway with Kachin saying she won the next raffle as they called it, I didn't put much thought into it. When Saturday came, Shudo had said we were going to her home to introduce me to her brother, sister, and father. To be honest, I'd rather have said screw you to Endeavor instead of playing nice with him. But this wasn't for me. This was for Shudo. So I grit my teeth and accepted this to wear a nice pair of jeans and a decent jacket since it was an unusually cold day. Shudo decided to go with a long-sleeved black dress that had an opening near the chest to show some of her cleavage with stockings to try and stay warm as well. Once done, we took a train to Shudo's hometown to reach her family's home. Needless to say it was huge. Geez, this is messed up. Honestly, I don't understand why people think this is amazing. Of course you wouldn't. You live almost as much like a princess as Momo. We walked in to have the door be opened by a woman in her mid-20s with glasses and white hair that had small bits of red in it. Nice to see you again, Shudo. Hi Fuyumi. How are you doing? Alright, you're actually early though. The woman called Fuyumi looked over to notice me before smiling. So you must be Izuku. Shudo said she had a boyfriend and that you were extremely cute. She noticed my tails and ears to be somewhat mesmerized at them. I can see why. You look adorable with the tails and the ears. Almost like a black. She stopped to see the green tips in my hair. Black and green cat. Thanks. I felt Shudo hug me a bit for my tail's fur to poof up a bit. Meow. Oh my god. That's adorable. You even meow. She started jumping up and down before letting us in to see Endeavor and some guy with white hair on opposite sides of the living room. Dad. Natsuo. Shudo's here with her boyfriend. Both looked over with Endeavor giving me the evil eye. I didn't expect her to be with a stray cat. I thought I raised you better than this, Shudo, says the man that made me into a soldier. Shudo seemed to not like her dad to the point I could almost see her ice half start up and change the temp of the room to that of outside. Yo Shudo, how you been little sis? The guy with white hair came over to us and put his arms around both me and his sister. Nice to meet you kid. Name's Natsuo. I'm Shudo's older brother. Sorry for late introductions as well. But I'm Fuyumi, Shudo's older sister. It's nice to meet you too. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Natsuo looked at me for a second before realizing who I was. You're that guy that beat Shudo in the sports festival. You're tough, thanks, but I think your sister's tougher than me in all honesty. Natsuo started to laugh a bit before pulling off me and Shudo to head over to the side of the room. I like this guy Shudo. Endeavor kept scowling before we sat on the sofa. The image was kinda creepy to anyone that watched since I was in the middle with Fuyumi and Natsuo to my right, and Endeavor on my left with Shudo hugging me. So how did you two become a couple? Natsuo began asking for me to look at Shudo, rather curious why she found me interesting. When I first met him, he was kinda, to be honest, sorta cocky in my opinion. Didn't help when I saw him naked during training also. What? Endeavor got out of his seat prepared to turn me into a charred cat before Shudo held her right hand out prepared to freeze him. I dare you to try what you're about to do, Endeavor. Both stood there ready to kill one another before the pro finally backed down. So what happened after that to make you interested in Izuku? Fuyumi asked, trying to get us back on topic before Shudo calmed down to hug me again. During the USJ, I saw Izuku fight for his life and even be something I would have never imagined. When I heard what happened in his past after, I sorta found myself interested in him to the point where I wanted to learn more about him. She started to blush at the next part. He even tried to hug all the anger out of me during the sports festival to the point I sorta took a kiss from him. It tasted like cream and well, I liked it. Natsuo began to whistle at this with us looking over to him. Dang bro. You've got my little sister around your finger like she was a piece of string. I still think you could have had a far better person instead of someone that most likely has worms. How did you know I had worms before, Endeavor? Shudo and Natsuo couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the thought I had worms before. Fuyumi though looked at me a little worried. I got better, but that medicine tastes awful. Last time I hang out with a stray cat around the neighborhood. Catherine was a nice cat though. This comment was not exactly liked by the flame hero as he began lighting the chair he was in on fire. Shudo, you will not be dating a flea-ridden hairball coughing cat such as this. Hey, I take hairball control stuff and I never had fleas before. Can we at least keep facts straight on that? That's what you're mad about? I couldn't take much more before finally doing what I kinda wanted to do just so I can rub it in Endeavor's face. I grabbed Shudo's cheeks before pressing my lips against hers to enrage her father to no end. He began walking over before I held my middle finger out with my claw in view. I pulled away from Shudo to give him a death glare. I dare you to try it, dog crap. How dare you call me that, you ungrateful little. Either way you look at it, he's with me Endeavor, and starting tomorrow, I'll be calling him daddy instead of you. This comment made everyone dead silent until Natsuo busted out laughing. Ahahaha. Now that's freaking funny, Shudo. I could tell that the burning piece of crap couldn't take any more, to the point he walked out of the room. I don't have to sit here and take this. I have a job to do and I expect you to be as far away from this house when I return tonight, you filthy cat. Maybe I will, but I can't guarantee that your daughter's sheets will be clean after I leave. Shudo started to laugh a bit at this for me to get into mocking the pro. Endeavor left with both Natsuo and Fuyumi looking at me because of my last comment. Don't give me that look, I am shedding. What did you think I meant? Also, he's probably going to fuck my brains out, Shudo says bluntly. They didn't say anything after Shudo's statement and went to put on their shoes. I gotta go shopping. I'm also gonna take Natsuo to help me carry some things. If you two get hungry, there's some leftovers in the fridge and a few snacks in the cabinet. Make yourselves at home, thanks. The two left with me and Shudo alone. So my sister seemed to like you. I think it was the tails and ears that she liked more. Maybe, but I'm pretty sure Natsuo loves the fact you talked down to our father. He also loves cats. Your father was being a tool and I wasn't gonna act like that stupid joke people make about pussycats. Also, your brother likes cats. She nods at this for me to take this information with a bit of surprise. Didn't see him as a cat person? Shudo got up before grabbing my arm to lead me over towards her room. There, she sat me down on her bed before shutting her door. Izuku, we're gonna do something that I personally want to do just so I can rub it in my father's face. She started to pull her dress up to show she wasn't wearing a bra underneath her dress. We're going to do it like rabbits today just to stick it to my asshole father. Guess my gag about my shedding wasn't going to be the only thing that gets on the sheets? Izuku POV. As I laid in the bed with Shudo, my body seemed to be more agitated during this to the point I wanted more. I didn't understand exactly why, but I brushed it off since I didn't exactly have much ability to do anything this week sex-wise. As my knot retraced in, a magic circle showed itself on the floor with Ravel coming out of it. So this is where you were? Couldn't you use a door like a normal person? I'm a devil. I'm sure that's enough to prove I'm not normal. I rolled my eyes while she continued. Look, I need you to come with me. Akino and I established a meeting between you and Michelle. He wanted your help in regards to the Nekomata issue. Knowing that one of the leaders of the three factions isn't someone you should make wait, I got up for Ravel to hold a giant blush over her face. Don't show me something like that, dumbass. She covered her face before I realized that my pants were between my ankles with my lower half shown. Sorry. I pulled them up before Ravel made a magic circle for us to leave. Before we did, however, I made a note explaining to Shudo that I had a meeting with Michelle, the head of the Angels, so it didn't seem like I slept with her and left. Once we got to the destination, I noticed we were in front of a shrine. Let's go. Michelle and Akino are inside, right? Izuku POV. As me and Ravel began to walk up to the shrine, we were met with Issei and Akino waiting for us. Nice to see you've come, Izuku. Asterisk sniff. Asterisk sniff. What's that smell? It smells like sweat and... I held my ears down for them to somewhat understand what it was. Did you do a girl before coming here? Ravel showed up in a bad time, and let's leave it at that. I didn't want to say anymore since it was kinda not appropriate to explain. So you came from getting to bone a girl? Aw man. At least tell me how awesome her tits were. I gotta know that at least. I tail slapped the perv to the floor before walking over to Akino. So what are we doing here? Also, how can you three manage on a holy ground rather well? You know, I'm sorta wondering that too. The perv got up before we were met by a massive light from above. When it dulled down, a man came down with wings and a heavenly aura around him. Holy wings, halo, and an aura of an archangel. Michelle, I'm guessing? Yes, young Nekomata. It's nice to meet you and the Red Dragon Emperor. Though he seemed to be completely different than what I'd expect, there was without a doubt a difference between the Angels faction leader and all the demons and fallen angels up to this point that I've seen. He was far stronger just by his presence alone. May we enter, young devil? Akino nodded for her to lead us into the temple to an open space for all five of us to speak. So what are we doing here? I asked Akino and Ravel since I was kinda clueless on what I was supposed to do. I have come to discuss some matters that revolve around you, as well as give a gift of goodwill to the Gremory House for what they have done and to prove the Angels are willing to support an offer that is on the table regarding the war that has been on a stalemate for quite a while. More like over 1,000 years if you want to be realistic. I quietly listened as Michelle brought out a holy sword to present to us. Wait, is that the holy sword Escalon? It is young Nekomata. For reasons of goodwill, we have decided to give the holy dragon-slaying sword to the Red Dragon Emperor. This will without a doubt make him stronger as well as make the devil race understand that we do not have any ill will against them. Okay, but is this gonna hurt me cause of it being a holy weapon? It won't. I made sure it would be safe for you. Akino reassures is for Issei to take the sword in his boosted gear before Michelle looked at me. Now for you young Izuku Midoriya. We must discuss a topic that is rather important. Okay, this revolves around both Irina Shidou and Zenobia Quarta. What's wrong? First and foremost, I'd like to apologize on the church's behalf upon excommunicating Zenobia. Due to the ordeal we have, it is more than vital that we keep followers in our faction. So as such, we have unfortunately had to take chances and excommunicate her instead of risk the chances of losing more followers. I was relatively annoyed with the answer, but I was able to understand where he was coming from in a wider perspective than my own. When I look at the choice through my own personal view for Zenobia, I want to punch you in the face. But if I look at it through the bigger picture and the fact she isn't as bad off as she could be, I'm not exactly as mad about what you did to Zenobia. Forgive me, it wasn't in my interest to harm her. I did not enjoy it, but I had no other choice. Though I'm at least happy she's happy if anything. She's also taken to motherhood rather nicely. I remember how much she helps Eri and acts as much of the mother figure as she could. Keeping Eri active, finding fun things for her to do, even try to act with some stability for when Eri gets a nightmare. Zenobia really is a great motherly figure. I began to smile a bit before the image of a pregnant Zenobia came into my head with me behind her rubbing her swollen belly. Ahem. I was pulled out of my fantasy with Akino clearing her throat. Okay, so what did you wish to talk about regarding Irina? Michelle began to smile before explaining. To make a simple statement, I was able to alter the system a bit where she can sleep with you without the fear of falling. As you probably don't know, I was able to make her my ace and make her a reborn angel. So she's a strong member of your faction's brave saints, huh? Correct. Now back on the topic of what I had done. Basically, she is able to avoid the major setbacks if an angel and another member of another race must do if they are able to sleep together. To avoid them from falling, both must first be encased inside a barrier and pray before their act. They must also not think unpleasant thoughts as this would defile the sanctity of a saint. In a way to avoid this, I have had it so she does not need to do this with you if she happens to desire to do such acts. Wait, so Irina can get freaky with Midoriya here and not have to worry about falling? Issei asked this for Michelle to nod. Miracle children are unusual in nature, but they aren't unheard of. If you two were to have a child, it would be a Nekomata with the powers of the heavens. Truly a being of unparalleled power. I let out a sigh before answering this. If we were to have a child, it would be because we wanted a child out of love, not because we wanted a child of power. I'm not the type of bastard that thinks I should do it with a girl for a powerful offspring or to ensure my species' survival. I'm not a scumbag like that. Dogs might do that, but not this kitty. Everyone snickered a bit at this while Michelle got up. Since our job is done here, it's probably better that I take my leave. Farewell young devils, Red Dragon Emperor, and little Nekomata. The angel disappeared in a flash after saying this for Issei to get up next. Well, sorry to come and go Akino, but the prez wanted me to head back as soon as possible. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow then. Issei left with it just being me, Ravel, and Akino inside the room. Seems you're quite the likable person Izuku. But then again, you are quite adorable, WLM. I don't want to say I'm a cute per se. Oh please, those ears and tails make you look so adorable with your face. Ravel states this for me to go beat red. Well, Akino starts to laugh a bit at this. Akino, I wanted to ask you this before but didn't get the chance to. Now that we're alone and more strange things came up regarding you, I figure this is probably as good of a time as any. Just who exactly are you? She began to frown. I'm sure you've already guessed that I'm a little different. She turned her back to me and began to drop her kimono a bit to reveal her bare back. Meow. I shut my eyes for Akino spoke up. It's okay. I want you to see. I opened my eyes to realize what she wanted me to see specifically. When Akino released her wings, she revealed a rather strange pair of wings. One wing was that of a devil's, but the other looked almost as if it was that of a fallen angel's. Ugly, isn't it? When I was little, my mother died because of my wings. She was a shrine maiden of this temple that nursed my father back to health. Eventually, they fell in love and well. I think you get where I came from. I started to hear her voice shake a bit while explaining this. Because of my lineage, people came after me and my mother. I wanted nothing more than to get rid of these wings that gave me so much pain for all these years and practically jumped at the thought of becoming a devil under Rias's house. Only after did I realize that didn't make any difference, but instead made me into this freak you see today. Akino, *hic. I hate my wings. I hate myself for being this monstrosity. But worst of all, I hate the fact that my mother had to die because of. I walked over to immediately hug her from behind. It's okay, Akino. You're not a bad person. How do you know I'm not? I could just be playing with your heart to lure you into a false sense of security. Fallen angels are known for their deceit, if anything. I know because you aren't an evil person. You're kind, sensible, rather straightforward with what you want, and also one of the most amazing people I've met by far. If you want an honest opinion, running from what you are just hurts you more. But running from yourself is never going to work. I can tell you're a good person and would never do anything to harm others. Because of that, you're truly an amazing person. Tears started to fall down Akino's face for me to panic. I said something bad. Please don't cry. I didn't try to hurt your feelings. She immediately tackled me to the ground and began to smile at me. If you keep saying words like that, you'll easily sway my heart, Izuku. Akino looked me in the eyes before pushing her lips on mine. I started to taste something sweet, almost like strawberries, to kinda like it. As we parted, Akino began to smile down at me with her chest in pure view for me to see. Oh meow. Don't stand up, please. Excuse me, but I think you both forgot that I'm here right now. We stopped to see Ravel looking at us with a red flush on her face. Sorry. You know something, why don't we all have some fun? What? Both me and Ravel shouted this at Akino while she laughed. Come now, Ravel, don't tell me you don't wish to see what Izuku is like in bed. But it's not like that, and maybe we should wait. I just slept with Shudo before coming here, A1, and doing it with you two is kinda insulting to you both and her. It's okay, Izuku. I don't mind, and besides, she leaned close to my ear to whisper the last part. One of us will be getting the other's leftovers anyway, so this could be fair and fun. She blew into my ear to look at her, then Ravel to notice she was unzipping the back of her dress with a blush. It's not that I want to, I'm not just gonna stand here while you both do it. Why do these things happen to me? Few hours later, Izuku POV. I started to wake up to Ravel being on my chest sleeping without clothes on with Akino nowhere in sight. What did I do? You're awake, that's good. I glanced over to see Akino stark naked sitting against a wall covered in my essence. Hey Akino, are you okay? She smiled at me before saying anything. I never knew you had so much stamina, Izuku. I thought you'd paralyze me for sure. She crawled over to my head and began to kiss my lips. I didn't finish inside, did I? No. Luckily you didn't, but I wouldn't mind having a little you and becoming one of your baby mothers. She leaned to my ear and whispered in it. All you have to do is ask and I'll gladly take you for a trip during the evening to our own nirvana. She blew in it for me to shake a bit at that thought. I see your lower half is excited for that. Akino giggled at me while I laid on the floor looking at her and Ravel. I don't remember much after Ravel sat on my face. Maybe it's cause of my heat cycle coming near. I wondered this before having my head placed on Akino's lap. I'm sure this feels more comfortable. What do you think, my darling? I went red with my tail somewhat wagging at this. Great, now I'm acting more like a dog than a cat. Sona POV. Days continued to pass before the meeting of the great powers with me and Rias trying to put things together the best we can on our side of things. Since the meeting was happening on UA's property, I've been discussing things with the principal and some of the staff that will be present, such as Midnight, All Might, and Aizawa, on where we must put symbols. Due to this, I've been leaving the dorms earlier than normal to not see everyone as often as I'd normally and returning at a later time. It was a tad disappointing, but I could not do as much. Today, however, my sister had the interest to discuss something important between my house, Rias's house, and Izuku that is somewhat important, as she says. Right now, I'm currently attempting to finish up my student council duties before the meeting. Hopefully this isn't something that will cause harm to the safety of the meeting. Thank you. Meeting adjourned. The final meeting with all the clubs finished for the day, with the student council taking a few minutes of break before our talk with my sister. I walked into the student council president's office for some peace and quiet before someone started knocking on the door. Prez, do you have a minute? I opened the door to see Saji in front looking a little uneasy. What do you need? He looked around a bit with his act somewhat annoying. If you do not have anything to say, could you please let me rest for now? Why are you engaged to Midoriya? I raised an eyebrow at this for him to explain. You barely knew him when the engagement happened. What's happening is almost the same thing that happened with the Gremory and Phoenix houses. So why? I sighed a bit before answering. Why does this concern you? My affairs do not mean as much as they should with you. Then just answer me. He seemed a bit angry for me to simply answer. I honestly do not know. All I am able to say is that I wish to help him and Izuku has done nothing to abuse that trust. I smiled a bit while answering. Even if this is just to protect him or not, I'm rather smitten with the fact Eri sees me as one of her mothers. I didn't notice a small blush on my face while saying my last sentence to only put more anger into my subordinate. So this is only to help him? Saji. I don't know what this is about, but please stop T. I can't. Saji began crying a bit before continuing. These things I feel for you, I can't just stop them. I've admired and respected you before I even became a devil under your house. I love you, Prez. This comment was a bit of a shock to me before he continued. My dream was to marry you one day and be your husband. But now that Midori is in the picture, I can't. I was at a loss for words for this comment before trying to say something to at least help the situation. Saji, I'm sorry. I understand you would be angry, but I can't do anything about this. Can't or won't. This discussion was beginning to anger me before a knock was heard at the door to have it open up to the rest of my house, Riasa's house, Izuku, Eri, Katsumi, and Nijire. Sorry if we're intruding. As Izuku walked in, Saji began to give him the evil eye with Eri running up to me. Mommy Sona. Why hello Eri. What are you doing here? Sorry, I didn't want to bring her along, but Serafal said she wanted to see her niece. Izuku tried to explain while rubbing the back of his head. Quite alright. I haven't gotten much of a chance to see you recently as well. Eri continued to hug me with a portal opening up to reveal my sister. Hello. Seems I'm the only one missing from this picture. Serafal immediately ran up to Eri and knelt down to smile at the small child. Aren't you the most adorable thing ever? Eri hid behind me in fear for me to glare at my sister. Get back. Okay. I'm not trying to anger you, Sona. Serafal continued back to the topic of why we all are here. So thank you all for coming today. The reason why I have called you all here is because there is a demon that escaped to this realm that is very powerful. Hopefully, we can detain it, but we may have to prepare for the worst and kill it. What's so special about one little demon? Hyudo asked for my sister to explain. It's a powerful demon familiar that was in charge of guarding one of the entrances into the Devil's Realm. It discovered about 9 years ago that its master was deemed a traitor and... Izuku spoke up next. Who was the master? Maybe we can get some lineage from the former master to try and calm it down. That's why I asked for the people in this room specifically. This confused me before she continued. The territory that the familiar is inside Sona's territory. However, I asked for the Gremory house and Izuku's assistance because of the ties this familiar has to both. An airy spot in this? Katsumi asked for Serafal to bring out a candied apple. I wanted to see my niece. She held the candied apple out for Eri with her hesitant to take it. She looked at Izuku, Katsum, me, Kaneko, Zenobia, Nijire and Akino in the order for all of us to nod saying it was okay. She grabbed the sweet and slowly put her tongue to it. When she realized it wasn't dangerous, she began biting into it to find the apple under the caramel. It's sweet. She states this while having a bit of caramel over her mouth. We laughed a bit before Saji opened his mouth. Midoriya, I want your honesty in this question. What is the press to you? Oh please, not this. Well, I like Sona and she's a great person to be around. She's also really smart and strong with Eri also liking her. As for the engagement, I feel really bad we were forced together and I hoped we didn't have to if we could've. But I will try and adhere to her wishes the best I can. And if it came out that she wanted to annul the Red Heart engagement, both looked at one another before Izuku spoke up. If you have something to say to me, then do it. Stop beating around the bush because we're getting nowhere like this. That's enough Saji. Riasa's new knight held her arm out for them to continue. If I beat this demon familiar that we're going after before you, then you need to call off your engagement with the Prez? Alright, I have heard enough. Saji, you're out of Lee. Fine. Izuku, you can tell as much as I can, can't you Sona? This guy has something he wants to prove to you, me, and himself. If this is how he wants to prove this, then all the power to him. But I won't lose. As long as you're okay with this engagement, I'll fight for you. As with everyone else that I care for, I didn't know what to say with Katsumi coming up. Just let him do it. If this is something that requires all of us, then he'll realize soon enough that he bit off more than he could chew. Both glared at one another with Saji clearly mad. Izuku on the other hand held a face of respect towards my subordinate as if he found what he did admirable. These idiots. Do they honestly think this will end well? 2 hours later, third-person POV. The group had made their way to the warehouse district where the demon was discovered. From the intelligence they were given, the familiar was attacking stray devils here as if it was still doing its job. This confused many since when demons and devils stray from their master, they almost never continue their duties as such. Okay, past this door is the familiar we need you all to stop. But before we do, there was this that was given to us from the master if by any chance the familiar would go on a rampage. Izuku, I am giving this to you. You'll understand why when we get in. Serafal gave the item to Izuku for him to open it and see it was some kind of liquid. A bottle. Taking the cap off, Izuku smelt the contents to smell alcohol. Weird. The door opened for everyone to see an enormous cat that seemed to be extremely mad. What the hell is that thing? Issei began shouting for Serafal to stay back with Eri. That is a cat, said he, more commonly known as Kuro. For almost 5 years, he's carried out his duties as a guardian of the Devil's Realm without fail, keeping devils that betrayed their master from leaving through the dimension from his area and keeping foreign invaders out. Alright, time to kick ass. Saji went in head first to use his sacred gear. Sacred gear, absorption line. A purple line came out of an object on his hand and wrapped around Kuro. Gotcha now you stupid CAHHH. Immediately, the cat pulled the pawn from Sona's house off the ground up and almost slammed him into the ground if Izuku didn't jump in to save him. I'm thinking that's not gonna work as easily as you think it is. Screw you. Saji pulled away to begin the same trick twice. Kuro unfortunately dodged and went to swipe at him. Get back. Nijire and Katsumi shouted this while blasting the giant cat. This stunned the beast for Zenovia and Kiba to attempt to attack the cat city in a combined attack. The feline though was too fast even for the knights to get behind them and swat both away. Issei, are you ready? Oh, I'm more than ready, Prez. Izuku tapped both Rias and Akino for his sacred gear to transfer power to them. Both gave a combined attack that was strong enough to blast half the warehouse away. Did that work? The smoke cleared for them to be unable to see Kuro again. However, the beast came and slammed both girls into the ground. Prez, Akino. Both Izuku and Issei shouted in unison before the giant feline set its sights on the pawn of Rias's house. Oh crap, this is gonna hurt. Issei was cut off by the demon familiar swatting him with one of his tails. Kaneko tried to knock him back a bit, but was able to do very little and only allowed their groups to reunite. This isn't working. The cat's too strong to go at it one at a time. Izuku stated this before hearing something. Liars. Ha, you're all liars. Izuku overheard this comment to see it was coming from the cat city. Kuroka would never betray her master. Stop lying to me. Guess we'll have to open up an attack and move in and attack in unison. Sona opted for this plan with everyone agreeing. Before they could start this plan though, Izuku held his hand out. I've got an idea, but I need to do this alone. Wait, but weren't you the one who said we needed to work together? Kiba asked for Izuku to shed a little light. This demon familiar. I don't understand how, but I can understand it. Kinda like cat-to-cat telepathy, I'm guessing. So, Katsumi asked for the cat boy to explain. I know how to stop him without killing Kuro. Izuku walked up front of everyone with the item in his hand. Hey, you're Kuroka's familiar, aren't you? The cat city stared angrily at Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya, Kuroka's little brother. Kuroka's brother. The angered face turned to that of amazement. Kuroka betrayed the devil she served. This comment made everyone go silent with Kuro now being enraged. That's a lie. I don't believe you. She killed her master about 10 years ago when me and our youngest sister were upstairs. Liar. You're a liar. She killed him and we saw her above the body with blood dripping down her with her killer instincts active. Stop lying to me. Kuro came at Izuku full force with him holding his head down and putting OFA in to stop the cat city. He used his head? Kuro found himself on the ground struggling from the hit with Izuku going up to him. I get it now. You really loved my sister. And all this, it's just because you're sad thinking she forgot about you. The dark-haired Nekomata gave his hand to Kuro in a calm and understanding manner. So why don't we be friends? I even have something for you to drink. He held up the container for Kuro to think back on when he first met Kuroka. About 15 years ago. Kuro had been enraged and terrorizing the construction workers for destroying his shrine that was dedicated to him by humans. Since it was on demon territory, Kuroka was ordered to go and handle the beast. Hey there. It's okay. You really loved humans. And all this, it's because you're sad that they left and forgot about you. Kuroka held up a container while smiling. So why don't we be friends? I even have some catnip wine for you. Back to present. Thinking back on his time with Kuroka, Kuro's eyes began to water up. Kuroka. He remembered visits he had from her and the gifts she'd bring for doing a good job. Kuroka. The hot days where they'd enjoy naps together and the meals they'd eat together on their breaks. Mura. Immediately, Kuro transformed from his size of a bulldozer to that of a normal cat crying in pain. Muro, is it really true? Did you really betray your master and siblings? Muro. The act made everyone start to cry, realizing just how much pain the small familiar had for the trust and loyalty that was in his master. The sound of the cat's cries echoed into the area as nothing but pain could be felt from them. Few hours later. Izuku and Kuro were sitting outside the warehouse with Eri on his lap. The cat began coming to terms with what was told of his master to hold his head down. So, she did do that. I wish she didn't. Izuku held his head down before feeling something headbutt his elbow. Thank you for telling me. And thank you for giving me the drink. Kuroka normally made me catnip wine whenever she'd visit. It was kinda our treat. No problem. But I wasn't the one that made it or had the idea. Your master did. Thinking about this, Izuku came to some kind of understanding. I think. Kuroka knew what she was going to do would hurt people. So she gave the mix to Serafal to hopefully help you come to terms. Sorta like a last gift from her. As Izuku explained, Eri looked down at the cat who smiled at her. Here kitty kitty. Kuro did as Eri wanted to jump up on her lap and begin purring while getting pet. Seems he's taken a liking to you too. Sona walked over to sit next to the group watching the waves. What's gonna happen to Kuro? For now, I had my sister say he's under your care and won't harm anyone. He'll also help you keep Mustafar in line. Looking over to the cat showing his belly to Eri, the young devil started to smile. Maybe he can also be a stress cat for Eri. What do you two say? What's a stress cat? It means you'll help Eri when she's feeling very stressed by just simply letting her pet you. Kuro understood for them to continue sitting and watching the waves. By the way, Saji wanted me to pass on a message. Izuku looked over for Sona to say it. He wanted to apologize for how he was acting. He took his anger out on you and realized too late that you're a nice person. Since he doesn't know when he'll see you next time, he asked me to relay the message to you. To be fair, I didn't give a good first impression when we first met. Also, I'm kinda to blame for him to go and make this claim. The four stared at the sea with Katsumi and Nijire noticing them and waiting in the back. Sona, if you at any moment feel as if you're unhappy with me, you can say it. I won't hold it personal since we had this relationship in a strange manner. Sona smiled and moved closer to Izuku to pat Eri's head and rest her own on Izuku's shoulder. It may not have been the greatest way this began, but I won't say that I'm unhappy with our relationship. The two smiled before returning to the scenery in front of them. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.